get started here. First, I'd like to thank Mike Pinella, Darren Cleaver, Guy Lawrence, Natalia, now let me do this, Zamaistroveska? Did I get that close, Natalia? Is it good enough? Okay. Cedric Joyce, and of course Keith Warner and Donna Venny, who are the ones that planned this whole event out and got me here on time. Let's start out by talking a little bit about culture. Okay. Culture represents group consciousness at the most fundamental level. That's what culture is. It's a group consciousness, a collective consciousness. Okay. Collective consciousness is really a sum of all the consciousnesses in it that are part of that collective. And the way you become a member of a collective consciousness is through your intent. So if you see yourself as a member of a particular group, then you begin to share information with that group, consciousness to consciousness. You attach to that group. The stronger your identification with the group, then the stronger the feedback between all the other consciousnesses in the group. Now, cultures don't have to be at a national level. They can be at corporate level. Okay? They can be at any level. They can even be at a family level. Okay? So there's lots of groups you may belong to. And of course, at the top level is the human level. Okay, there is a culture that's just basically human. Okay, now Carl Jung called these collective consciousness archetypes, but it's the same idea. An archetype is just a collective consciousness that has certain attributes. Now, once you're within a culture, you begin to take on the attributes of that culture, just because there's a dominant number of consciousnesses in there with a certain attitudes. So if you are an employee of, say, IBM, then you wear a white shirt, you wear this color tie, you dress a certain way, you think a certain way, you approach your work in a certain way. And somebody who was really an expert at different corporate cultures could just look at you and hear you speak for a couple of minutes, and they know you worked at IBM, just because it's that obvious. And that's true with all the various cultures you belong to. I know we tend to think that we are individuals with our own free will and only do what it is we want to do when we want to do it, our choice. But we are nudged and pushed and informed by all sorts of things. Number one, of course, being our own fears. But somewhere up that list is all the cultures we belong to. They help make us be who we are and think the way we think. They modify our attitudes, our expectations, how we assess what's good and what's not so good. Okay, so that's culture. Could be a nation. It could be a school. It could be a profession. The police have their own culture, their own way of seeing reality and their own way of thinking. If you're a policeman, you eventually, as the years go by, you get more and more a product of that culture. Okay? There's ethnic cultures, racial cultures. If you're part of a particular race, you also have a particular worldview. And down at the bottom of that list, there would be a mob culture. In a mob culture, you have a bunch of angry people. But once they get together and form a culture, a unit that they're all invested in and they all share in, then all of them work at a lower level with more anger and less thought than any one of them would individually, because that mob mentality just feeds, it shares around consciousness to consciousness. And all they have to do to become part of that mob is just intend to be part of that mob, and then they start picking up that connection. That's the way reality works. Your intent is what focuses your consciousness to do the things your consciousness does. Okay. So culture is what it is because all consciousness is netted. See, we're not only netted to our culture and the people that share our culture, but we're netted to the people that don't share our culture. It's just that our intent doesn't open ourselves to that. Our intent kind of, they're over there and we're over here, so the intent tends to block that or see it as something less than our own culture. Okay, but culture's much more, of course, than just customs and traditions. Language, style, dress, food, dance, all that stuff is just expressions of culture. Okay? Now, expressions can come and go. So the thing that most people see as culture, the language, the dress, the customs, all of those are just expressions, and they can come and go. They're not fundamental. In fact, cultures are always evolving. They're always changing, and those expressions are always evolving as well. And they're evolving according to their environments. Things evolve according to the environment that they're in. And that brings up two logical implications, this idea of evolving cultures. One of them is that if you are part of a culture, that culture is evolving, and what we like to do is discard all of those things in our culture that are dysfunctional. And what we'd like to do is hold on to all those things in our culture that are functional, that lead someplace. Okay, we'd like to retain those. And, of course, we'd like to adapt those things we hang on to the ever-changing environment. So I'm starting out at a real high level, and then we're going to get more and more down to how this actually applies to us. Okay, so culture is a way of being. It's a way of seeing the world. It primarily occurs at the being level, not at the intellectual level. Your culture's all here. It's not up here so much. It's at the being level. If it's only at the intellectual level, it's a shallow and weak connection to that culture. Your attachment to the culture and to its expressions are very weak. And therefore, it's very easy for you to let that culture go and be something else. Okay, because consciousness leads and the body follows, one's genetic makeup, one's body, one's instincts over time will be modified by one's culture. Your genetics are modified by your experience. Okay. These modifications helps one to succeed in whatever reality that one lives in. Okay, the stronger the group identity, then it's going to be the stronger that group will influence your genetic makeup. Okay, so culture is more than just collective consciousness. It also has memory and function within the history of this physical reality. So it's encoded in our genes as well as shared by our consciousness. Okay, culture is both a source of accumulated knowledge and of accumulated belief. Also, it's a filter of information, attitude, and worldview. With the culture, you accept your culture, you reject the things that are different. It's just a natural tendency. Okay, but whatever your culture is, you receive it all. You get the whole thing all at once. You don't get to pick and select which one of the things that you agree with and disagree with. You tend to, over time, become what's dominant in your culture. So if in your culture, let's say, racism is dominant, then you tend to migrate toward that viewpoint. If in your culture, love and caring about other people is dominant, then you tend to migrate to that viewpoint. So, all this happens to us without our awareness, of course. You see, again, we just think we're in charge, but there's a lot of other influences that are moving us to the way we think and the way we feel. So you do resonate with your culture, even if you are in dissonance with some of it intellectually. You're still resonating with it at a level that's deeper than your intellect. It's an integral part of your identity and an integral part of your personality, whether you want it to be or not. Okay, strong, deep cultures are products of strong group identification, and they dominate one's reality. Shallow and weak cultures produce weak attachments and can be more easily ignored and modified. The level of your attachments determined by how strongly you identify with the group, and to the extent that your genetic makeup now also represents that culture. Okay, cultures can be deep but not strong, as are many old cultures struggling for existence. An example of that would be in the country we just left before coming here would be the Maori in New Zealand, an old culture that's struggling to maintain its existence. Cultures can be shallow, but not weak, as are many modern post-industrial cultures. Shallow, but not weak, strong, very dominant, very pervasive, very powerful because they're dominant and pervasive. Okay, culture defines the patterns within our consciousness that are used for both interpreting and processing reality. Okay, our fears are often cultural constructs. The things that frighten us are often cultural constructs. Even the amount of fear that we have is often a cultural construct. If, for instance, your culture has a strong fear of the unknown, then you will find change to be very frightening. Or you would find something that you're not sure of, like having an out-of-body experience, to be very frightening because you have no control. And without control, you're fearful. Because if you can't control it, how are you going to know that it's okay? It might not get you. So you see, a lot of that just comes out of a culture. So a lot of your fear is really not so much as it's yours. I mean, it is yours, but it's yours because of the culture you identify with. So we're going to talk later about fear being the problem. You see, it's deeper than just your own experience. It's the shared experience is important. That's why it's important as we grow up that we all grow up, because we're all connected. Okay. Culture reflects our environment. Okay. Our environment can be physical environment, or it can be a social environment or a political environment. But our culture will evolve to the constraints and the viewpoints of your environment. All right, so let's think a minute about some different fundamentals that would derive different cultures. People living in and around oceans or mountains, the plains, the deserts, small nations, big nations, a rural small village, big industrialized city. All of these are very different environments, and they all create very different cultures. Culture is often developed at its most fundamental level by our need to survive and procreate, which are our criteria for survival, and procreation are criteria for evolving here as parts of this virtual reality that we call our physical universe. But remember, culture has a genetic component, but that genetic component is derived from the culture. Okay, it's not that the culture's derived from our genetic component, but the genetic component is derived from our culture. So we tend to think of it the other way, that we have a genetic predisposition to certain things, and then that helps us create a culture to fit those genes, but really it works the other way around. Our genes are more adjustable, more modifiable and malleable than we often think. Your experiences, just your individual experiences that you have in this lifetime, will change your genetic makeup. Just the experiences you have in a month or in a year actually modifies your genetic makeup. So you become a different person conscious-wise, but you're a different person physically, genetic-wise, physically-wise at the same time. That's because consciousness leads, the body follows. As you change, as your conscious change, as you take on more fear, your body will adjust, including your genetics, to that new level of fear. Or if you get rid of fear, you'll adjust. due to fear. One example that I've talked about before has to do with, the mind leads and the body follows, not with humans, but with sheep. Biologists, I guess it was biologists, found that sheep had moral behavior. Sheep were moral. They exhibited caring for other sheep, and specifically, it was female. We have a bird in here. Specifically, there were female sheep caring for, nursing, if you will, feeding lambs that weren't theirs. They welcomed those in. And that means they were sharing their own resources with somebody else's genetic result. And in general, we don't see that. We see critters being very, jealous about their own genetic material being forwarded, and they don't waste their resources forwarding somebody else's genetic material. But in this case, these sheep would take in these orphans and feed them and take care of them as they were their own. So because that was kind of an exception to the rule, what scientists do is then they kill that sheep, the one with moral behavior, and inspect the brain, see what's going on here. Well, they found a little lobe on the brain that corresponds to a lobe that we have, that is where empathy and caring and sharing and that sort of stuff kind of mostly comes out of this little lobe. So their conclusion was that the brain changed itself for some unknown reason, and when it did, it allowed the sheep to become moral. Well, of course, that's just backwards. That's a materialist view of the world. The sheep are just like us. They make choices. They can make good choices, they can make bad choices. If they make good choices, they evolve the quality of their consciousness. All consciousness works that way. So they made good choices. They made caring choices. And when they did, the body had to change to support that function. So then this little lobe on our brain started to grow that was then going to be the physical center and that supported that behavior. So you see, that's the way it works. So in our connections, in our everyday experience, connections with people, as we have experiences that, quote, change us, which don't have to be as big an experience as you think. Even a whole lot of those little everyday experiences change us over time. Our body changes to reflect that in subtle ways. That makes it easier for us then to continue down that path, because now we have some memory and we have body function to support it. So if that change is toward being negative, toward being more fearful, the body will change to support that. And now you automatically secrete hormones and do other things that put you into that fear state, because you're developing your capacity to be fearful, you see, over time. So it's not just our thoughts. It's not that, I just have to think differently. You are what you are. You have to change everything from the bottom up, and that includes changing your body, which of course will take care of itself. As you change what's in your mind, what's in your body changes. One of the reasons why it's not just a quick thing to change your thinking and presto, you're healed. It takes a while. You have to keep working at it and working at it, because you really have to change your physical system with it. And that's not a quick change. So that's why these changes, in part, that's why these changes require dedication and work over time. But then the good news is that once you have changed, it would take a lot of work over time to regress. So your changes tend to be stable, whether they're positive or negative. Okay. So if the group you identify with, your culture's environment, is land-based or nature-based, and that's a big discriminator in cultures. The ones that are land-based and nature-based tend to be old cultures, because the people have lived on this land within these constraints for a very long time, like the indigenous Australians or the Maori or the Native Americans or the indigenous people we have all over. They've lived in the same land and in the same place under the same environments for a long, long, long time. Therefore, their culture is deeply embedded in their genetics, not just in their mindset, but in their genetics as well. Well, if your culture is land-based or nature-based, then that culture is going to be entirely different than if your environment is an industrialized big city. Completely different. Okay. A land or nature-based environment typically produces a deep culture that is not primarily self-focused. It encourages a bigger picture where each human sees himself as part of something larger, natural, interconnected whole, an interconnected web of life and responsibility to others and to the whole. And survival requires this. If your culture is a product of the land and of nature, you're not going to survive just out there by yourself. You have to cooperate. You have to care about others. You have to care about the tribe or whatever the unit's called, or you're not going to survive. So those kinds of cultures generally grow up to not be so self-focused. They see themselves as part of a whole. They see themselves as integrated with nature. They're not separate from nature. They're a part of nature. And that's their worldview. Okay? So that generates a deep culture of intra-tribal cooperation or other-centeredness, shared responsibility while living in harmony with the environment. However, there's no illusion that deep cultures centered on nature are populated only by higher than average quality of consciousness. Remember I said intra-culture. That means within their tribe, they're very open and sharing and caring. But some other tribe, as we know, indigenous people, tribe against tribe, spent a lot of their time warring with others that were also land and nature-based cultures. So at least it's a step up. At least at one social level, the wholeness and the togetherness and the sharing and being connected to nature is an advantage to these old cultures, the way they see. Well, let's take the opposite of that. An industrial big city environment typically produces a shallow culture that is primarily self-focused. It encourages a little picture viewpoint wherein each human sees himself as an independent agent in competition with others for scarce resources. His everyday life is disconnected from the big picture. He feels responsible only for himself and his dependents. The environment, eventually, as it grows longer, produces a shallow culture of everyone for himself. It's a self-centered, fear-based, arrogant individualism, pillaging the environment and each other for personal gain. It's more of a fear-based culture. That's what an industrialized culture, if you will, produces. That's what the Industrial Revolution has served up to us. Now, the indigenous people, and indigenous is defined in a dictionary as first people or original people. Well, just that name, first people, kind of carries with it the information that there are second people after the first people. Otherwise, you wouldn't want to specify them as first people if there weren't second people that are pretty dominant. Okay, indigenous people were, for the most part, displaced by a more dominant culture. Indigenous people's land is connected to their soul. They are connected. It defines them. It's the source of their culture, the foundation of their existence. It should be clear why driving such people off their ancestral land is so destructive to them, so disorienting, so confusing. It's like amputating a part of their soul. Makes them very vulnerable. And then we, from the industrialized culture, offer them the comparatively shallow, individualist culture of the industrialized city as a marvelous opportunity to better themselves. And then we have the arrogance to think that they should thank us for bringing them into our superior modern world. That's typically the way it plays out. That's typically what happens when a deep culture collides with a very shallow culture that is dominant. Okay, what we think is obvious in the little picture, they just can't process. Our values are hard for them to process. And what they think is obvious in their big picture values, we can't process. We see that as inconsequential. We don't see the value in it. Okay, so now we're defining a clash of cultures. Cultures evolve. Some cultures go extinct, while others thrive and become dominant. As always, those who can successfully adapt will survive. Trying to maintain things as they were in the past is not a viable option in the long term. It won't work. Change is the only certainty we have in life. Nothing else is certain but that whatever is now will change. Adapt or die is the ultimatum delivered by evolution. That's a pretty harsh ultimatum. Adapt or die. There are no exceptions. However, adaptations can be clever and creative. People can change. The land nature-based cultures have been moving toward extinction as large viable cultures. Hopefully they will strengthen their core values and remain as small viable big picture cultures, a living challenge and reminder, because without history, the journey to the future is without direction. The dominant culture desperately needs an example of living in a bigger picture, in harmony with each other and with the environment. So you see, we, the dominant culture, have a lot to learn from the viewpoint of these indigenous cultures. And the indigenous cultures, as they evolve more quickly in this time of great environmental change, have to adapt. They're going to have to change. And they're going to have to look at those things in their culture that are working, that are productive, and try to hang on to them. And those things that are dysfunctional, like all that warring that was going on, they need to let go of them and realize that the expressions of culture are not the culture. Hanging on to the expressions, the dress, the dance, the language, and so on, is not as important as hanging on to the roots, to what's at the core of their culture, which is a way of living. It's a way of defining a reality. Okay. The most valuable and fundamental thing within any culture is its spiritual core. For the old land and nature-based cultures, the land and the natural environment provide the forms, the symbols, and the challenges. They're the anvil against which the hammer of culture evolution worked. The spiritual core of a fully successful big picture culture is the culture's most significant product. The values, the love, the caring, cooperation, and harmony, the deep respect for all things. These are the core cultural values that need to be saved and cherished, passed on to those who desperately need them. And we of Western industrial cultures do desperately need some of those things. Okay, there is a saying that if you can't beat them, join them. It would be a great mistake and a great loss if the deep, big picture cultures simply joined the shallow, dominant cultures of the world. Perhaps a fatal loss for all of us. A more useful saying would be, if you're a part of a big picture culture, is that if you can't beat them, have them join you. Okay? Help them incorporate the spiritual core of your culture into their culture. Instead of you becoming more like them, help them to become more like you. By honing and then sharing high-quality core cultural values, by force of example, the very existence of successful nature-based cultures and other big picture cultures could help the rest of us find our way toward a large, viable, big picture culture for everybody. And we can see this afternoon, a little later, how this might come about. I'm going to give a bit of a pathway of how we can end up there. Okay. Actually, it's kind of an interesting story how we even ended up on this cultural tour around the world. And just out of the blue, Keith got an email from Kepa, a Maori chieftain, who said something like this: I've read My Big Toe, and what I'm reading there sounds an awful lot like my tribe's view of life, view of reality. There's a match there. And he wanted to know, when could we come to New Zealand so we could talk to his people? And the reason he wanted us to do that is for two reasons. One, he wanted to show his people that modern science was validating their beliefs, their ancient cultures. And he also wanted the larger world, those industrial cultures, to see that the indigenous cultures actually had some stuff of value in their heritage. It wasn't all just silly stuff that doesn't work. That there actually was some value there. So he wanted his own people to see the value, then he wanted everybody else to see that there was value too. So that's really what started this whole cultural connection tour of ours. Was a Maori chieftain who wanted us to come to New Zealand. And we said, well, if we're going to New Zealand, we got to go to Australia. Yeah, if we're going to Australia, there's no sense going back the way we came. We might as well just keep going west until we get home. So that's kind of really why I'm here, because of those things. Okay. Let's see. So, the concept of an MBT Cultural Connection Tour was born to speak to Kepa's initial objective, but to do so in a way that put the world's ancient wisdom into a useful context with both the modern science and technology of the coming information age and with the dominant culture of today, a culture that was generated by the now receding industrial age. A second underlying theme would be to stimulate a cross-cultural understanding and dialogue about the dramatic opportunities for fundamental change, for the awakening of spirit and assimilation of a big picture viewpoint that in our near future, near being maybe a decade or 2 or 3, in the near future, will be available to us. Yeah, that possibility is just ahead of us. It's not about some new age idea that, the age of the chicken or rooster or whatever we are, that we're all going to suddenly get a plus up in the quality of our consciousness, although that idea may have generated from this larger idea that I'm going to tell you about. But what we want to do is use the weight and credibility of accepted science to facilitate a giant step towards spiritual growth and big picture awareness. That's what's coming in the near future. Many of you heard me talk about that before. That's what's coming. And if we are aware of it, we can have a huge influence on it. Okay. It would mean a significant global increase in the quality of consciousness in the near future. A new attitude among the masses toward getting serious about evolving the quality of our shared experience on this planet. This is a unique opportunity, not a given, just an opportunity. If we don't reach out and grab it and do something with it, it could disappear or even turn ugly. So it has to be seized when it's right. And I'm believing that within the next decade or two, it's going to be ripe for the seizing, and that's the reason why I'm here. Okay, together, globally, we can make a big difference. Together, we can define the future and guide its arrival. Apart, we will most likely remain in the margins of our various individual cultures, waiting for change to come to us, or actively trying to advance our own regional or personal viewpoint to the world at large. That's kind of business as usual, the way we tend to act. Okay, apart and unaware, we will find ourselves behind the power curve of useful action, unable to take full advantage of this global opportunity. So all of the above gives some meaning and some urgency to this topic of consciousness and the cultural connection. Let me define what a big picture looks like. I say we need to gain a big picture viewpoint. A big picture, it's a deep understanding of the nature and mechanics of the larger reality, the source, all that is. It represents a fundamental being-level knowing of our purpose, of our existence, of love, of the core and significance of everything. The big picture provides explanations of how everything works. Physics and metaphysics, physical and non-physical, mind, body, normal, paranormal, objective, subjective, everything. Fear and love. A big picture is not only about an overarching theory of reality, but also about making good choices in everyday life, about personal spiritual growth, relationship, pain and happiness. It's about evolving the quality of one's consciousness and growing up to become one with the source. So I wasn't really surprised when Kepa told me that the My Big Toe that he read was indeed very similar to his ancient values, because the Maori were in a stage now where they're trying to recapture those values. The values were kind of dissipating and going away and being forgotten, and they're in a process of trying to save their culture. So they have been studying and working on bringing these values back up to the surface. So that didn't surprise me that he found that connection. I've heard that sort of thing over and over again. People will come up to me when I talk, and they'll say, "Tom, have you been studying Tibetan Buddhism?" And I'll say, "Well, not particularly. I know about it, but I haven't really studied it." And they say, "Well, I've been studying it for the last 20 years in a monastery, and what you're telling me is exactly like Zen Buddhism." But I've also heard that about Taoism, Gnosticism, Christian Gnosticism, Islamic Sufism, Jewish Kabbalah, multiple native North and South American tribal worldviews, shamanism, Zoroastrianism, idealism, Plato's idealism, and Kant's idealism too. And now can add parts of the Maori culture to that list. Okay. How is it that MBT can subsume and connect to all these various things from Zen Buddhism to shamanism, two very different viewpoints of the world? Because each of these ideas and philosophies express some fundamental truth. The connection between them and MBT occurs because each of these unique understandings can find credible scientific support within MBT's big picture. That's what the connection comes from. Okay. MBT is about larger consciousness system and all that's derived therefrom. And it turned out, it was a surprise to me, but it turns out that everything is derived therefrom. That wasn't my going in position. It's something I learned along the way. That if you understand consciousness, then you can understand how everything else works. You can see the value in the Maori tradition, and in the shaman's tradition, and in the Zen Buddhist tradition. All the major religions have truth at the core. They also have a lot of nonsense around the edges. But the core is often truth. The dogma, the rituals, creeds that one's supposed to memorize or whatever, that is not part of the core. The fundamental core of most religions is about love, is about caring, is about the big picture. That was a big surprise to me when, you can imagine this hard-headed physicist studies consciousness, and my attitude was that, religion was for the people who needed it. I put that, probably I felt a little stronger than that, but I won't mention that. So anyway, that was my attitude, but the more I learned, the more I grew up myself. I could see the core truth in almost everything. All of the isms seem to have some fundamental reality to them. And that was really a kind of an awakening for me. One of my aha moments was that it's not just all left brain logic, that there's big picture truth as well, and that's mostly right brain logic, seeing whole pictures, not necessarily having to have an intellectual trail how to get there. You don't need an intellectual trail to get there. I started life as a very right-brained individual. As a child, I saw big pictures. I didn't do logic very well. When I got in school and had to do math, I found it very difficult because my brain just didn't work at logical sequences very well. I found science very difficult, which is why I had to be a physicist. I had to go into science. I had to develop that part of me because I was extremely right-brained, and I needed to be left-brained to do the things I needed to do here. So I worked at it and worked at it and worked at it, and it was really, really hard, and I just didn't get it until eventually it got easy, and it got easier and easier and easier, and then I found that my intuitive sense could work, hand in hand, just together with that logical sense, and then that put me a step above people who only were left-brained working at it from a logical sense. So then things got easier for me than it did for the left-brained people who could only plug and chug their way to an answer where I had an intuitive side working along with it. So then the physics got simpler and simpler as I could understand it from a bigger picture viewpoint. I was always a kind of an oddball out in graduate school because I had to derive everything from first principles. If I couldn't start at the bottom and derive it, I couldn't get there. See, I had to understand it, not just plug and chug it. Doing the math wasn't so hard anymore, but that wasn't the thing. Math just says, and here's an answer. I want to know, why is that the answer? You see, not that it is the answer, okay, it is the answer, but why does that make sense? How does that answer make sense in the bigger picture of mathematics, of logic, of science? Why would it not be a different answer? Why is that the one that seems to fit the world? You see, that's a different question than just getting the answer. So it always took me 2 or 3 times longer to get the answer because I had to get more than just the answer. I had to get the why and the how of the answer and see it within a context of something bigger. Otherwise, it wasn't important. It didn't seem to be useful. So I was slow. I was really slow. But eventually I got there anyway. So when you understand consciousness, you do understand everything else. But you can only understand consciousness when you experience consciousness. Again, it's not just like the math. It's not just getting an answer. You have to understand it through experience. You have to be able to attach it to your whole life and attach it to everything else. Then's when you understand consciousness. Then I found out that after I had written these books, I actually wrote the My Big Toe books to be books about consciousness. It was a theory of consciousness. But then after I'd written them, and actually even after I'd published them, I knew that physics was in there somewhere because it had to be, because I knew consciousness was the source. but I didn't know exactly how it was going to be in there. But a couple of years after I published them, I got a little jog in my memory. Somebody told me something. I think it was Ted from the forum. He said something that on the face of it was totally unrelated, but it just flipped a little switch in my head. And suddenly I saw quantum mechanics falling right out of consciousness. And then a few weeks later I said, well, that's interesting. What else will fall out? And then relativity fell out of consciousness. And then I started looking through physics, all the things that physicists don't understand. They're called paradoxes. And there's a lot of them. It's a lot of them. Physicists don't tell you that, but there's many, many, many paradoxes that just, this doesn't make sense. It is how it is. Our experiments say that it's like this, and we can make equations that describe it, but it's just a paradox. There's no reason for why it has to be that way. It just is. And I found out that I could come up with good, reasonable explanations for all those paradoxes. They all made sense if you start with consciousness. Everything falls into place. So that gave me a warm feeling that I really was onto something that was working, because it worked. It was better physics as well as better theology, better psychology, you know. It worked on everything. So there's a long list of probably 20 or 30 scientific paradoxes that are, I won't bore you with the long list, but there's a long list of these things that now just make sense. The most significant, I guess, of those for most physicists is quantum mechanics itself. Quantum mechanics is described by quantum mechanics theorists as weird science. Science that just doesn't make sense. There's no reason why it would, reality should work the way it works. In fact, we knew this almost 100 years ago, like 88, 89 years ago. We understood that our idea of reality as a materialist reality was wrong. But we didn't know what to replace it with. And the original scientists who came up with quantum theory back in the early 1900s were just thrilled that they'd found the next big thing in science. It's going to be bigger than anything else. But a couple of decades later, after banging their head against the wall and not having any idea how to describe the bigger picture from which quantum mechanics was coming, they kind of gave up. And then another couple of decades after that, they were saying things like, nobody will ever know. This is one of those things where we human beings will never understand this. It's not understandable. And once you have that attitude, you quit looking. So for the last 50 years, nobody's really been looking to see how it works, because they know that it's impossible. Einstein spent the last 20 years of his career trying to come up with a bigger picture that would explain these mysteries, and he failed. And Einstein didn't have to publish. He already was a star. He could do whatever he wanted in his career, and that was okay. Most physicists have to keep cranking out papers. So Einstein could spend 20 years and not crank out a single paper with a solution, and he was all right. But most physicists can't do that. If they don't crank out papers, then their career starts to disappear on them. So the whole idea was just left. Unsolvable. Okay, but because MBT is science and logic, it's inclusive. See, logic is inclusive. Yes, even right-brained people can be logical. We call them airheads sometimes, but they really can just get there without all the unnecessary logical process. So atheists and theists can both see MBT as a good choice. The atheists say, I knew it all along. There is no God. There's just a larger consciousness system that's the source of everything. You see? And the theist can say, I knew it all along. See? God is the larger consciousness system. So it doesn't matter where you stand in that argument. See, the larger conscious system is a natural system. It's finite, it's imperfect, but it is the source of everything. And it does have awareness. It's very intelligent, and it cares. And I once had a a video that's on YouTube now, where it was in Atlanta, and it was hosted in a Unity church, and I had two theologians up on the stage with me, and I asked them, I said, what are the attributes of God? Being theologians, I figured they should know that better than anybody, right? They spent years and years studying just probably that question. And they thought about it, and they listed probably 5, 6, 7, 10 things out that were the fundamental attributes of God. And then I went through all of those, and every one was an attribute of the larger consciousness system. But being a Unity church, they were not too much into dogma, that sort of thing. They just, what does that concept mean? So you see, for a lot of people, that's a one-to-one connection. But it's a natural system. It's finite. It's not done. It's still evolving, as are we, a part of it. And we're just a part of that system. So for the naturalist that just wants things to be the way they are, a natural thing, not supernatural, just a natural system, not a supernatural system at all. So everybody gets to nod their head and say, okay, I can buy into that. That's good. So there are many ways to come to reality, many ways to come to truth. There are probably 10,000 paths to the truth, but there's just one truth. And all those thousands of ways to get to that truth are all valid. It's not like this is the way or that is the way. All ways get you to the same point eventually. Okay? Now, most people intuit whatever big truth they possess. Rather than process it intellectually, they intuit it. Okay? However, my big toe kind of singularly reaches out to the left brain people among us and gives the left brain people an on-ramp, if you will, to the bigger picture. Right brain people have on-ramps to the bigger picture, everywhere. Just walk in your bookstore, look for philosophy, look for religion, whatever. There's hundreds of books sitting there, and that's your on-ramp to the bigger picture if you're right brain. A left brainer looks at those books, gets to about page 3 and says, nah, prove it. Yeah, that doesn't make sense, and they throw it out. They can't go there. They can't go down that path. So the MBT lays out a logical trail so that now the left brainers can get there. And that's good for us as a culture, because it's the left brainers, the doctors, lawyers, and Indian chiefs, right? The engineers, the scientists, the lawyers, all of those people are left brain people who work with logical process, and they're the ones that make the laws. They're the ones that, tell the rest of us what to do and how to do it for the most part. And if we can get those people to find their way to a bigger picture, then things will change a lot more quickly than just the right brainers say, no, this is a better way. The left brainers going, that's nonsense. Prove it. You see? So that's an important thing. How many people do we have in here who are kind of new to this? Just kind of come in and wanted to find out what it was all about and don't really have a lot of background? Do we have many people like that? 2, 3, not very many. And how many of you have been watching videos and reading books and in this for a long time? Wow, okay, so I'm pretty much preaching to the choir up here then. Okay. Well, at least for the couple that are new to it, I've used this. Huh? Yeah. I've been using this MBT acronym a lot, and people who are not used to that, I should tell you a little bit what that means. That's My Big Toe, an acronym for My Big Toe. My Big Toe was the name of the books that I wrote, and I called them My Big Toe because I thought it was a catchy name that people would notice, but there's a reason for it. The toe, of course, is an acronym for theory of everything. That's something that Einstein worked on, as I said, and failed to get. Einstein wanted to work on it because he was really working on a little toe, not a big toe. He wanted to unify quantum mechanics with relativity. In his day, the two brand new sciences that seemed to cover everything except relativity had one of its fundamental assumptions that denied one of the fundamental assumptions in quantum mechanics. And quantum mechanics, one of its fundamental assumptions that it worked on, was completely opposite and denied one of the assumptions in relativity. So see, each one of those kind of, by their assumptions, called the other one wrong. Yet they both worked marvelously well in the areas where they worked. They just didn't seem to ever work together very well. They still don't work together very well. But he wanted to unite them, because when you have two things like that, and each one, here's these assumptions, and here's these assumptions, and those assumptions are just incompatible. You know there's something bigger from which you can derive both of those. You see, neither one of those can be fundamental. You know that already. So he wanted to find this bigger thing from which you could derive both quantum mechanics and relativity, and that was going to be the big theory of everything. You know, there's going to be a theory of everything. But that was just everything physics, everything physical. So that's why the toe is in my big toe. And the big is because this theory is about everything, physical and non-physical. Not only the objective, but the subjective as well. It covers everything. That's what makes it a big toe instead of a little toe. And then it's mine, not because I'm so proud of it. It's mine because if it's not your experience, it can't be your truth. And I tell people this: don't believe a word I tell you. Please don't believe anything I say. But don't disbelieve it either. Just hold it as a possibility until you get your own experience to determine how right it is, what part of it's right, what part of it's wrong, or whatever. You have to go forward in your growth based on your own experience. So listening to what I say and believing it won't help you learn it, won't help you have that information. It won't be yours. It'll just be a belief. And it turns out belief is the problem. Belief is not a good thing. Belief is what traps us. As soon as we believe something, then we throw away any information that conflicts with that belief. So belief is a trap. If you believe what I say rather than know it from your own experience, that's a trap. If you read Bob Monroe's book about journeys out of the body, and you believe that his experience is the real one, and if you don't have his experience, you haven't done it right, that's a trap. You see? So you have to not believe anything. Now, what do you do when you don't believe anything? How do you work? You work with open-minded skepticism. You have to be open to everything. There's nothing you shut out. That sounds scary, right? There's nothing you shut out, but you have to be skeptical of everything. Which means most of what happens in your life and most of where you are and what you're doing falls in the range of being uncertain, which means you have to be able to live gracefully with uncertainty. So if you're an open-minded skeptic, then everything is possible, but you're skeptical that any of it is right. So now you just live on probability. Oh, I give this a 40% chance of being right. Okay. Or I give this a 99.999 chance of being right. Okay. But there should be very, very few things ever that you give a 1 or a 0 for the probability. Very few things in your life should have that. Always have to be open to new information, a new perspective, new data. So, a little digression for the 2 or 3 of you who are new, who may be wondering what MBT was. This big picture I'm talking about that I define has been available for a long time. That's why you see it all over the place. That's why you see it among the shaman and among the world's religions and all over. The Buddha, about 2,500 years ago, said that this reality was an illusion. And I come to the conclusion it's a virtual reality. I also come to the conclusion that an illusion and a virtual reality are the same thing. That Buddha was saying the very same thing. So how is it that 2,500 years ago people could have this all figured out, and most of us today still don't have a clue? That's because it's always been available to consciousness. You are consciousness. And exploration of the larger conscious system is your birthright as consciousness. And it's always been that way. So it's always been people who got to know their consciousness, explored that consciousness system, understood how it worked, and came back and told others about it. It's always been available. And it's available to each of you, just like it's been there. So we have little bits of, I'll sometimes call them bubbles of enlightenment that have been bubbling up everywhere, every continent, every place for millennia. Thousands of years, people have gotten it, but they've always been isolated bubbles. Okay, now what we talk a little bit about our culture, what we now call Western culture, and we call it that because it originally was a derivative of Western Europe, is a relative newcomer as cultures go. It coalesced in many parts of the world during the Industrial Revolution. Okay. It's based on control, power, and economic production. Its focus was on the outside world, the little picture world of fear, ego, and belief of want, need, scarcity, and profit. That's the fundamental stuff of the Industrial Revolution. Okay. However, it produced a cornucopia of useful machines and gadgets, wonderful things that we wouldn't want to have to live without. Material progress and money mattered, while big picture characteristics like humility, unconditional love, morality, ethics, caring, compassion, and cooperation took a backseat to profits. And the individual as well as collective desires for power and for control. So this is kind of the natural outcome of the Industrial Revolution. We call it Western culture, but it's world culture now. That Industrial Revolution didn't stay put in Western Europe. It produced so many nice things, raised standards of living in the material sense, lowered our ability to see big pictures, but it spread. So that's more world culture now rather than Western culture. Okay, the indigenous, spiritual, or big picture understanding that had been rooted in Europe and the Americas, Australia and New Zealand, was generally disregarded by the Europeans and eventually pushed into the margins of the larger society. Although the West's materialistic and militaristic intrusions into Africa, India, and Asia were less culturally intrusive in the long run, life was never quite the same anywhere after material progress and goods became more essential to one's life than understanding and being an integral part of the big picture. So it was everywhere. Yeah. Materialism, what is that? Materialism is kind of one of the core values of this Western culture, this world culture now. Remember what we started with in the beginning, we're talking about cultures. So we are part of this Industrial Revolution culture that's generated, and because of that, we are the way we are. We have the attitudes and the mindsets and the feelings that we do because we see ourselves as part of this culture. See, so that's part of us. And materialism is one of the fundamentals of a industrial culture. It's all about the material world, manipulating the material world. Materialism can be defined in science as with an operational definition for what is significant, what is important, and what is real. Okay, that operational definition goes like this: if you can measure it, it's real. If you can't measure it, it's either not real or it's irrelevant. It's just that simple. If you can measure it, it's real. In other words, it's an operational definition because you perform an operation on it, which is the measurement. If you can perform some kind of interaction with it, you say, then it's real. Well, and that, of course, that's defined as a material interaction with it. It's real. That's the fundamental definition of materialism. And if you can't measure it, if it's unmeasurable, you can't measure it, it's all in your head. It's an illusion, a belief, undefinable, undependable, opinion, not fact. Those are the things you can't measure. Okay. So Western materialism, which is now materialism of the industrial age, backed by the power of its material inventions and dynamic economies, quickly spread its little picture existence all over the world. In the last 3 centuries, materialism has greatly reduced big picture thinking, big picture knowing, and big picture living from the everyday experience of most people. Only a thin, mostly intellectual layer of belief and tradition now meet the average person's need for deeper meaning to existence. Thus it came to pass that a shallowly rooted, ubiquitous modern culture of doing that is centered within the little picture's individual material wants and needs and focused on the ego's desire for control and power eventually dominated and later marginalized many ancient cultures of being that were centered in the big picture of all that is and were focused on the relationship between nature, the source, and the self. Without deep roots providing a bigger picture of reality, the energetic and sometimes arrogant doers and makers of the Industrial Revolution vigorously breathed new life into the self-centered religion of materialism. And during the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries, a newly arisen class of scientists became its high priests. Most everyone who could jumped on the industrialism bandwagon to share in its material bounty. Today, I think it's safe to say that materialism has more committed fundamentalist believers than all the world's religions put together. Materialism is dedicated to the belief that the little material picture is the only picture there is. All notions of a bigger picture, that there is more to reality than material process, are dismissed as gullibility and delusion fed by ignorance. Okay. That's our culture. Okay. And if you want to have some idea of where beliefs such as those will take you, just turn on the news tonight and take a look. That will tell you exactly where such beliefs will take you. That's where they've taken us. Okay, now, to significantly change what you're likely to see on the news, we individually and collectively must grow up. That means we must acquire a big picture understanding, let go of fear and ego and belief, improve the quality of our consciousness, grow spiritually, and this growth and change, understanding must be at the being level, not at the intellectual level. Now, what's the difference between being level and intellectual level? Intellectual level is basically what we tell ourselves. Okay, it's our story. It's mostly, for many of us, it's our reality. We live out of our heads. The being level is who we really are. That's what we are at our core. That's the core of us. You know, we have this idea that we have a intellectual level and we have a subconscious level. The subconscious level is beneath that intellect. Well, the only reason we have a subconscious is because we have fear. What's in your subconscious is that stuff you really don't want to deal with. Okay, your basic things, your instincts are all down there. You know, the food, the hunger, the sex, all of that is down there. And a lot of fear is down there. And that subconscious is a place that reaches up and grabs us sometimes. And we end up doing things and we wonder why. Why did I get so angry? Why did I just fly off the handle? Why do I feel like I just need to cry, you know? What is pushing me here? Oh, it's the subconscious. It's just deep things. It's your fear. That's defining you that way. Okay. We tend to be dominated by our beliefs and our fear. To make good choices, you have to first see the possibilities and the oneness that connects all of us. And then you have to live a life that expresses that bigger, more profound understanding. Just being aware of it and seeing it and thinking about it isn't enough. You have to live it. You have to be it. With this understanding, we humans need to begin building a newly invigorated cultural base at the level of human culture that reflects our connection and our oneness within the bigger picture of all humanity. That is, that reflects our common heritage and common purpose as individuated units of consciousness. Okay, so now I've kind of worked this cultural angle a lot, but perhaps now you'll see why we call this the Cultural Connection Tour. Hopefully by the day's end, I'm going to offer you a completely inclusive view of a big picture that could help all of us manage just that. To find a big picture and to express it and be it at our being level, at the core of us, to live it. Okay. The big picture will help all of us manage the cultural change that is about to overtake us in the near future. And to succeed, that is, to avoid diverging into parochial, self-focused chaos of competing little picture subcultures, we will need to be connected in a fundamental way across most of our planet's major cultures. Well, somebody has to start somewhere, right? So here we are today. We're the start. Okay, the core of my talk and kind of the purpose of my talk today is to encourage people to become more aware of this bigger picture oneness within the context of a most singular opportunity to significantly alter the course of human evolution that we're going to have shortly. This is an opportunity that has been, what now, 500,000 years in the making. It's been building for that long. Okay. And the change, of course, is brewing and being fed right now and being brought up to the surface mostly by the scientists, the materialists. The last place you'd look for a big picture culture. They are at the core of this now. They're stirring the pot. They're enabling the coming change to occur on a massive global scale. This is the change that all of us together need to manage wisely. They don't really know the change that they're about to unleash on the world. I think if they were, they would run the other way as fast as they could. They don't realize that. And that's probably good for us that they don't realize the change that they're about to let loose. Okay, so the change that's coming is that the scientists are being drugged, kicking and screaming, to the conclusion that our reality is information-based. That's what their experiments tell them. They've given up on electrons being chunks of mass with charge. Now they see electrons as points with attributes of mass and charge, just the way you would simulate an electron. You'd simulate it as a point with attributes of mass and charge. They understand that reality is information. They're not happy with that. That's not where they'd like to go, but that's where they're going. When you see reality as information, it is just logic, which is why they're headed this direction. It's just logic that this then is a virtual reality. Virtual reality means a computed reality, means a reality based on information. Those are all really the same thing. So today, in 2017, probably 30% of all the physicists in the world think virtual reality is a good idea. 10 years ago, not even 1% would have thought it was a contender, ever. So change is happening very quickly. Virtual reality is being accepted because that's what the experiments are telling them. But they, again, don't know what to do with that. See? So they're not going to really do anything with that, but the rest of us will. Because when the physicists get to the point that they say, yep, we know it for sure, this is the way reality is, it's a virtual reality, it's computed. And then they'll think that's enough, and they'll like to go on with their experiments. But when everybody else in the world hears this is a virtual reality and it's computed, they'll say, computed by who? Computed where? You see? That will be an inescapable logical step. And they will be that will create kind of a vacuum in understanding computed by who and computed where. Suddenly there'll be this big worldwide, because now we have the internet, right? We have the internet, so these ideas now travel to the whole world in days, in hours, instead of being isolated. I talked before about these bubbles of enlightenment that's been with us for millennia. Well, they've all been in the margins. They stay in the margins. They've never gotten into the mainstream. They've always been isolated. They've always fought with each other, sort of like the indigenous tribes, right? They all fought with each other. They were all about enlightenment and love and their own little thing, but then, we're right and they're wrong, so they didn't get along all that much. They didn't cooperate. They fought and kind of said mean things about each other. But they were there, have been everywhere, all over this planet. There's been these bubbles of enlightenment. And now science has delivered to us an internet that can collect them. But first they have to see a bigger picture. Yes, they have part of a bigger picture, but they need to see yet another bigger picture where they're all connected, where the fundamentals are all similar between them, and that the details really don't matter. Those are the expressions. That's not the core. That's not the center. Okay, so we have bubbles of enlightenment everywhere who now can become integrated, now can be aware of each other, now have a chance of cooperating. And if you add all that together, all the people that have some intuitive sense that there is a bigger reality than just this physical world, you have a very large number of people. That's not a minority anymore. You've got a large number of people. And those people are all going to be saying, programmed by who? Programmed where? Once the scientists kick over the first domino that says, indeed, this is a virtual reality. Our reality is information-based. So you see where we're going? We're going to have a big change here, a big paradigm shift, a huge paradigm shift, potentially. Somebody last week asked, well, just how big will it be? Will it be as big as Copernicus, finding out that we weren't the center, of our solar system? Will it be as big as Newton and quantum mechanics and all that? My answer to that is that take all of those big paradigm shifts, add them together, multiply by 10, and this one's going to be much bigger than that. Because even then, you had isolated bubbles. Okay, Newton's work was revolutionary. We understood how planets moved and where we were in relation to the rest of the cosmos, and that we weren't the center of the universe. That was a big one. That the Earth was round. That was a big one. But all of these things existed for hundreds of years before the average person even knew that they were there, right? The Greeks knew that they lived on a round globe 200 years before, that was widely accepted. So it took 200 years just for that idea to percolate up and for people to have enough information that they could say, that seems to be the way it is. You say, well, it's not going to take 200 years this time. We've got an internet, and it's not even going to take 200 days. It's going to take about a week or two. It's going to take maybe, it might take a year or two before it all settles in. But once the scientists claim, the scientists, after all, are our high priests of industrial culture, Western culture. They're the ones that tell us what's right, what to believe. They say it has to be true. and that's suddenly true, that means there is some other thing outside of us that is our cause. We're not fundamental. We're not the superset. We're a subset. We're created someplace else. See? Oh, there is a creator. It's the one running the server, right, that computes this reality. This is a virtual reality. Well, you can see where that will leave the masses of people who have this deep yearning for something bigger than just this world that we live in. They're going to latch onto that very quickly. There's going to be a demand to understand who's the programmer and where's the programmer live. Okay, we're getting close to a break, so let me just wind this up. I'm getting the break sign from the back. I'll try to wind this up and then we'll go take a break. So what we have now is kind of a new domino theory, if you will, and that is the scientists say this is a virtual reality. That knocks over the first domino. That's going to hit the second domino, which is the second big paradigm shift, is going to be that consciousness is the computer. And that's an obvious step, because if this is a virtual reality, then virtual realities have a couple of components that are necessary. It's part of being a virtual reality. They have players and they have computer. You have to have a computer that creates it, but there has to be some purpose for creating it. Things just don't create themselves because they do. There's a purpose for a simulation to be created. So there's also players, which defines the purpose of the simulation, so the players can interact. So in that case, we see ourselves as players. We're consciousness, not bodies. See, we're starting to get weird already, right? I mean, and the scientists just say this. We see these other dominoes are going on, that we are the players. We're consciousness. This virtual reality is a game. We're the avatar. Our bodies are the avatar. Our consciousness is the player. Okay, now, all of that has to be outside of this, because a simulation can't simulate itself. So if you're an elf in World of Warcraft and you're looking around under all the rocks and trees in the World of Warcraft, you'll never find the server that's serving it. The computer that's serving the World of Warcraft can't exist inside of the reality that it's creating, right? It has to exist outside in some other reality. So that means that the computer here exists in some other reality. And the player that's playing it has to also exist out in the same reality the computer's in, because the player and the computer are sharing information. And that reality has to be non-physical to the computed reality. So if you're an elf in World of Warcraft, the player, which is the human sitting at the desktop computer, and the server that's serving up the game have to be in another reality frame that's non-physical to the elf and the World of Warcraft reality frame. Simple logic, very simple logic. So once you say it's a virtual reality, you see there's these other logical consequences of that will manifest themselves pretty quickly. Now the good news is that will kind of push everybody in a very short period of time into a transition to a bigger picture. That says science, the high priests say, there is this non-physical space that is our superset, of which we are a derivative. Suddenly the picture's bigger. It's not just this material world anymore. Now that you have a bigger picture, what are you going to fill that picture up with? What are you going to paint? There is this bigger picture. And the bad news would be if we get into then that digresses into a my God's a better programmer than your God. And if we digress into that, then we're back to, the religious wars of, 5 centuries ago. That would not be a happy place for it to go. But if there are enough people, like you folks, with a bigger picture, who say, no, nonsense. We don't have to go there. It's not about who's God's a better programmer, because it wasn't programmed to begin with. This virtual reality evolved. There isn't a programmer. It just evolved. But there is a larger consciousness system who started with initial conditions and a rule set, hit the run button, and our physical universe has been evolving ever since. No programmer, just an evolved space. And of course, we can point to various universities where they're doing just that, where they're letting worlds evolve. So that's the big thing I've been talking about that's going to happen. Suddenly everybody is going to be given a bigger picture. And hopefully this bigger picture will turn into consciousness is the computer. Our bodies are the avatars, our consciousness are the players, and there's a purpose for it all, which I'll then talk about after the break. The purpose is to become love, which can be talked about in terms of lowering entropy in an information system. That equates to love. So once you get all of those, now your big picture's complete, right? We've got the bigger existence, and we've got love is the point of it all. And if that then, instead of my God's a better programmer than your God, takes place, we will all live in a very different place over maybe just a few decades. That'll make a big difference, huge difference. Maybe just a few decades, 20, 30, 40, 50 years could make a huge difference in the way we interact with each other. Okay. So hopefully now you see the connection between culture, the culture we're in, the attributes that our culture has, our post-industrial revolution culture, and see that is how that affects you and where we're going in the near future. So if you kind of take all of that into consideration, then hopefully it will give you some idea of what it is you need to do next. What's your part in this? And it's not that we're too small individually to have a part in this. We are not such a small group. It's not hard to find people that are kind of fed up with the way things are, that don't like what they see on the news every night. I mean, almost everybody feels that way, right? It's not like we're looking for the few rebels who, want to change the world. It's not that way. We're looking at the great majority of people who would like to change the world. The great majority of the people who feel that something must be more important than just how much money you can make and how well you can keep it and your status relative to somebody else's. We've had enough of that there's lots of people ready for a big picture. So when the big picture opportunity comes, when science kind of throws that big picture out to us, and everybody suddenly sees themselves because the high priests of science have told them, yea, verily it is true, we are just a subset, and there is this non-physical superset that is more significant than we are, or is the kind of the source, then a lot's going to happen quickly after that. And whether that comes to good quickly or whether it takes another century to come to good, that's up to us. We can make that change. If there's enough of us who have a bigger picture and see how it all fits together without going into some sort of divisive struggle over now who's going to have the control and power. You see, that's the old way of looking at things. So that's why it's important. That's why it's important for me to travel around the various places and sow seeds of this information, put it out on YouTube or whatever, because if enough people get that, and they can today, this video, or one very similar to it that will be given in some other location, but this information will be out on YouTube not that long after this cultural tour is over. And instead of the several hundreds of people that I will have talked to, there will be tens of thousands, and then within 6 months, hundreds of thousands, and within a year, 1 million people who will have access to this information. So that's part of it. But the other part of it is is that as you change yourself, as you become more aware of the bigger picture that we need to have, as you grow up, then you will pull other people up with you. It's just the opposite of that mob. You will pull people up with you as you gain understanding. So even if there's a small group of us to begin with, in the tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, that's a lot. That's enough to feed the process. That's enough people understanding to make this thing go. So that's really what it's all about. So we're in this thing together. It's you folks, it's me, it's all of us that kind of get this, trying to grow ourselves up to become love. And I did a very short answer a short description of that. But love is the natural result of a consciousness system. The consciousness system is an information system. An information system is both us as consciousness and the computer. It's all part of the same system. We as consciousness are pieces of that larger consciousness system, which is an information system. We're all part of the whole. Love comes into it because an information system evolves by lowering its entropy. Entropy is a measure of disorder. So as we grow up, what we're doing is lowering the entropy of our consciousness. As we lower that entropy, the system lowers its entropy. We players here in this virtual reality, our job is to lower our entropy. Why? Because a system, if you get too much, if a information system gains too much entropy, it has nothing but random bits. There's no information. Information is ordering the bits to mean something. Okay? So an information system only succeeds, only evolves and exists because it's capable of lowering its entropy. More information, more meaning, more significance. Well, what is it that lowers entropy and what is it that raises entropy? Entropy is a measure of disorder. Okay, so things that cause more disorder, things that cause more contention, more pulling apart, more disintegration, those are the things that raise entropy. Things that cause cooperation, caring, working together, those are the things that lower entropy. So in a social system, which this information is, it's all these individuated units of consciousness, that's us, interacting in this virtual reality trainer. We are the larger conscious system strategy for survival, strategy for evolving. As we evolve, it evolves. We're on the fast track here, evolving quickly in this system with feedback. That's why we're playing this game. Same reason people play World of Warcraft or The Sims. It's because you get better at it when you play the game. If you don't play this game, you don't get better at it. And the name of the game is choice, making choices. And as we make choices, we're exercising our free will. It's a free will choice. You can't have consciousness without free will. You can't have free will without a conscience. Those two are logically necessary for each other. So we're here making choices, and by the choices we make, the system either evolves or de-evolves. We make choices based on other, based on love, based on caring, the system evolves. If we make choices based on fear, then the system de-evolves. That's a simple thing to understand if you think about a social system. We'll start with two social systems, equal resources, equal number of people at equal levels of maturity, equal levels of consciousness quality, if you will. So here's one of them, and this will be our social system that's based on love. Love is about other. Okay? Love is not about self. Love is about other. What can I do for you? How can I help? How can I contribute? You see, that's love. It cares for someone else other than self. Okay? In that system, with fixed resources and fixed people, how will that system evolve? Well, you can imagine quickly that it will optimally evolve because everyone in that system wants to help everyone else in that system. And they're not going to just trip over each other, trying to help each other out, but they're going to cooperate. They're going to work together. Whatever you're good at, that's what you'll do. Whatever turns you on and excites you, that's what you'll do. Whatever makes you enthusiastic, that's what you'll do. So in that system, you have more choice, more freedom. Now we have the other system, and that's based on fear. When you have a system based on fear, there is no trust. There is very little cooperation. It's all about each person trying to get the most they can and keep it. That's a fear-based system. Then eventually you will find a little cooperation when these fearful people get together to band together for more protection, because some of them together will now be able to go take stuff from the ones that are just single. You see, 10 people together can go run roughshod over individuals. So that will work for a while, and then those individuals, they'll need to gang up into a group so that they have protection from each other, and these groups will get bigger, and there'll be more groups, and then the groups will have wars with each other, and eventually it ends up just like the world we live in. It's based on fear. It's all about control. It's all about power. It's what you can get, how you can keep it. But even within those groups, nobody really trusts each other. Those groups only work together for a while until somebody would rather have the more powerful position, and then they knock off that guy, and then they take that, and somebody knocks off them, and it's constantly turning over, constant struggle. You build something up because you have good ideas. Other people will tear it down because you have it and they don't. And they'd like to have it. So in this fear-based system, it goes nowhere. It's just this constant turmoil. We live it. We understand that one, right? That's what we live in. It's really hard to get ahead. It's when getting ahead is really that's what your focus is. It makes it difficult, everybody trying to get ahead. On this system, everybody's trying to help each other out. Well, if you are in this system and what you'd really like to do is do this, then I want to try to help you be able to do that. And if what I really want to do is that, you'll be trying to help me to be able to do that. So we will optimize, you see. So that's why once you understand that consciousness is in a computer and that the players are consciousness, the computer is another subset of that consciousness, they're talking together, you realize that this virtual reality is a trainer for reducing entropy. Just like pilots get into flight trainers before they ever get behind a $500,000 airplane, and control it. They do it all in simulators. Well, here we are in a simulator called our physical universe, and it's about us making choices. And you make good choices toward love, you evolve. You make poor choices toward fear, you de-evolve. This is the fast track. The simulator's the fast track. Everybody doesn't go to flight simulators. Only pilots do that. They have to work their way up to a point, take a lot of classes, do a lot of flying little planes and so on. So they get that point where they get in the simulator for the big, jumbo plane or the jet fighter or whatever else is big and difficult. It takes a lot of experience. So we're in a trainer. The consciousness that's not in a trainer ends up being like in a big chat room. Consciousness trade information. That's what consciousness does. It's an information system. So individual units of consciousness talk to each other. Well, that's like a big chat room. A big chat room with no rules doesn't have a lot of traction. There's not a lot of learning goes on there. There's very little feedback. There's very little consequences. You can say whatever you want to say, wherever you want to say it, but you just say it and it's gone. And then sometimes maybe some things will come back. And there can be little relationships in a chat room, but you're never really sure of anything. And it's a very slow path to lowering your entropy. You get in a virtual reality like this with a strong rule set, everything you do affects somebody else. So if the things you do are caring, you affect everybody else positively. If the things you do are self-centered, you affect everybody else negatively. And you get this feedback all the time. So this is the fast track. We are players We are individual units of consciousness who are in school, and our job is to evolve the quality of our consciousness, lower our entropy, become love. That's what we're all about. And that's what we're hoping will happen once the idea of a bigger picture lands square in the middle of our industrial revolution culture. You see, we're going to move from the industrial age into the information age. And we're in the middle of that transition. And for the first time in the history of humanity, we've got all the pieces we need to succeed in that evolution. So we have just been working on getting ourselves ready, like those pilots flying Piper Cubs before they fly, big aircraft. We've been working all of our evolution since human feet touched the soil on this planet to get to this moment, to get to where we are now. Well, we may not be exactly there yet. It may be a decade or 5 decades, but in looking at the timeline in the history of humanity, a few decades is like an eye blink. We are really right on the cusp of having a great opportunity to grow up. And science now has given us the tools to do that. And besides giving us the tools to communicate with each other and kind of act more as one and together and pull all these isolated bubbles of enlightenment kind of together at a higher level, besides giving us the tools to do that, they're going to kick this ball, get it out of its rut and rolling. And all we have to do is guide it to a good ending. Try to guide it with our own lights. Because as we grow up, we help everybody grow up around us. So that's really what it's about. And that's kind of my main message here to people, is that take this seriously. It's the first chance we've had in I don't know how many 100,000 years since we've been walking around here. Depending where you make the mark on the timeline, where humans were humans, could be anywhere from about 1 million years to 500,000 or something years. But anyway, this is the first opportunity that we've had to do this together, as opposed to just little groups of a dozen people here or 100 people there in the margins. So this is a big event for humanity in general. Big opportunity that's coming and going. So now science has kind of taken this whole thing full circle. Science, the beloved creator of wondrous technology, worshipped and revered by the high priests of materialism, is on the verge of substantiating and understanding the nature of consciousness, which is the fundamental source of both the material and spiritual content, as well as the creator of the big picture. So Ray for science, right? In another, more poetical metaphor, we could put it this way. The very clever but myopic snake of science has begun to swallow its own tail. When it has swallowed itself completely, it will be transformed into a more complete and effective science. And so will we, the people, be transformed into a more complete and effective people. No one will be untouched by what is inevitably coming in the future. Now, I said inevitably because this is evolution. Change is inevitable. Us growing up is inevitable. Eventually, we will grow up to become love. But whether that's in 100 years or another 2 or 3 millennia or longer than that, no one knows. But we do know that this is our first opportunity as a race to take that step. Never had that opportunity before. Okay, so it's our first shot at it. We may or may not get it on our first shot, but it's our first shot at it, and let's try to get it, because it certainly would be a happier place if we get to there sooner rather than later. Now, we've said a lot of kind of mean things about our culture, being shallow and, having all this fear and stuff in it. But without going through the Industrial Revolution, with all of the exploitive dysfunction it created in the minds, hearts, and souls of men and women, we could not have arrived at the information revolution and the potential it has to heal that dysfunction and to take us to places not yet dreamed of. So, in hindsight, we can see that it was logically necessary for the whole planet to persevere through a period of human self-centered fear, greed, and arrogance before we could acquire the understanding and the tools necessary to someday build a kinder, gentler, global society based on love. We are now in the middle and approaching the end game of that transition. What a marvelous time to be alive, right? What a marvelous time to be here. Isn't it interesting how we as a species and we as individuals often have the similar experiences? We as individuals often have to get to what they call this, the kind of the bottom of the barrel, right? We get to the dark night of the soul. We kind of have to walk through that valley of the shadow of death, before we're able or ready to mature to the next level. Because pain, for the most of us, is the best teacher. If you're full of fear, the thing that gets your attention quicker than anything is pain. Pain is often the only teacher that can punch through our fear to get our attention to focus on the fact that something is terribly, terribly wrong with the quality of our choices. So, the Industrial Revolution, for all of the pain and misery that it has caused us with our dedication to materialism and to self-centeredness, it's now also the solution to that pain, and we couldn't have gotten to the solution without the pain. So you see, this shallow culture now, as it has reached out and engulfed all the other cultures, basically taken over the whole planet, now it's ready to grow up and then spread that bigger picture it's about to get all the way around. So that's the thought. That's the big idea. So coming full circle, science is in the process of creating the antidote to the dystopia it helped to create with its total rejection of the big picture and its total belief in little picture materialism. And I guess when it comes to science, I'm a scientist, and some of you out there are scientists too. The one really good thing about science is that if you give it enough time, eventually it will take that microscope or magnifying glass, a metaphor, on itself and see its own shortcomings and its own beliefs, and then look for the truth behind it, because that's what science does. It looks for the truth. But now it's been 300 years since science kind of became a thing, and we're just now getting to the point where that magnifying glass is turning on ourselves, and even that's by accident. Physicists don't know it yet, but they're gonna let the tiger out of the cage, quite by accident, I believe, but nonetheless they're going to let that tiger out of the cage. So. So by the force of its own experiments, science is going to help the healing. And by the younger people who are entering the gates of science, and hopefully by you and I and the people we talk to through the pressure of a growing, more enlightened population. Okay, we already have large numbers. What we lack is vision, connectedness, and cooperation. And it's toward developing that shared vision that I'm here today and that you're here today. That's why we're here. Connectedness and cooperation are individual choices. It has to start at the individual level. And it's not an intellectual thing we're getting for. It's a thing deeper than that. So we're here for this shared moment with these shared ideas so that we can go out and share with others. Okay, so that's kind of why we're here. For now, though, Pain and struggle is the way life is in most parts of the world. That's why we need to connect across all cultures, traditions, and belief systems. See, this has to rise up above the level of belief systems. This is a system that needs to talk to everyone. But not that we all have to sing from the same sheet of music, you see, or all need to have the same ideas or the same thoughts or the same attitudes and understandings. That's not only unnecessary, that's not useful for us all to be the same. That's not what we're looking for. That's undesirable. We need to preserve our vast diversity to keep us strong and healthy as a species. However, we do need to have a big enough picture to care about and have respect and empathy for each other, to cooperate with each other. And until we let go of fear enough to find that bigger picture with its all-inclusive common truths, pain, greed, self-centeredness will rule the land, and it will rule us and all of our relationships at both the personal and the collective level. So that is where we are and hopefully where we're going. As you grow up, as you become love, it's a very slow process of changing who you are at the being level. I started this path that I'm on, well, I guess I really started it when I was very young, but I got back to it in a serious way as an adult in my mid to late 20s. So I've been working on it for a very long time. I'm 72 now, so I was starting this at like 25 or so is when I started going out to Monroe Laboratories and starting to get back in touch with consciousness and trying to understand it. And it's been a long growth process for me, and it probably will be for most of you too. One of the first things I realized on this process is that it's not, knowledge isn't really the key to the gate. Knowledge isn't the key to the door that we have to go through. Love is. Love is the key to the gate we have to go through. I learned soon after I started going out of body regularly, and when I wanted to with Bob Monroe, I learned that I was just a real small little entity, a little tiny little entity in a vast system. And that starts to produce humility. I not only found out that I was a tiny little entity, this whole universe that I was in was just a tiny little thing in a vast, bigger picture. And I was just a tiny little thing in this universe, and this universe is a tiny little thing in this bigger picture. So you very quickly learn humility, that this really isn't about you individually. You do not live at the center of the universe, and that thinking and believing that you do is really quite counterproductive, because it's love. It's caring about other that are the keys to the kingdom and the keys to where we need to go. That's the key. Knowledge is good, and knowledge can point the direction, but knowledge isn't enough to take you there. Knowledge is up here. It's not down at the being level where it needs to be. Okay. I also learned that you have to be skeptical of everything. When you're out there in that out-of-body reality, nothing is as it seems. Everything is a little squirrely out there, because you don't have a foundation of how to interpret the data you get. See, an out-of-body experience is just shifting your data, shifting from this data stream to another data stream. Reality is information. We interpret that information. We interpret it based on our knowledge, our experience base. Well, if our experience base and knowledge is all physical reality, well, when you get out of this physical reality, how are you going to interpret your experience? Well, you tend to interpret it back in terms of what you know. So sure enough, you go out there and you see things and you hear things and you smell things and taste things, all the senses that you have here. That's how you interpret it. But is that how it is? Not too likely, you see. So how do you separate what is from your interpretation of that? Well, that's why it's so confusing. So very quickly I learned that I had to be skeptical of everything. Anything I saw, anything I experienced, what did that mean? Okay, I know how I interpret it, but what was the value of it? And then I learned that it's not such a useful question to say, is that real? All right, I went out of body and I interacted, I did this, I saw that, I learned this. Was that real or did I just make that up? That's not really a good question. That's really an irrelevant question. What's important is, was it useful? Did I learn anything? Did I grow? Did I make good decisions? That's what's important. Because what's real? You see, we have this bias living in this physical reality that physical stuff is real, and if it's not physical stuff, it's not real, right? Back to that definition, our operational definition. If you can't measure it, it's not real. So then our dreams, they're not real. They're just dreams. Well, we find out that our dreams are just as real as this. This is a virtual reality. It's information. It's just a different data stream, different information. Information is real. So now what about, I can make information. I'm a consciousness, so I can create information. We call that our imagination when we create information. And is that real? Well, we say, nah, that's not real. That's just your imagination. It's information. It's you expressing your thoughts, your feelings, whatever. That's real. Information is the only thing that is real, you see. And it's all information. So when you're out into the larger conscious system experiencing things, or if you're here in this virtual reality experiencing things, you have to always be skeptical. And is it real is not really a good question. Is it useful? That's a good question. It's all real. That dream reality is just as real as this reality. It's just a different data stream. It's just as real. And that data you make up, that's information. It's just as real as any other information. You see? And you process it. And we don't get to know the source of our data. We only get the data. You never actually get to reach out and touch the source of your data. You just get data. You're a consciousness. You send data, you receive data. You interpret the data you receive. When you're on a chat and somebody sends you a message, all you get's the message. You don't get the source of the message. Now, even if it's a video chat, okay, you get a look at the person that sent the message, but you don't really get the source. What's inside? What is it? What is the motivation? What's the inside thing that created that message? You don't get to see that. You don't get to see it here. You don't get to see that anywhere. That's just the nature of existence, is that you just get the message. And the body language, well, that's just another part of the message. But you never really get to touch what's behind that message. That's why you need to always stay skeptical. It's an important part of it. So that's another thing I learned. The other thing was that don't believe anything. That you have to interpret, and if it's not your experience, it cannot be your truth. If you believe something, you've just cut yourself off from something else. I believe this is true, therefore that can't be true and that can't be true. And now you've cut yourself off from new information. So I learned that you have to always be skeptical, and if you haven't experienced it, hold it on the side as a possibility, a good possibility or a remote possibility, but just keep it as a possibility. So these are some of the things I learned as I spent time in the larger consciousness system. It makes you small. It tells you that what you know and what you understand is always going to be tiny compared to what is. You're always going to be a lot more ignorant than you are knowledgeable. That's just the nature of it. The system is too big, too varied, and your experience is too small in comparison For if your truth is limited just to your experience, then your truth is limited to a very small subset. So again, that brings on humility. It brings on a perspective that's very different. And with those perspectives, knowing that what you get is the data, that it only matters whether it's useful, not where it comes from. It may come from anywhere. It may come from yourself. It may come from another IUOC, another individual unit of consciousness, or it may come from the large consciousness system itself. 3 possibilities. Doesn't really matter. How can you use it? What can you do with it? That's the whole point. You're here to experience and to make choices. And even if the choice you get is one that comes out of your own imagination, that's a choice. And you can evolve or de-evolve by how you deal with those choices. See? So you find yourself a very small thing in a very big place. You find yourself more ignorant than knowledgeable. And you find that the knowledge you have allows you to interpret better. But that's still not the point. The point is, can you use it? That means, can you use the choices you have in that situation to grow up, become more love? That's what's really important. So you see, as people get a bigger picture, that's kind of the natural process as they get into bigger pictures. How do I relate to that bigger picture? Well, suddenly they're smaller now that they have a bigger picture. That means they're going to be a little more humble. And they realize that the control is not useful. It's more useful to deal with whatever comes. It's the quality of the choice, not the quality of the event that comes. It's not what comes that matters. It's the choice you make relative to what comes that matters. See? So all these things are things that I think anybody, all of you, all the people in general, are things they're going to grow. This is slow though. Right? I started at 25, I'm 72 now, so it's been a long trip. This doesn't just take a little bit of time. This takes a long time to have these experiences and grow up from them. But they are growing experiences. Just knowing you're a part of a bigger picture is a growing experience. Because it puts all of your existence and your choices into a different context now. It's not just about you getting the goods and somebody else doesn't get them. It's not the zero-sum game anymore. It's a bigger, broader game that we can all play and win at. So that's the things that I learned and that I think people in general will learn once they have a bigger picture. So that's why we're going to get there eventually, one way or another. Evolution is slow, but it never gives up. It keeps churning always. The pressure is to go to what works and to leave what doesn't. That's how evolution works. The stuff that doesn't work, well, we can see that. We were in, that reality I said that was dysfunctional, that's the one we live in now, mostly. And it's not lost on many people that that's dysfunctional. Most of us have that sense of it, that it is dysfunctional. We just don't know what's any better or how to get there. So let's see. I also learned that with this knowledge and understanding comes responsibility. See, once you learn that making choices is what we're here for, suddenly you realize that if you're angry, that was your choice. So-and-so makes me angry. So-and-so can't make you angry. Being angry is a choice. You say, well, they did this or that. I didn't have any choice. I had to react to that. No, your choice is how you react is your choice. You could react differently, but you'd have to be different to react differently. So to make a better choice, you have to change who you are and be somebody else. Be somebody who has more love and caring and cares about other people, you see. Then When that person does whatever they do, you don't get angry. Now you make a different choice. So it's all about responsibility for who you are. Whoever you are, at whatever level you have reached in this evolution of humanity toward love, that's just where you start. And from there on, it's your choice where you go next. You have free will. So you eventually come to the conclusion that love is the answer to all the important questions. Yeah, let's see. Okay, well, after I had been working at this for some 35 or 40 years, I had ended up writing the books, right? So it's not a quick process. And then after I wrote the books, I still had a lot to learn. I added in the physics, I added other things. And I still figure things out, and I'm still growing and evolving, week by week, month by month. It never ends. You don't get to a point where you say, I'm done. I've gotten there, I'm done. There's nothing else to do. Or, I'm going to be done by, next month or next year or next lifetime or whatever. That doesn't work. You're never done. The concept of being done is not really a good concept. When the idea is to be helpful to others, as long as there are others who are struggling, you're not done. So it's not just about you. Oh, I'm love now. I'm done. I really don't give a damn about anybody else, but I'm love now, so I'm done. You see how this doesn't work, right? That's inconsistent. If you have become love, then you do care about other people, or you haven't really become love. So there is no done. There's always something to do, somebody to help, some way to be a service, always. So there's no end to the growing up. It just works you work all the time. You work all day making decisions and choices here, then you go to bed and you dream and you work all night, in your dreams, making choices and decisions to help you grow up, and then you wake up and then you work all day. So it's work all day, work all night, that's just the way it is. That's our job, to grow up. You go out of body and it's the same thing. You're making choices there, and the choices you make help you evolve or de-evolve. It's like that in all the reality frames you go in. They're all different. They all give you different choices. And they all have different qualities and different rule sets. Okay. So I got there with many, many years of learning, one step at a time. And I think that's how everybody has to get there. There's no quick jump into a bigger understanding. It's one choice at a time. So don't look for something quick. Just look for something authentic from the inside. That's the progress. Some people try to get there quickly with drugs. That's a poor choice. The drugs will indeed blast you into another reality system, but it's not real productive. You're not really making many choices. It's more like getting on a roller coaster and having a wow experience. It's a wow experience, but mostly it's you as a observer being sent into a reality and looking and saying, wow, this is really great. Look at that. Now I see, I understand these things, and then the drug wears off and you go back. So it's just an experience, not so much an educational experience, because you're not really involved in that reality frame, making choices within that reality frame. You're just a voyeur there having a wow experience. So the drugs aren't really useful. And that's been shown to be true by experiment. Trying to think of the name of the fellow that wrote DMT, the book about DMT. Spirit Molecule. What was his name? Yeah. Strassman? Something like that. I remember. I don't remember it now, but in any case, he gave people DMT. They did have marvelous experiences. Many of them described the experience as life-changing, changed their whole perspective about reality, et cetera, et cetera. And then he followed them up sometime later, 6 months later, a year later, 5 years later. And in the follow-up, he found precious little change. They were pretty much the same people they were in the beginning when they first came into his lab, because he did some psychological tests on them to make sure they weren't going to freak out or, go psychotic or something. So he had done some pretty thorough testing of them, and then when he redid the tests later, there wasn't a lot of change. So that's typical the way it is with drugs. Now, some people give drugs credit for getting them started. They'll say, well, I didn't know there was anything more than the physical reality until I took drugs, and then I saw it. Then I didn't take more drugs. Instead, I went to learn how to get there, on my own. So they will tell me that drugs were useful to them, but they're only useful perhaps as an introduction. They're not useful as a process of growing up or even experiencing a larger consciousness system. So there is no quick leap into love. It's a slow process that we get there by. And I started looking for ways, since I'm a physicist, what I do is model reality. That's what any physicist does. We try to model reality. Mostly physicists model reality with mathematics. That's the language they speak to model reality. So I was trying to model this reality that I was experiencing at the Monroe Laboratories. I was trying to model the out of body, the remote viewing, the being able to heal with the mind. How did this work? What was the mechanism? What was the logic of it? What were its limitations? And eventually I ended up with the idea, this was now back in the 1990s, 80s and 90s, where I was putting most of this together, with the idea that information is the key, that consciousness is information. And once I got that, the rest of it started to all come together, see how things were connected. So I came up with this My Big Toe model, published it in 2003 in February, and it has to be looked at as a living theory. Okay? It's in science now we don't have laws, we have theories. A long time ago, when we thought we were smarter than we were, we had laws, Newton's laws. You've heard of physics laws. Well, once they all got thrown out because they weren't right, then we stopped calling them laws. So we got rid of a little bit of arrogance there. Instead of calling them, we know the answer, it's now they're all theories. Theory of relativity, quantum mechanics theory. And it's not theory in the sense of a murder mystery where you have a theory of who did it. It's not that kind of a theory. It's, it may have thousands of experiments behind it to validate it, but it's still just a theory. And that's the way My Big Toe theory is. That's why I say don't believe it. It's a theory. And don't confuse the model of reality. The theory is a model. The model of reality with reality itself. So don't take the metaphors that I use to explain it, which is the computer metaphor, right? The data metaphor, the larger conscious system metaphor. These are all metaphors. Don't let these metaphors become the real things. They're just metaphors. You need metaphors to put it into language so that we can talk about it and we can share concepts. Concepts come in terms of metaphors. Words are really metaphors. Something that stands for something else, right? Symbols and metaphors. So these are all symbols and metaphors. Something that stands for something else. And you might say, well, then what's the something else? Well, that something else is where that data comes from. And all we ever get to see is the data. You see, so we kind of have to let that something else just be what it is. That's what I'm calling the larger consciousness system. But that just has to be a metaphor for that something else. So we don't want to get twisted up around, what's the difference between an oversoul and a higher self? What's tell me about this free will awareness unit and how it connects to, these are metaphors. And good metaphors do connect. And you can talk about them logically, but they're metaphors. There's something bigger than that. That's why this is a big picture. You see, we have to understand that all we get's the data. And science has a similar issue. All they get is the measurement. They make a model of what the source was for that measurement. So they do was a Millikan oil drop experiment back in the 1800s, came up with the charge on an electron. It's an experiment, but the experiment doesn't actually measure an electron. It measures something else, you see. Scientists have never measured any of these particles that physics is based on. I shouldn't say that. They measure an effect of these things. The particle is a model they make up to explain the effect and to give the effect a sense of solidity, a material cause. Oh, it's a particle. But nobody's ever measured an electron or a neutron or a proton. We only measure the effects of these things. Okay, you fire a particle at a nucleus, and if it's a charged particle, it'll go toward that positive nucleus, and if it's a positive charge, it'll veer off. So we can see that. That's an effect. And then we make up protons, and we make up electrons, and we make up all these particles to give a material model for the effect. But science never measures any of them directly. See, so they have the same problem that we do. You don't get what's behind the data, you just get the data. Well, all they get's the effect. You never get what actually creates the effect. You only get the effect. The problem is they make up metaphors like an electron is a chunk of mass with a charge. See, that's a metaphor for the effect. But they believe in their metaphor. They don't understand that that's just a model. It's a metaphor. It's not the real thing. So then they go off believing that all these things exist, and then they do a quantum mechanics experiment that says these things don't exist. They're not real. And they go, oh, how could that be? Well, if they thought about it, they just made them all up. All the fundamentals of physics have no cause. What's the cause of time? What's the cause of space? What's the cause of mass? What's the cause of spin? What's the cause of any of these things? They're all unknown. Yet these are all the fundamentals of physics, fundamentals of science. What's the cause of charge? See, it doesn't have any charge. Well, you can make up charges. Oh, there's other little charges inside of it that make up this charge. Yes, but then what's the cause of those little ones inside? You see, there's always trying to get back to a cause. There are no causes. So we could say that physics is based on mysticism, couldn't we? Physics is based on things just being without a cause. The Big Bang's like that. Where did the Big Bang come from? Where did that ball of plasma come from that expanded and turned into our universe? And the Big Bang theory had to come from someplace. It didn't just start hanging there, for some reason contained, not expanding, just there, and then all of a sudden, when time started, it went, and it expanded and made suns and planets and water. Made all those things. Yes. So, again, we have science starting from mysticism. When something starts out of nothing, that's mysticism. So you see, science is really based on belief, much as religion is based on belief. It's the same kind of thing. And that's because you don't see what's behind the data. You just get the data. So that's the nature of a virtual reality. Virtual realities are all like that. Where did that plasma come from? It was initial condition in a simulation. And there was a rule set that said how these particles could interact with each other, how energy could be exchanged. And when the run button was hit, it expanded, it did what it did, and eventually the universe evolved. Eventually, a place like Earth evolved, and our sun, and eventually we evolved. So all this just evolved out of a rule set and initial conditions. The elf in World of Warcraft would find the same thing. When the elf was looking for the beginning of his world, the beginning of the World of Warcraft, he could trace it back. Oh, this happened before that, this happened before that, and he'd get to a point that it just was. That's how the elf would see it too. Suddenly the World of Warcraft just seemed to exist and was there. And that's because it's programmed, it didn't evolve, so he'd just see the whole thing just suddenly there. Well, that's a signature of a virtual reality. When things just are, and they don't really have a source, that's the way virtual realities are, things are computed. So, okay, I learned these things. I went through the test it phase where I looked at physics and I looked at metaphysics and said, how can I explain it all? The big breakthrough was that it was information, and the rest of it then all filled in. Okay, and there was no other way that I could come up with an idea that fit all the data points. So that was I went through the tested stage and came up with MBT. All right. So consciousness comes first. Everything else is derived from consciousness. Now, I have recently, I don't know if you keep up with my stuff or not, the few of you that do will know that recently, a few months back, I offered up a set of 6 quantum mechanics experiments that could be done by physics departments, physicists. And these quantum mechanics experiments are much like the double slit experiment. Everyone here kind of familiar with the double slit experiment? It's kind of a basic science experiment. The key thing about this experiment, there's 2 key things about it, is that this was the first time that scientists performed an experiment, and the experiment said, this is not a material reality. Something else is going on. And this experiment, the double slit experiment, did that because they were able to send single particles through 2 slits, a big background wall, 2 holes in the wall, slits. They'd send one particle at a time, and they expected them to pile up on the screen behind the slits. And they did not. They went through, obviously a particle has to go through one slit or the other, so they did go through one slit or the other, but then they distributed themselves on the screen behind the slits in a diffraction pattern. No material particle will do that. No material particle will go through a hole and then distribute itself on the screen in a diffraction pattern. So that's when they knew that this was not a material reality, that the only way to describe this reality was with probability. It was a probabilistic informational reality. That was 1920 to about 1927, learning that. Okay, now I came up with 6 more experiments that are all, I think, stronger experiments than the original double slit. Stronger in the sense that they not only exclaim in a loud voice that this is not a material reality, but they also exclaim, consciousness is the computer, because that's the only way to interpret the data, is understanding that consciousness is involved in the selection process of how reality works out. So my hope for that is that's going to help the physicists get this ball rolling, because as they do these experiments and that becomes widely known within the physics community, it just makes it clearer than ever that this is not a materialistic reality, and that consciousness is a computer. So those have been out now for a few months. I've just gone through the process of turning those into physics speak, because I presented them at an audience like this in layman's language, because you really don't have to be a physicist or a mathematician to get this stuff. You know, when you really can understand something, everybody can understand it. So I gave them like this, but then physicists won't look at videos to see an experiment. That's not what they do. They need it written in physics speak. So I did that, and that's just in the process of going through peer review now. So anyway, I'm hoping that within the next year, physicists will step up to do these experiments. We'll find a few who will do them, and that really will be all it takes. Because if they work as I believe they will, then more people will want to do them, to verify it. More people will want to do them, and within maybe 7 or 8 years, they will be well known. And that's the case, then that will drive another dozen nails into the coffin of materialism and push us that much quicker into the idea of a big picture. So I think that's another reason why I think we're quickly going to get there. There's now going to be a bunch more. There's already dozens of experiments that say this is not a physical matter-based reality. So that's going to stir the pot even more. Let's see, we talked about consciousness, why love is the answer. We've done all that. I think what I'd like to do now, leading up to lunch, which is about a half an hour, I'd like to have as much time for questions and answers as I can. Most of what I say you can find on YouTube. I've got, I don't know, 400, 450, 480, I don't know what the last number is, of videos up there. So most of what I tell you is already out there. So listening to me talk really isn't your optimal use of your time. Me answering your questions is a much better use of your time, because now I answer your personal questions. Your questions are often about things where you're kind of stuck, where you're not quite sure how this works with that, and you're a little stuck on things, and you need to get clarity or whatever. And for you to get answers to those questions is a much better use of my time and your time. So I want to have as much Q&A time as we can manage once I get the basics out that I want everybody to take back with them and share with other people. So let's do Q&A until lunch, and then let's do Q&A a lot after lunch too.
All right, my question is how to implement all this theory in the daily life. I like all this theory, I want to contribute. What can I do today? What can I do today, tomorrow? More practical advice.
I didn't really pay this guy to ask that question. He asked it all on his own. But that is the question, obviously. That is a fundamental question. And we're going to be talking a whole lot about that for the rest of our time. And on tomorrow, Sunday, what we're going to do is just experiential exercises. We're going to talk about ways that you can make it your experience so that it can become your truth. Because when I tell you, well, don't believe me, you need to have your own experience, then I feel responsible to giving you a path to gather that experience. And we're going to do that tomorrow. We're going to talk about healing with your mind. We're going to talk about remote viewing. We're going to talk about out of body and other things. And I'll try to explain to you and give you what you need to know to make those part of your own reality. But meanwhile, besides that, it's still a good question, because how do we change ourselves at the being level? How do we grow up? How do we become this? The idea is, and it's really a nice idea, is that you don't have to have any particular prescription. It's not about doing, it's about being. It's about being different than you are. Where you start is with the fear. You see, you have love to one side, fear to the other. So as you get rid of fear, as you get rid of that fear, you become more love. You don't have to learn how to become love. All you have to do is learn how to get rid of the fear. So it's not a matter of doing something different. It's a matter of getting rid of all the old things that are counterproductive. Now, here's a process for doing that. Anything that you ever feel or experience is negative. Negative being distress, anger, upset, anxious, annoyed, you go on a list, all these things that are kind of negative feelings. as opposed to feelings like joy, happiness, tranquility, feeling wonderful, that kind of thing on the other side. So whenever you have a negative feeling, you're not necessarily that you do something negative, even just a feeling of being negative, a negative emotion, that feeling, that negativity is tied to a fear. If you didn't have fear, your life would be peace and joy and tranquility. So because of the fear, we have these negative feelings. Well, it's hard to find fears because we suppress fears. That's what our subconscious is doing. It's holding all these fears and things that we don't want to deal with. So it's hard to find them because a lot of them are subconscious. They're not really within your grasp to get hold of. But the negative feelings, that's ego. That's your ego that makes you feel negative. And that is so easy to find. Every time you have anger or upset or annoyed, that's your ego, and that ego is attached to the fear. So that's trivial to find. We all could find that probably in any hour of any day. We could find that. Well, when you find that ego, then you say, why am I feeling that? Why am I feeling this anger? Why am I upset? And don't accept the answer, oh, they made me feel this way. You have to look for, why did you choose to be that way, to be a person such that that would make you upset? You'll find a fear. Once you find the fear, you have to own it. Yes, I do have that fear. This doesn't, that fear is the reason for my anger. Once you own it, that doesn't mean that you bless it and keep it. It just means that you own it, it's yours. You accept it. Because until you accept the fear, you can't change it. You can't change things that you don't own. They're not yours to change yet. So you own it. Then when you own it, you let your intellect has a role. The intellect will basically give you direction. You catch yourself becoming angry because somebody did something. Somebody slighted you. Somebody didn't do what they should have done. Somebody was rude to you. Somebody stepped on your foot. Whatever makes you angry. And when you start to feeling that angry well up, you stop yourself and you say, I don't want to go there. I don't want to be that way. I want to make another choice. And let that anger just kind of subside. Don't express it. Well, now you're acting. You're not really being different. You're acting different from the intellect, but that's a start. The more you do that, eventually the catching yourself and suppressing it will turn into an easier and easier thing to do, and then the fear will start to get less and less. And the good news is that these fears, for the most part, are all just paper tigers. There's nothing really there. Once you get to the point that you let that fear go, you feel lighter, you feel freer, and you think, well, why haven't I been like this all the time? It was just an idea, it was a concept. The fear is smoke. And as soon as you own it and then deal with it to get rid of it, you'll see it just evaporates and goes away. And now you're one more step closer to being love. So that's the process that you do it. Find a negative emotion or feeling or attitude. Find the fear behind it. Gradually, over months, over years, get rid of that fear just by sheer force of your will and trying to do it. It will go away. It eventually will just evaporate because you begin to see it for what it is. Oh, it's just a fear, and this fear is counterproductive in my life. And then once you get rid of it and you see how much better your life gets, there is more joy and peace and tranquility in your life. Your relationships start getting better. That gives you more incentive to get rid of more fear. So the hardest one is the very first one. And don't pick a really tough one for your first one you try to get rid of. Pick one that's maybe a little annoying, but it's not the biggest thing in your life. Work on that, because that then will kind of teach you the process and won't take as long, and then it'll be easier working on the others. But it will change your life. In 6 months, if you actually do this conscientiously, you will be a different person. You won't be the same person. And it'll show up everywhere. It'll show up with your coworkers, it'll show up with your significant other, it'll show up with your children. I mean, it's not going to be a real subtle thing that, you know, you can barely notice. This is really will change your life for the positive in a very dramatic way. Then you'll start being more, you know, motivated to get rid of the next fear. But it will work. I typically will have young males come up to me and say, well, okay, I listened to what you said, but you know, I really don't have any fear. I don't feel I'm afraid of anything, and I don't really think I have much ego either, so what am I supposed to do? Yes. I try not to do that. I try not to laugh like you just did, but they mean that seriously. They're that out of touch with their feelings and their fears that, you know, we don't notice those things. We live with them every day. They just become the way we are. We don't notice them. And I talk with them a while to show them, you know, I said, well, is your life all peace and joy? And they go, no way, you know, my life's a struggle. And I said, well, there you go. There's your fear. Next time you feel a struggle, find out what the fear is that feeds that struggle. And they do. And the next thing I hear from them is, Tom, my whole life is fear. You know, they go just 180 degrees to the other side. They say, everything I do is informed by fear. I don't do anything that isn't fear-based. You know, I'm lost, I'm overwhelmed, you know. And I said, well, just find one and get rid of it first before you do anything else, because it is overwhelming. Once you realize how much you are pushed by your fear, it becomes really overwhelming. So don't be overwhelmed by it. Just pick one and work on it. But the good news is, these guys who come up and say that, they are really motivated. These guys have a lot of energy. And I'll hear from them a year or two later, and they'll be thanking me and saying, my life is so much better. My relationship with my girlfriend is so much better. Or my relationship with my kids, you know, with my boss, I'm doing better at work. Everything in my life is so much better. Thank you, you know, a whole lot. So I've had this happen enough that's kind of typical process that people go through. Fear? I really don't have any fear. You know, to, oh my God, it's all I do is express my fears. You know, and then comes the, it's so nice to get rid of those fears. I didn't need those. Anyway, where do you get these fears? All sorts of things. You know, the slightest little thing that nobody else would even notice may cause a fear. My son once, when he was a toddler, just barely walked, he fell over, and a big friendly dog came and stood right over top of him and looked at him and like, kid, you know, can I help you? Non-threatening as could be, terrified him, because all he could see, he looked up, he saw these great big teeth and this great big mouth looking down at him, and terrified him, and he was afraid of dogs after that. So here he is, you know, 6, 7, 8 years old now, and dogs just terrify him. So of course you buy him a puppy, right, and you help him learn to get over that. But there's little things in your life, just somebody said to you, some little slight that somebody made, or somebody who was impatient, or whatever else said when you were 3 or 4 or 5 years old, and wow, there's a fear, and it might affect you for the rest of your life. And you don't even, you know, you may not even remember where it came from. It's just there. But you don't have to know where it comes from. It's not this idea that you have to dig out the source and rip it up by its roots. All you have to do is stop reacting that way, and eventually the fear will just unravel and go away, no matter where its roots came from. Fears come from strange places. They come out of culture. Remember, we started with that. In your culture, if you live in a very unsettled, fear-based culture like we have, living with uncertainty is a problem. You become fearful of what you don't know, what might get you. You know, the 6-year-old who has monsters living under her bed or in her closet. You see, these are things that, yes, when you're 8 or 10 years old, you let that go, but you don't really. You just learn to cope with it better. We're masters at coping. We're masters of figuring out, you know, mechanisms to let us deal with our fears. One, we suppress them and deny them. That's one way. But it's all still down there. That monster's still under the bed at night. It's just not expressed that way anymore. It's expressed as other things. A fear of uncertainty. A fear of new, a fear of change. A fear of, a fear of being who you are. A lot of people have fears based around being inadequate or being insecure. And where did that come from? Well, a lot of it just comes out of culture. A very insecure culture. When you're in this kind of dog-eat-dog culture, it's easy to feel insecure and inadequate. It just comes with the territory. So a lot of those fears are just there. Not because there's really something to fear. It's not that you're afraid of bears in the woods. It's you're afraid of so many little things that you mostly even don't know. But work at them from the ego. Find that ego, then find that fear, and you'll be amazed how many fears order your daily life, the things you do and the things you don't do, the way you think of other people. And you start losing that self-centeredness. Once you understand your fears, you're not so much concerned about me, that I get mine, that people treat me the way I deserve, that I'm appreciated, that on and on and on about me getting what I need. You see, starts to go away, because those are all fears. You fear that you're not going to be appreciated. You fear you'll be overlooked. You fear your boss won't know that you're the smartest guy in the group and give you the promotion instead of somebody else. You fear that your significant other, doesn't understand what you're doing or how you're doing it or why you're doing it, and that they're going to take more than they give. You're a fear you might give more than you get back. You have all these fears, and it basically ruins your life. So start small. Find that ego. Ego is easy for most of us to find. In the next 10 minutes, find an ego. Yeah. Okay, who has the mic next?
I was going to ask a similar question, so I'll ask a different one now.
Is it green? Is his mic on?
No? No?
Oh. Yeah, mic problem. Who else? Who had another mic?
No, she's getting this one.
Okay, here you go.
Yeah, I was going to ask a similar question, but you answered that one. So,
Okay.
I've done a lot of the Monroe programs, but what you find is when you jump out there and you come back, it's very hard to stay in that, like the love space or whatever, in your day-to-day life, unless you sit on top of a mountain, don't interact,
Mm-hmm.
like in Sydney or any other city. So how do you stay, that's the thing, staying in that zone and moving forward
Okay.
even further?
Okay. The problem with coming back is the problem that you haven't really gotten rid of the fear. It's easy to be enlightened when you're sitting in a cave meditating every day and you don't have to interact with people. That's easy. It's those interactions with those people that challenge us. That's where the pain comes from, you see. It's those people interactions. So yes, you can get into a state and you can find bliss and you can just be out there, and then when you come back, some jerk comes up and does something to you, and you're upset about it. It's dealing with those people is where the real traction is. That's where the real lessons are. It's with those people. Your best teacher, the teacher that is going to teach you more than anything else, is probably your significant other. Whether that's your spouse or whether that's your children, whoever's really significant to you, that's going to be your teacher, because that's where the rubber meets the road. That close, up close and personal interaction. That's where the ego starts to blossom. That's where you really need to work. So yes, you can have that bigger picture, that feeling. You can find bliss in a meditation, but that's really not what it's about. What it's about is taking that, internalizing it to yourself in the being level, so when you interact with people, you're still in that state of love and caring about others. If it's just a temporary thing and then you come back and it seems to disappear, it really wasn't, it's not really yours. You see, you haven't really changed anything. You're still the same person. You just had a sweet moment up there in the love space, but it's not changing you at the being level. So that's an experience, but it's not changing you. So what you need to do is interact with people. That's the hard thing. Interact with people, because they will goad you. They will, they will push your buttons. They will do all those things to you. And that's, the closer they are to you, the more they know how to push your buttons.
I mean, if everyone evolved, say, like maybe in 1,000 years' time or whatever, then everyone would be at that level. But when you, say, go into town here, you've got to be in the ego mode.
No, you don't have to be in the ego mode or the fear mode. No. There's a perception that if you are loving, if you're kind, if you care about others, that you will be a doormat. You will be walked over, you will be pushed aside, you will be taken advantage of, and that is a position of weakness, not a position of strength. But it's just the other way, it's the opposite way. When you are loving and caring and kind, you are in a position of strength. Okay? When you don't have fear, you're in a position of strength. And again, people will say, well, fear's good, that's why I don't go out and walk in the woods, when it's mating seasons for the grizzly bears, because, I'm afraid. That's why I don't go out there. But that's not it at all. You don't go out there because you're not stupid. You see, being fearless doesn't equate to being stupid. So you don't go out in the woods when the grizzlies are in their mating season because they're very territorial, and you wouldn't want to be caught in their territory because they're so much bigger and faster than you are. So you don't go out because that's not an intelligent thing to do, not because you're afraid. Now, you could not go out just because you're afraid. But let's say that you find yourself out there for some reason. You had to, go over the woods through the dale to get to Grandma's house, and happen to be bears in the woods. You have to get out there. Now, if you're fearful, you'll probably do all the wrong things. If you see the bear, you'll run. Well, that's just a sign of prey to a hungry bear. You will scream, you will thrash around, you'll freeze in spot and not be able to do anything. All the wrong things. All that looks like prey to an animal. If you aren't afraid and you've studied up on bears and how to interact with them, then you will know whether you should look away or stare at its eye, whether you should back up slowly but always face it, or whether you should turn and run. You'll be smart. Now, the bear still might eat you, but you've raised your probability much higher that you're going to survive, because you will do the smart thing at the smart time. Maybe it's climb a tree. Whatever it is, you'll know what to do. Maybe you brought your pepper spray and your air horn because you were prepared. You see? So fear is never an advantage. It's not fear that should keep you out of the woods. It's not fear that keeps you from jumping off a cliff. It's your basic intelligence that keeps you from jumping off a cliff and not being in the woods at the wrong time. So fear is never helpful. And if you don't have fear, you do have love. So if fear is never helpful, then love is always helpful. Love always gives you, being fearless and being loving go together. It's the fear. You see, you get rid of that fear, love is what's left over. So you come into town, and all right, there's drivers that are going to pull in front of you. There are people that will cut you off. There's this, that, and the other. If you go to a store, they may try to overcharge you. You have all this stuff going on. Well, no fear, and you're a being of love. You deal with all that. how do you deal with that in the most positive way possible? You say, oh, excuse me, you overcharged me. You don't get angry. You see, that doesn't help. Whenever you get angry, the person that you get angry with now is less likely to deal with you in a positive way. So you see, you're optimizing your power by being caring and not being fearful. People pull out in front of you. You know, you don't have to, honk the horn and give them the bird and, scream and get angry. You can just figure that maybe they're out of town and they really don't know how to drive in this city. Or maybe something else happened. Maybe they just spilled hot coffee in their lap. Who knows what might be going on. Maybe they just weren't paying attention because they have a lot on their mind. That's okay. As long as you could avoid the collision and you get by each other and you go on, you don't have any angst or anger or whatever building up in you. So you see, you come you're actually a more powerful person, get more done, and have less trouble than if you get upset or if you get angry. Look at the people in history, people in the world who have made really big contributions to the world. None of them are people who made the contribution through violence. Who are the big people in terms of cause social change with millions of people? Gandhi, right? Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela. These are people who've made huge changes for millions of people. And they made them because of their quality, because of their love, because they didn't get angry. Because instead they used their intelligence to work, you see. So you're powerful when you're a love being, not a doormat. And when you are fearful, you attract that similar kind of stuff to you. When you put out that fear vibe, and you put out that, don't mess with me, what you're doing is you're drawing to yourself that sort of thing. Intent modifies future probability. And as much as your intent is fearful and self-centered, you draw that sort of thing to you. That starts to define your life. People who get angry when they drive are constantly being cut off and having people pull out in front of them and other things. Their whole life is like that. They suddenly find themselves miserable in a place that just seems to be after them. Like they get paranoid. Life is out to get me. Well, that's because they're creating that as a response.
2 out of those 3 got assassinated.
So that
2 out of 3 of your examples got assassinated.
they did. And that's not a problem. They made huge changes. We're not here to grow old. We're not here to see how much beer we can drink. We're not here to have a good time. We're here to grow up. You see, death is a transition. It's not that important. It's not a big deal. If you can make big changes, and if that causes an assassination, that's okay. It's a good trade. It's a good trade. Death is not that big a thing. So, I doubt that any of those who were assassinated would have said, oh, well, I should have stayed undercover. I shouldn't have done any of that stuff. They would gladly have done it again because, that's just not that big deal. How long you can live is not the point of being here. How effectively you live, how much good you do in the world, how much love you can share, that's the point of being here. So that's really not a downside. You do it anyway because that's the right thing to do. So that's true. There's prices to pay for everything, but I think that price is paid cheerfully. Sure, that's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd just like to know what to say to people in my life. I'm one of those, what do you call them, airheads, those artistic airheads. And I don't have a lot of credibility scientifically, so I live with a lot of left-brainers. Sharing these ideas. How do I do that?
How do you share them?
Yeah, because they don't want to listen. Is there some key words that doing is obviously one way? But
No, the best,
say.
You know, it depends on the company you keep, but if you're trying to share ideas, share them gently. Don't share them in a way that is confrontational or that creates, creates a negative reaction. If your sharing is going to create a negative reaction, it's best not to share that way, directly. Then you share them indirectly. And by doing that, you just be yourself. You know, if you are a caring person, a nice person, you know, you're loving, you appreciate other people, they'll get that. And they'll get it most when you're that way and they're not. They'll see it. It'll make a connection. And when you do talk to them, just give them little hints. Just little, don't try to explain the whole thing to them. Just give them the next step. Whenever you communicate with anybody, you first have to start from wherever they are. You can't start from where you are and bring them to your understanding. You have to start from where they are and give them a baby step. Something that they can process or that they can deal with. So maybe it's just a very small thing. Then let that go. And then maybe another small thing. So between your example as a whole person, as a loving person, and between your giving them baby steps to forward, then let them go at their own pace. Don't get frustrated with them if they don't move, if they don't get it. They are who they are. They have to get it in their own way. So there's no way to make anybody else grow up. But it is important that you start from where they are. If you can manage to, if you can manage to get to where they are, start there with a little step. Very much like you would with a child. If you had a 6-year-old that was somehow having a problem dealing with things, you wouldn't give them a lecture. You'd start from their own perception of the world and try to offer them a little suggestion of what they might do differently or better or a different way of seeing things. And that's the best way to deal with people in general. Just let them be who they are. Give them maybe a wider sense of their choices. You could say, okay, here's the way you think. Here are your choices. Outside of these choices, you reject it all. Perhaps you could open just this much. Just, if you have a left brain person, they're all about science and material world, just bring up something like the placebo effect, which is something that science studies. It's well known, it's written about, it's even law. Most places you can't even sell a drug until you've beaten the placebo effect in trials. So here's a placebo effect based on consciousness modifying health, intent modifying health, information changing the physical body. Well, that's an opener right there. Just talk about that. Don't go any further than that until they've looked up placebo effect on Google and read something about it and find out that, hey, that's real. That's a real effect. What people think changes their state of health. And then you can discuss that. See, that's what I mean, like a baby step, someplace that they can go. So, and then just leave that for a while, but don't push. That just makes them go the other direction. Who has the mic?
Hello, we know that for thousands of years, the ancient civilization used mind-altering substances with a great reported spiritual benefit.
Right.
Can we just disregard the shamanic path, the teaching that perhaps these plants co-evolved with us as an aid, as a teacher? I will be on this path for 1,000 years without this. My question is, can we really disregard the shamanic path? As irrelevant, that these plants perhaps are here to help us?
Oh, no, I'd say we don't disregard that. We just see it as it is. The shaman of these ancient cultures did indeed experience the things that they talk about. So let's say they tended to be very earth, animal, environment centered. So they become, say, one with the wolves, run with the wolves. That's what they were doing. That's real, okay? The fact that they used drugs to get there, well, that's real too. They didn't take those drugs recreationally. All the shaman didn't get together and say, oh, let's have a party, everybody get drugged. You know, we'll go run with the wolves, won't that be cool? See, that wasn't their attitude. It was a very scripted scenario where you learn certain things, you meet certain qualifications. It's a process, you apprentice into the process. The drugs were used in a particular way, for a particular reason, for a particular effect. The drugs were part of their tools. What you have to understand from a bigger picture is the drugs were unnecessary. They could have done all of the same things without the drugs. But in their culture, they started with the drugs. That became a process. But the drugs weren't recreational in any sense. They weren't just to have a trip. They weren't just for the experience. They were part of some greater purpose. And in that case, it was the shaman, the plants, the animals, their connection with nature. All of that was working together for them to have these experiences that were useful to them, because as the wolf, they could see things and understand things that they wouldn't see otherwise. You see, so you don't throw that out. There's a lot of truth in all of that. But there's also truth that the drugs were not an essential part of that. It was just part of their tool set. And tomorrow we'll talk a lot about tools. People use tools to help them focus their intent, and they can't focus their intent very well without tools. When people heal, you've probably heard the term light workers. That's because they will see a person's health aura. They will see what's wrong with that person's health as dark spots. They will use light to make that dark spot go away, therefore do a healing. Light is just a metaphor. There is no light. It's just a tool. They don't need that tool. It's not the light that makes the dark spot go away. The light is just a tool to help them focus their intent to heal, to get rid of the dark spot. The dark spot is just a metaphor for what's wrong. You see, these are all symbols and metaphors, and all the symbols and metaphors do is help a person focus their intent. The only active ingredient is the intent. Okay, now drugs can be part of that tool set if they're used as part of a tool set within a structure for a reason, within a culture. Once the tool becomes recreational, well, it's not much of a tool anymore. Now it's just it's a joyride instead of a tool. So yeah, the indigenous people with the shaman were indeed doing exactly what they said they were doing, getting the information they said, and the drug was one of their tools because they had never come to the conclusion that they could do it without it. So it was a necessary part of it. No problem there. No harm really done there that I would say to them. It's just a unnecessary tool. So I don't find any fault with any of that, nor would I discard it. I just say you can do all the same things and a whole lot more without the drug. They were very limited in what they did. There were certain areas in which then, with intent, really, their consciousness was getting around and doing things. But let's say this is the conscious world in which they could have explored. They explored this little piece of it, you see. So the drug was part of their tool set, helped them focus their intent, because they took that drug with an intention to do a particular thing. They didn't just take it for a trip. Very particular. They did that thing, but yet there was all this other stuff they could have done, but didn't, because it fell outside of their belief system and their tool set. So that's the only thing. It's a limited set of experiences. Yes, running as a wolf with the wolves is a very neat thing to do, and you can do that with or without the drug. It's not the drug that makes that possible. The drug's just a tool. So no, don't throw any of it away as foolishness or anything else. It just was a way that they got there. There's a better way that you can get there that gives you a much bigger thing. You can run with the wolves whenever you want, fly with the birds, and a whole lot more. Get data out of the database, that's probably wasn't one of their thoughts. But you can do all of that as well.
Tom, I have listened to your books through Audible, like following you on YouTube videos. I love the idea of being skeptical and talking about your own experiences. It has worked really well for me. I've done more research with other people that talk about the same, and they all like come to the same conclusion, which gives me a little more intention to go towards lower the entropy, and it's easy in my life. I feel quite a lot. So I feel very comfortable now in this reality, with these tools that I've been giving to you and other people out there. My question now is, when we go to build a reality, in our dreams, or is it dreaming? I've done a little bit of it, but not that much. Does it work the same way with the way it works here, that you find a fear and you just face it and let it go? Is this the same technique that we use in this reality compared with the other reality?
In some, depends on the reality that you're in. In the dream reality, it works very much like here.
Yeah.
Stuff happens, you deal with it. In, say, the transition reality, which is after you let go of this avatar and you make that transition between the free will awareness unit and your individuated unit of consciousness, still metaphors though, right? So you go from that part of your consciousness that's just through the avatar's awareness to that part of your consciousness that is the collector of all those experiences. It's not like that at all. You're not interacting. You're not interacting, you're not making choices so much. There you are just transitioning. Your business there is to relax, let go, assess, and then get ready for the next experience, rather than making choices. The choices you make there are just the choices of your next experience, or the choices not to be panicked, the choice not to be ill at ease. This is a little different, depends on the reality. Still seem to have caught something over lunch. The reality that you're in makes a difference of how you interact with those rules and what you're about. If you were to go to another reality, say like this one, another tight rule set that was more physical, it would interact just like this one. It would be choices, results of your choices, and it would, as far as the big picture goes, it would be the same as here. Now, the critters may be different, and the evolution of that may have come out differently. So a lot of the props might be different, but what you were accomplishing and how you were going about it would be just the same as here. If you are in that kind of out of body, you're not in a physical reality place, then if you're not doing anything specific, if you're not in a specific thing like the transition, then it is the same point here. You make choices, you have decisions, you make choices, you get consequences. It's just that after being here, that's such a slow, no feedback process that mostly you don't hang out there. You're ready to go back into a reality like this one, so that the growth is a lot quicker. The choices are a lot tougher.
The feedback is the more awareness you have, the feedback is faster.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the fast track that we're on right here. This is where evolution goes about as quickly as it can go, about as fast as we can stand it to go. Which is an interesting thought, because a lot of people think that this reality just is horrible. This life just sucks. It's just awful. I'll never come back here. I'll move that water. It's out of my expressive way here. So, yeah, a lot of people think this reality is awful. And, if I ever get out of this place, I'm never coming back kind of an attitude. But that's mainly them. It's their fear that makes it so awful. And they interact, the things they draw to themselves because of their fear is what gives them such a hard time
Yeah.
here.
Well, I had that experience myself for many, many years, so my life wasn't easy. There was a lot of suffering in my life. So there was like a lot of negative feedback and lots of fears. So the easy life that I'm having now, it hasn't been an easy ride. I had to get here by searching and looking and asking myself the right questions. Before, there was a time when I didn't want to live in this reality because it was awful, like many people will say.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that if I was able to get out of it and now enjoy it and see that this is the best place to be, I know that anyone else can do that as well.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it. This really is the place you want to be.
Yeah.
This is not the place to get out of. This is the place to get into, because this is where you have the greatest opportunity to grow up. And if you're just not able to grow up, then you're in a struggle. And then the struggle gets to be very difficult. But once you start growing up, then things get so much easier. And,
Yeah, we were talking about pain before, and I realized that pain was giving me such a great feedback on what I didn't want it. And I asked myself, so if you don't want this, where do you want to go? And that led me in there, okay, so where do I want to go? And
Mhm.
started step by step, like it takes years, like you said, but yeah, we can get there,
sure,
absolutely.
sure.
But because I have experience having lucid dreamings, and I know that you have done, with Bob Monroe, you have done a lot of that. And even though I feel very comfortable in this reality, I would like to, in my night times, or be able to connect, or not connect. I have many experiences at night times or during the day. I can get intuitions, I can get downloads. I am a little bit mixed up with what is all that.
Right.
Yeah. I'm
That's-
still in the search, I guess, but I know you have done that quite a lot, so if you can throw me some more ideas that I can experience, that would be wonderful.
Well, it is often confusing. Growing up is full of doubts. But that's part of what makes it fun. If you knew exactly where you were going and how you were going to get there, it would be boring and you wouldn't learn anything. It's out of that confusion that is where your growth comes from. So if you feel like, well, what's this all about? What does that mean? And stay skeptical, but be open, and eventually it'll start to make more and more sense, which it's been doing over the last some years, evidently. So that'll just keep going. It'll keep going, but it accelerates. So if it took you 10 years to go this far, the next 10 years, you go that far. And the 10 years after that, you go that far. It tends to accelerate. The more you learn, the easier it is to learn more. The more you grow, the easier it is to grow more. The more you get rid of a fear, the easier it is to get rid of the next fear. So any of the steps you take down this path tend to make it easier to go further down the path. So that's kind of the good news. It may be tough getting started, but once you get started, it just gets easier and easier and more fun. And then pretty soon, these challenges are almost like somebody handing you a puzzle, here's a life situation. What's my best choice here? And how should I proceed? And it's fun. It's a fun game to, you're a player playing a game, and it starts to turn into a game once you grow up enough to see really what's going on. And then it is fun. The point isn't to be, always happy. You grow up sometimes when sad things happen. Sometimes when horrible things happen are real learning points. People often have illnesses because they're meant to grow from those illnesses, even if the illness is terminal. Again, it's just death. It's nothing too significant. It's just death. You'll take whatever you learn to that point and you'll go on. And if that death causes you to deal with things in a way, well, then you're better off to have had that death experience, grown, and then take that growth into the next experience, you see, rather than avoid death and not grow and take that you haven't grown into the next experience. So we have to look at it from a different perspective. It's not about how good the times are, but it's how much can we learn from them. But the neat thing that happens is that when we are learning a lot from them, they tend to be good. Because your ability to learn is no longer attached to pain. In the beginning, pain's about the only thing that'll get your attention. So pain is what you get. Pain is what you create. But as you grow up, that's not the case. Your attention can be gotten with joy and other things. Well, if joy is what makes you grow, then you'll get lots and lots of joy, you see. If pain is what makes you grow, you'll get lots and lots of pain. So it depends on where your needs are for growth. That's the key thing. And usually pain is where people start. Because if they haven't grown much and you give them joy, they will just say, well, how can I get more? You know, they won't learn from it. It won't be a learning experience. It'll just be, well, this is a good experience, so I'll just kind of kick back and try to keep it going, or I'll try to get more of it. And that's not the right attitude. The right attitude is, I get this joy. It's a wonderful place. How can I share that? How can I help other people get that? That's the right attitude. So if it's just a commodity to use, then after a while that joy turns back to pain. So pain is the fundamental currency by which we, go forward at the beginning levels. So if you're living a very painful life, then that means you've got a lot to learn. But it also means that you probably, once you start, you'll learn very quickly. Yeah, nothing like a swift kick to get you in gear. Okay, who's next? Yes.
So we were talking about intent before, so I got maybe 3-4 questions about intent. Just bear with me. So is intent fundamental to consciousness like free will? Does our intent co-create the reality we live in? And can be a thought, a word, or a feeling, an intent? And there is anything like a subconscious intent, because it is not conscious, it's not in your awareness, so it's not in your data stream. So it cannot be subconscious,
Okay.
it's only be conscious.
So far I've counted 5 questions.
How did you find out that intent can change the future probabilities?
Okay. So let's just start at the beginning. You had, what was your first question? What was your first question? What was your?
Is intent fundamental to consciousness like free will?
Yes.
Where it come from?
Yes. Intent is fundamental, like free will. What is free will but the will to express an intent? So free will to do what? Free will is the free will to make a choice. And what's the choice? The choice isn't a random choice. Free will doesn't give you the ability to just make random choices. I mean, I guess it could, but that's not the point. Where's the growth? It's not in random choices. It's in a specific choice. Well, that's where intent comes in. Intent decides, what do you want to accomplish? What do you want to do? And for too many of us, what does the fear? What does our fear want us to do, or the choice it wants to make? But that's intent. Now, as we move up your chain there, well, you can tell me the next one.
Okay, so
I remember some of them, but I'll probably
intent,
get.
like a thought, a word, a feeling.
It can be all of the above. Intent comes in, I guess, we're talking about words, intent. So we have to have really 2 different kinds of intent here. I'm going to have a lowercase little I intent and a big case big I intent. Okay, the little I intent comes from the intellect. I intend to make $1 million before I'm 30 years old. I intend to do this. I intend to rise to the head spot in my company. All these are intents, but these are coming out of the intellect. That's a little I intent. Doesn't carry a whole lot of weight, doesn't move a whole lot of future probability. It kind of falls in the wish category. Then there's the capital I intent, which is intent at your being level. It's the thing that, what else can we say? We can say motivation. It's the thing that moves you to make choices, that your intent is the reason you make this choice rather than that choice, because you have an intention of something happening. You have an intention of that you're expressing out of the quality of yourself, out of your core. That's an,
So it can be negative or positive.
it can be negative or positive with your intent. Yes, it's as easy to heal a headache as it is to cause a headache. Intent modifies future probability, be it positive or negative, isn't a property of intent. So intent can be a feeling. You can be aware of it or you cannot be aware of it. Our intellect is only aware of a small part of what is us. There's a lot of most people that the intellect is not really aware of.
But if you're not aware, it's not in your data stream.
Right. If you're not aware of it, then it's not part of your reality. Right. It's not part of this reality. What's in your data stream defines this reality, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There's a lot that exists that is outside of this reality. And part of it is your intent. Part of it is your own multidimensional consciousness.
So you're not aware in this dimension, but in another dimension, yes.
Yes. In other ways, you might be aware of that. So there's lots of things like that. That's what we call the subconscious, outside of our consciousness. But it's a part of us. It's just not a part that we can access intellectually. Doesn't mean it isn't a part of us. But that's because of the fear. Once we get rid of the fear, then we're just a whole being. It's not like you have the intellectual level and the being level. Once you get rid of the fear, you're just all one thing. You can think, you feel, you act, you intend, all out of this whole thing that you are, and you're aware of all of that. The more fear you have, the more you separate the two. And then you have the being level down here and the intellectual level up there, and those two are actually not communicating very well. That's what the fear does to you. It kind of splits you up and gives you two minds, if you will, the core of you and the intellectual part of you. So intent can be a feeling. It's basically what you intend. You make choices. What's your intent for that choice? And a being level intent is one that comes out of the core of you. Now, it's not a 0 or a 1 in the sense I say that when you don't have any fear, you're just one whole thing and you're aware of all of it. It doesn't just be like you have a subconscious and then one day you wake up and it's gone. It's slowly you have this gradation. So right now you're probably, say 50 or 60% intellect and maybe 40% outside your intellect. That then will slowly change. And as you get rid of your fear, that ratio will slowly change to where your intellect and your being level are all part of the same thing. So it's not that you can't think at the being level, you can. You can think at the being level, you can do analysis at the being level, but mostly we don't. Mostly we think from the ego. The ego is mostly in charge of our thinking. Mostly our thinking has to do with what about us? How do I fit into that? What does it have to do with me? Why should I do that? It all kind of is I-centered. At the being level, you can still think and do analysis, but it's not I-centered. For the most part, it's more holistic, not quite so categorized.
So how did you find out you can change the future probability with intent?
What's that?
How did you find out you can change the future probability with your intent?
Well, when I first got to Monroe Laboratories, well, it wasn't called Monroe Laboratories then. There was this Bob Monroe, and he had this lab. There was no TMI, the Monroe Institute, or none of that existed yet. The first thing we did was try to convince ourselves that what we were experiencing and doing was real. We were in that same, is it real trap, you see, where a lot of people are. So we were in that trap too, because myself and Dennis Menerick, I'm a physicist, he was an electrical engineer, And we wanted to know, is this real? So Bob gave us things that were testable to do, with the idea that if we tested it enough times, we would be able to discover whether it was real. So we did. We worked on remote viewing, on healing. We worked on contact. Not only contact with non-physical beings, but contact with physical beings, but mind-to-mind contact. And we worked at these things in ways that we had certain things we were supposed to achieve, and did we achieve them or not? You know, something that you could tell whether you achieved what your goal was or you didn't achieve it. And we kept track of them. And the statistics eventually were very, very lopsided in that there was, 10,000 to 1 that we had achieved the things we had achieved. That we had done that just by lucky guessing, or just by, it just happened that way. It's like 10,000 to 1 that was the case. So they were very statistically significant, is the right term if you looked at the statistics of it. So we had all the statistics that said, oh, we were doing something real. We were having a real effect. And you have to do this over years. It's not something you can do quickly, because if you heal and you work real hard and that person gets better, well, they may have just gotten better anyway. You see, that doesn't mean anything just once. But if you do that 500 times, now it starts to mean something. So that's what we were doing. We were doing these evidential things so that we could determine whether or not it was real. But the odd thing is that when you have a belief, it's hard to get past that belief. So Dennis and I had, like I say, 10,000 to 1 that this was just luck. Yes, statistically significant. We were really doing stuff. Did we believe it? I'm not so sure, you see. You cling to that old belief of the way things are. It wasn't until an event that Dennis and I had together that it just kind of hit me that I no longer had to ask the question, is this real? That same event didn't have that effect on Dennis. There's a totally different event that flipped him over to that side where we no longer have to ask that question, is it real? Which is a good place to get to, because then you can really do some interesting things rather than just collecting evidence.
Sorry,
Wait, wait.
add to that.
When that-
You,
when the-
you can't talk without a microphone.
Yeah, just, can we pass the mic back to him?
Thank you. Just to add to that, would the 30-day rice experiment be what he's asking, using your intent to change future probability, your intention on throwing your hatred towards the hate glass of rice, that glass of rice rot, and the love towards the love glass of rice, it stays healthy and looks almost edible after 30 days.
Yeah,
So
those
that
are some
would be-
evidential things that you can do. Yeah, and I guess I kind of stopped a little ahead of the point that I was going to make, and that was that after you do all this evidential stuff, that teaches you that intent makes, changes the probable future. Now at the time, I didn't know that it was a probable future. I just knew that intent would make a difference. If you had an intent, things would change. Intent for somebody to heal, they would get better. Intent to remote view, you would get, the right answer. That intent somehow seemed to work, have an effect. It wasn't until later that I realized, when this was a probabilistic reality, that what you're doing is you're modifying future probability. That's why sometimes intent doesn't work. Sometimes you really, really try to heal and nothing happens. Well, there's more going on than just your intent. A person may be ill because they need that illness as part of their growth path or some other reason. And now the probability in them being ill is really strong. And you may be working for them to be well, and that may bring that probability of being ill from 0.99999 just down to 0.999. Well, that doesn't do much, you see. So once I understood the probability arrangement, then I understood it was changing the probable future, that there was such a thing as a database called the probable future, which I knew because one of the things Bob had us doing was reading headlines from newspapers a week in advance. And we were sometimes very good at that. And how could you do that? Well, again, there's a probable future database. People have precognitive dreams. Lots of people can tap into future, and they're not always right. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're not. If what they're guessing is not too far off, they tend to be more right. If it's further off, they tend to be less right. So all that fit into this explanation of it being a probabilistic future, and that we can modify the probability. So it just came out of experience, doing a lot of evidential kinds of things. You get it, and then when I figured out about it being an information system and probability based, and the rest of it all just kind of fell together, and I saw how the whole pattern worked. So that's where that came from.
So I had to get glasses because I couldn't see properly anymore when I went to university. Several years later, I threw them in the bin because I just didn't want to wear the glasses anymore, because it just didn't seem right to me that my eyesight would just deteriorate without any cause. And anyway, later on, I found this book. It's a 100-year-old book. It's called Perfect Eyesight Without Glasses. And basically, in the book, the author is an optometrist. He says that the reason why people don't have proper eyesight is because there's a lot of strain on the external eye muscles, and that you can alleviate that strain using simple techniques. And one technique he suggests is called palming, which is pretty much put your palms on your eyes, and then you try to imagine black, and then after a while, everything goes black. So that sounds a lot like point of consciousness in meditation. Anyway, I started doing that, and my eyesight is coming back unbelievably, and I can just feel all this strain draining from my face. And I just want, I guess, so my question is, how are fears and how is ego related to strain, and how is that related to disease of the body?
Yeah, well, your fears change, the mind leads, right, and the body follows. If your mind is full of fear, that creates the biochemical relationship in your body to support that fear. Your body will change to support what the mind's doing, which means you are pumping more adrenaline, you have more of that fight or flight juice going on, which always keeps you tense. All that tension will cause other biochemicals to change, and pretty soon you've ruined your health, because to live under stress and tension all the time is hard on all your organs, hard on everything else, because what your body is doing is saying, there's an emergency. There's an emergency. Shut down these systems, put everything to these systems. It's trying to deal with emergencies all the time. Well, if it deals with emergencies all the time, those systems that get shut down, that aren't being used quite as much, they start to atrophy. They don't work as well. The stress will cause physical ailments. Stress is a big killer, actually. It's a hard thing on our health to be stressed all the time. In our culture, stress is the norm. Stress is what we do when we wake up. When the alarm goes off, that's stress. And our day stays that way usually until we're knocked out again at night when the stress ends. So we're under constant stress. That's the nature of a fear-based culture, is that everybody's stressed all the time. It's not so much are you stressed as, how stressed are you is the thing. So yes, and that's hard. A lot of our illnesses, all the illnesses that are common, like heart disease, stroke, all those things are very much stress related. Your circulation is stress related. The stress was meant to be physiologically, was something to get you to the fight or flight, right? That's the stress. Do you fight? Do you run? What do you do? This is an emergency. Everything shuts down except just what you need to survive. It was part of our survival. But we're running that survival machinery all the time we're awake, pretty much. And that consumes too many resources, doesn't leave enough resources for other things, and eventually it just wears us out. So most of the common ailments are stress related. There are people with high blood pressure, well, that's stress. People with stroke, that's stress. Hardening of the arteries, that's stress. Heart attack, stress related. All the big killers of people tend to be stress related. What it does, it makes the body less adaptable to be stressed. So yeah, stress is an important thing to let go of. And mostly we have stress because we believe we need to be in control. We fear what might happen if we weren't in control. If we just let the chips fall wherever they might, oh, what if they fell in a way I wouldn't like? What if they fell in a way that hurt, caused pain, cost me money, made me late for work, whatever? Well, we have to control everything. We don't just let the chips fall where they may. We control, control, control. And when you're constantly trying to control, you're constantly under stress. Our life is generally like I don't know where I saw this image. It was probably some advertisement, but there was somebody trying to stuff too many clothes in a suitcase. And here's a sleeve hanging out. So they open this a little bit and they try to tuck the sleeve, and when they do that, something falls out on the other side. So then they run over and try to get that in, and then something else falls out here and here. And it just is a never-ending struggle to try to be in control, to make things happen the way you want. And that's the way we live our lives. Control. We control everything. We want to control everything. And if we're not in control, that gives us stress because we're not sure what the outcome is going to be if we just let it happen however it happens. An interesting thing is that when you finally get to the point you just give up control, that's usually a little bit after you realize that you really don't have any control anyway. Your control is just an illusion. It's something you think you have, and you're working at it thinking you have control, but you really don't have any of that control. And once you kind of buy that all its control is a mind game for yourself, then you kind of let it go and say, well, if I can't control it anyway, happen however you happen. And what happens is that all the things you need to happen just happen automatically. It just happens. And then you realize that if I was the master of the universe and I could control everything, I'd make it be just the way it is. And that's when you kind of let it all go and realize that it's your control, it's your need to control that's creating all the problems. It's because you're trying to stuff too many clothes in that suitcase is why you're frustrated. And every time you stuff more in, something else falls out. It's why in your relationships you figure, oh, we could just get past this point. If I could just get him to not throw his dirty socks and underwear on the floor, my life would be perfect. If I could just, get her to, life would be perfect. We're almost there. Just in the next couple of months, we're going to get there, and it's all going to be good after that. Well, one of two things happen. One is you never get there. Or two, you do get there, and you find out that something else pops out of the suitcase on the other side. Always. You see? So that idea that if you could just get this in line, if you just get this under control, life would be sweet. That sweetness is fleeting. It never lasts if you ever get it at all, because then there's something else. All right, that one's behind you. Now, if I could just get the kids, to make good grades so they could get into college, and if I could just get the kids out of college so I wouldn't be so poor, if I could just get the kids to be on their own with a good job so I wouldn't have to keep sending them money, and you just have to let things take care of themselves. And the problem is we focus on the wrong thing. We're focusing on control. We're focusing on control because we want things to be the way we want them. The way we know is the best way for them to be. And it's not just things, but it's people. We know how people should be, as well as things. So we want to manipulate that so it comes out that way. So that's where all our energy is, to make sure that when the future gets here, it's the way we want it. It's optimal for us and our loved ones, it's optimal for our kids, it's optimal for whatever. Everybody else can go to hell, but it's it'll be optimal for us, right? That's what we think. Well, that is focused, that's basically all self-centered. I want the world to be the way I want it because that's convenient for me. And because, of course, I know best. I know how it should be. Right? That's the way we live our lives. Instead, we should be just letting things happen more or less the way they happen. Now, you can't just do that completely. You still have to pay your mortgage. You still have to put gas in the car. You have responsibilities you have to do. So it's not that you just say everything, you're on your own, I don't care anymore. That's not it. You have responsibilities, and you should keep up with those responsibilities. But it's the other million things that you're constantly trying to manipulate that you just let go. And as things happen, you have the choice to how you're going to deal with them. And how you deal with them can either be productive, good quality choices toward love, or poor choices toward fear. And that's where you learn. You don't learn anything trying to manipulate things to be the way you want them. You learn by making choices that are optimal, good, productive choices. So let that future turn out however it does. Yes, meet your responsibilities, but don't have to manipulate it any more than necessary. With little children, it's different. You have to manipulate them. You put a lock on the gate so they can't play in the street. That's taking their free will away, yes, but you need to do that because you're the parent. But once you're dealing with adults, not so much. You need to kind of let it go the way it goes. And then you deal with it. So, okay, something awful happens. Deal with it. Don't dread the something awful and feel like you need to prevent it. Something awful's brewing. Well, if you could change it, if you could just do it, what you realize is that you can't change things. It's not just you, and you are not the master of the universe, so you can't change things. Just accept them. Accept that it's not your choice. Other people have choices too. They have free will, and chances are what you see as the way they ought to be isn't the way they see that they ought to be, and you're not the way they see that you ought to be. You see? So you just let all that work out however it works out. You being the most loving, caring, helpful person you can. Stuff happens, deal with it. So it's not oh no, I don't believe that happened. Now what are we going to do? If you get into that, you're just feeding the problem. You're feeding the problem with your own fear. So, yeah, stress is the big thing, and mostly we stress because we're control freaks. We want to control everything because we're afraid of what happens if we don't control. You asked, how do we convert this into real life? That's one of the ways that you convert it into real life. You let go of that need to.
But what you're saying applies to trivial things. The real things which will affect us and our people around us. We worry about those things.
Yes, we do.
Repeat that.
Ah.
You have to repeat it for passing on.
So what you're saying applies to trivial things, but the real problem to really worry about. I mean, we can't just accept everything. We have to pay the mortgage, worry about the
Right.
children. When they're sick, we worry a lot. We cannot just accept. And there's a fine line what to accept, what to fight to change. Big deal.
Sure. Well, that's you have to know. There's some little phrase that passes around and gets stuck on office doors all over the world probably, that you have to know, the difference between what you can change and what you can't. And what I'm saying is the things that you can't, you need to accept, and accept gracefully. The things that you can, that are within your ability to do, not within your ability to manipulate somebody else to do. But the things that are within your ability to do, you do those things. If you think those are good things, then you do them the best you can. So you're always doing what you can that you think is positive for others, and for yourself too, but for others. Yes, you do all that. But you have to realize that most of what happens in your life are things that you can't control. They're not within your control to do that. And particularly when it comes to other people. They're just not in control. So then you accept that, rather than struggle with how can I control that? How can I make that come out the way I know is best? Just realize you can't. Let it be. Deal with it. So I'm not talking about all the trivial things. Yes, there's things you can control. Control those things the best you can, with as much love and caring as possible. And after that, let it be. You see, but most people don't, after that, let it be. They get to control all that stuff I can, but then they want to control all that stuff they can't. And that's what drives them crazy. That's the problem. So you do what you can do. The problem is when you try to over-control, when you try to control things that aren't yours to control, when it's somebody else's decision, you generally make things worse. Generally. You know, I want my kids to only, to grow up to be healthy, well-developed personalities that, are going to be doctors, lawyers, and Indian chiefs and be successful in the world. And I don't want them hanging out with any wrong friends and that kind of stuff. So you monitor them, everything they do and where they go and who they do it with. And you can do that to the point that you will drive them to do all the things that you don't want them to do because you're trying to control them. And as kids, they resist that control. They resist it to the point of doing just the opposite of what you want, just so they don't feel controlled. So you see, you can create things by trying to control what you can. Yes, you're a parent, you get a teenage, and no, they don't make good decisions very well, sometimes. Well, you try to raise them so that they can make good decisions, and then you give them the chance to make those decisions. You give them guidance, but you don't tell them what to do. As soon as you tell them what to do, they'll do the opposite. They'll go the other way because they're at a part in their life where they need to make their own decisions. They resent somebody trying to steal their free will. So you let them do something really stupid because that's what they want to do. You've pointed out that that could be dysfunctional if you did that. They're going to do it anyway, and you're there to help catch them when they fall. Stand them back up, pat them on the rump, and tell them to get back out there in the game and do better next time. That kind of support then lets them feel free to be themselves, but still pay attention to what dad says or what mom says, because sometimes they actually seem to know what they're talking about. So you got to draw the line. You have to know what you can't. And once a child is almost an adult, then you can no longer keep overriding their free will because they have bad judgment. You got to let them experience the consequences of bad judgment and hope for the best. That's scary sometimes as a parent. You spend a lot of hours pacing the floor hoping for the best, but that's necessary. They have to learn. And if you give them that kind of freedom and learning when they're 8 and 9 and 10, they get through it so much better when they're 12, 13, and 14. But if you've protected them right up until they're 12, 13, and 14, and then expect them to suddenly start making choices on their own and do it really well, it's going to be a rougher ride. So it's let go of what you can let go of, and understand what you can't control and let go of it. Don't try, but be there as the guide. That's the one thing that parents should realize, that they are not there to tell their children what to do. They're there to help their children make good decisions, not by telling them what that decision is. That's not the kind of help I'm talking about, but help them of their own free will to come to a decision and avoid making the decision for them as much as you can, because that doesn't help them. That's hard for them to learn if you make choices for them. It's a real hard thing to do as a parent because you want your kids to succeed, and if they did it this way, it would be better. But it's the way it is. You have to let them do it their own way and find out whether it's better or not.
Karen here. You can hear that?
Yeah.
So it's a very difficult question to ask because I don't know where to start here. But I've been studying the German New Medicine for about 7 years. I just wondered first if you've heard of the German New Medicine.
Sounds vaguely familiar, but tell me a little about it.
The German New Medicine is a whole system based from the beginning of evolution, from one cell amoeba all the way to who we are now. And it explains illness fairly specifically about talking about shock and resolution. And like that's part of it, that we shock and then we get re-triggered and we create illness in the body from those re-triggerings, you know, the stress you're talking about.
Hmm.
And so I've been studying that for 7 years. I've had leukemia and I used it to fix that and all that. So but the question is basically about, is it possible that there is a rule set in terms of how we've evolved that governs how we've evolved? Because the German medicine, they can take a CAT scan, a specific sort of CAT scan, and look at that and give a person their whole history of illness, like what they've had, what illnesses they've had in the past, what illnesses they've got, and what's developing. And it's not known in Australia very much. It's had a lot of opposition, but it involves the psyche, like the soul, or how you experience a particular shock. So it can't say that you will have a particular manifestation. It depends on your psyche, your experience, your being at the being level. And always the same pure is a level of awareness. Like when I say awareness, I mean it can happen subconsciously. So that could be the placebo effect where you subconsciously get a resolution. So what I'm trying to say, is it possible that there is a rule set? Because what I've seen of the German New Medicine, it looks like it might answer that question, and that was the question I came across it after I asked the universe, what is this mechanism that mediates between the psyche or the stress or whatever the experience and the body?
Yes, there is a rule set. That's, virtual realities have to have rule sets. Our virtual reality's rule set is what we call science. It's how interchanges of energy, if you will, can take place within this reality. The World of Warcraft virtual reality has its own rule set. Elves cannot flap their arms and fly away. Rule set doesn't support it. We can't do that here either. Rule set doesn't support it. So you have your basic science which says what we can do and what we can't do. I can't jump 20 feet in the air. Humans just weren't made to do that. Some critters can jump 5 times their own height, but humans aren't one of them. And that's because I'm too heavy, bones are too heavy, muscles aren't big enough, all that sort of thing. So we just, according to the rule set, we can't do that. So yes, there's a rule set that defined our evolution. So we started with that little ball of plasma that went bang and, evolved our reality, our universe. But that bang happened according to a rule set. There was some rule set that said how energy could exchange within that, what pressure meant, it defined all those things. So there's definitely a rule set. And that rule set sets constraints on what the consciousness can do. That's the point of that rule set. So if I get hurt some way, let's say, we'll talk about the brain. So if I damage my head, I get hit with something or in a car accident, and maybe the result of that is I have some kind of brain injury here, and that brain injury causes me to lisp and drag my right foot and maybe, not remember very well. Well, that is a new set of constraints that my player, my consciousness has with this avatar. So now this avatar has, restraints, constraints on what it can do. Maybe how well it can think, what it can remember, how fast it can run. All those things are constraints. And the consciousness playing me now has to play the character with these constraints. Maybe it's congenital. Maybe I was born with no arms. Well, now my consciousness has to play a character with no arms. It doesn't matter too much about the constraints because you still have choices. Your constraints just redefine another set of choices. So you're born with no arms, you've got another whole set of choices that people with 2 arms don't have. ways to learn, ways to grow, decisions to make that other people don't have. You see, so whatever kind of station you're in, you have choices around that. So yes, there's definitely a rule set. It does interplay with our consciousness. The physical system has to abide by the rules, and consciousness has to deal with the consequences, with the constraints placed by that rule set. And I'm not surprised that they can look at a CAT scan and tell you a history, because anthropologists do that routinely in their job. They'll look at a skeleton and they'll tell you what it ate, where it lived, what sex it was, that it was eaten by this kind of an animal, that it was, you know, they can tell you this whole history of the thing just by looking at chips and marks and things on the bones. A CAT scan gives you 1,000 times more information than that. So no doubt, if you know what to look for, you can see the marks and what's happened. And yes, we are an accumulation of all of our experiences and all of our choices. So everything that we have chosen to do or not do is carried with us. That's who we are. We're a sum of all those things. So if you could deconstruct that, you could deconstruct a person as the sum of all the choices they've made, starting from what they started with.
That sounds, I want to know if I've wasted 7 years. You can just imagine, you can just imagine
No.
getting well, but what I found was that I needed, like I got leukemia and they fixed it for me by just talking to me and dealing with it. And I've gotten into trouble because I've been able to predict what a client might have. Like one of my clients rang up and said, I've got breast cancer. And I said, yes, I know, and it's your right breast. And I knew that because I knew enough about the German medicine to know I knew her, so I knew why it was in the right and not the left breast. So that system, though, it's not had its day yet. I mean, it's still sitting there. There's a few places that practice it around the world, but it just hasn't got any traction because the cure is not pills, and it's not.
Sure.
Often it's not, sometimes surgery, but often not surgery, and so it's still just sitting there. But I've been lucky enough, and a few people know about it.
Well, there's lots of such things. And again, the active, and there's two things that are active. One's the rule set. Things happen, right? If you get exposed to a bacteria that can grow, let's say, in your lungs, and a bunch of that bacteria gets in your lungs somehow, they're going to grow there, right? That's the rule set. So stuff happens because the rule set allows it. On the other hand, there's lots of ways that you can work with that. And you'll find that there's all of these little subsets of knowledge like you're talking about. I don't know a whole lot about this
Well,
German
this is the
method,
whole system, actually.
but there's lots of them around. There was let's see, Donna pointed out one called quantum healing, right? That I talked to a fellow who's in charge of that. And they probably could list, if we were knowledgeable and had an hour with Google, we could probably list 100 healing modalities that are all sorts of things. And the interesting thing is that most of them actually work. Well, the reason most of them work is that the active ingredient is intent. You see? So you have any kind of system whatsoever that leads you to a positive intent about your illness, where you actually feel that, yes, this will work, I'll get well, you will get well. And there's lots of ways to lead people to that intent. So if you have, a system that helps people focus on a solution, they'll more often find the solution. And no system works infallibly. Sometimes it just doesn't work for people. And why is that? Because people are all different. And some people will take that positive thing and go with it, and other people will reject it, so it doesn't work for them. So it gets back to intent being the primary thing that makes a difference. Of course, the intent has to work within the rule set. So you can only change probability by so much and only some of the time. And why? Well, two reasons. One has to do with how much probability you have to change. If there's something that's 10 million to 1, and you're a real powerful wizard, so you can change that by 2 orders of magnitude. Now it's only, 1 million to 1. Ooh, it's still not gonna, you're not gonna win that game, you see? And if you change it down to 1,000 to 1, well, now you've changed it this huge amount, and it's still not gonna work. It's still not likely to come up the way you want it. So one of the things that determines how much you can change probability or how much effect you can have is how much do you have to change it. The second thing is, how good are you at changing it? How clear is your intent and your mind, and how much of that is coming out of your being level rather than out of your intellect. If you have a strong, clear intent and it's coming out of your being level, you're much more powerful than if you don't have that. So that's why it works for some people, doesn't work for some people. Some people work out of their being level more easily than others. Women work out of their being level more readily than men. Men tend to work more out of their intellects. So those are the variables. So yes, you can use your intent to modify future probability, but you can't just do anything you want with it. It's not like you're the master of the universe, can make things happen just the way you want. Okay. Who else has a mic? You do. Good.
Tom, it's Craig. Firstly, I'm sure I'm not alone in saying this, but very grateful to have you here this weekend.
I'm glad to be here. Yeah, thank you.
My question is twofold. Until recently, I thought of only one spiritual realm. And on reading your book and you talking about NPMR, sub-capital N, which for the listeners is, correct me if I'm wrong, non-physical matter reality and a number of different subsets thereof. Firstly, how many different subsets of NPMR have you experienced in your paranormal travels? And secondly, how do you know that they are actually different subsets and not just different places within one subset, like on Earth, desert compared with tropical rainforest?
Okay. Well, I guess in a way that's a matter of definition, right? Is it its own subset, or is it a subset of somebody else's subset? Some of that's just language. The larger conscious system is the master set. Okay, so that's everything. All subsets are sub to the larger consciousness system, as are we as individual units of consciousness, subsets of the larger consciousness system. The reason I talk about N division and N plus 1 and N plus 2, dot, that there's more of those, is that I have noticed in my travels and getting around that there are areas or regions that are, let's say, have different management. It's the way I give the metaphor in my books. I talk kind of in a business metaphor there. They have different management, a different philosophy about how things should be run. You might think a different experiment in consciousness, not just this experiment, but an experiment with some of the variables changed. And I've also noticed that there are barriers, if you will, moving between them. Some, the barriers are very light, very little. Others are really hard to get through. These two subsets don't interchange much. And it's not that they don't like each other, they're just two different kinds of places based on different basic rules, and they don't mix well. So if you interchange the beings there, each doesn't get along that well trying to deal with the rules in the other, because they don't know the rules, and the rules are incompatible enough that if you're there using your own rules, you'll end up shooting yourself in the foot. You'll end up getting in trouble because it's antithetical to the way you think or the way you do things. It's not like there's animosity between them. That's not the point. It's just that they're kind of incompatible. And sometimes you have a region, these are all metaphors now, don't take it too literally. You'll have a region that will have some particularly unpleasant characters in it, some particularly negative things that you don't want in your space. You'd like to keep them out. So you create a rule that says, keep your stuff, in your realm, and we'll keep our stuff in our realm, and let's not mix the two because it doesn't work out. So I've had some of those. I've had instances where I've been stopped from going someplace. So just from all of my experiences, it seems like there's different realms with different management. Now, they're all part of the larger consciousness system. But let's say we hear that we have our first chance to see bigger picture and become a race based on caring and love. We can maybe take the first steps in that direction over the next few decades. But let's say we go the other way. Let's say we make terrible choices. That, my God's a better programmer than your God gets in control. We start fighting with each other, and we start killing with each other, and somebody tosses a nuke or this or that, and you can see it could all just go downhill very quickly. And let's say then we go the opposite direction, to where we de-evolve immensely, to where this is almost all fear, no love, no caring at all. Very nasty kind of place, and I've been in such places. There are like that. Well, at that point, you have a whole lot of beings who are really very de-evolved. You don't want those beings coming, flying around in the outer body, getting to other places, because they just sow more chaos and trouble. So then you say, well, this experiment's not going so well right now. This experiment kind of turned bad. The bacteria have taken over, and we're going to put that in quarantine so that it doesn't infect other places. So it's things like that, where there's just various things going on, different experiments. You don't necessarily want them to trade with each other yet, until you have learned what you're trying to learn there with that experience. So I have been in, your question is, how many of those have I been in that I would say were under obviously different management? Probably a dozen. 8, 10, 12, something like that. Not a lot. How many different reality frames? Probably hundreds. So they tend to group up mostly within probably 2 or 3 or 4 of these larger groups out of the 12. Most of them are like a casual visit that I've been a couple of times, but it's not a place that I stay much. So most of my experience is within several, 2 or 3. And each one has dozens of sub-realities running in it. So it's like I give it the business metaphor, because it's sort of like that. It's sort of like a business, So you have N division, and then you have N1 divisions, like different divisions in a corporation, where the larger conscious system's the corporation, and it's got all these different divisions. And yes, there's a little crosstalk between them, and the managers probably talk to each other some. But basically, when you're down in the mailroom, you don't really mess around in engineering, because the engineering and the mailroom are just 2 different things, and guys in engineering would just mess up the mail. The guys in the mailroom would just get in the way of engineering, so you keep them separate. They're just different, divisions of a big corporation. So it's that sort of thing. At least that is my interpretation of what little bit of data I get. So don't take that as that's the way it is. Take that as that's kind of the best metaphor I can come up with to describe it. If it was your experience, not mine, you may describe it a completely different way.
Sure, thanks. On the subject of beings, have you any evidence or experience that some of these beings are derivatives of humankind?
Well, derivative of, I wouldn't see it that way. I'd say that humanity is just local to this virtual reality. I mean, that's what we call ourselves, right? We call ourselves human. There are other beings, other places, other reality frames, not in this universe. They wouldn't necessarily call themselves that. They may call themselves something else. So there's not much just in a name. But a lot of beings in a lot of different places are similar. A lot of rule sets in a lot of different places are similar. And I think that's because there's only a few ways that you can evolve initial conditions in a rule set that produces a stable result. It's not that easy. If you've got initial conditions, we do this now in a lot of universities I can't think of the one that's the most notable. I think it's University of Pennsylvania, perhaps. They have this simulation. Initial conditions, a rule set, and it evolves. What happens typically is after a certain amount of time, the result dead ends. It gets to a place that there aren't any more choices. Or it blows up. It gets to a point where it's total chaos. Nothing is, it's not working anymore. So you tweak the rules a little bit, and then you start it over. And now maybe it'll go a little longer. You tweak the rules and do it over because you find out what is the rule that allows this thing, to get chaotic and no longer function. So when you're done doing that, your rule set is very, very precise just to get something that's stable long enough to be of interest. So I think that it was the same with us. This rule set is very particular just to make this a viable virtual reality for a long enough period of time. I mean, how many billion years have we been evolving in this? So for billions and billions of years, this thing had to be able to progress until something that had interesting choices could be used as an avatar. That may not have been us, that may have been something that lives in the water. But something made interesting choices, therefore it could be picked up as an avatar. And then there's got humans, not only have a lot of interesting choices, but we have the ability to build things. And we got these opposable thumbs and hands that can grasp and minds that can compute. So a lot of interesting choices there, but that took billions and billions of years to get there. So I think the simulation has to be very picky. Science calls that the anthropomorphic principle. Anyway, somebody maybe will fix that for me. And the principle says that there's many constants in our physics that are precise out to 6, 7, 8 decimal places. And that if you change the digit in the 8th decimal place, wouldn't work anymore.
Biocentrism, that's what Robert Lanza calls it.
Yeah, biocentrism is one name for it. The anthropic principle is what it's called. Anthropic means that it was done just for us, that our universe is here to support us, okay, which seems like a strange idea that this whole universe would have evolved just to support us. But had it been any different than it is, had those constants been the slightest bit off, it wouldn't have persisted this long for us to have evolved here. You see, it would have self-destructed a long time ago. So that tells us that it's not easy to produce a virtual reality that has this kind of stability. Therefore, when you go around in the larger conscious system and you see a lot of different virtual realities, a lot of them are similar to this because this works. And if you're an information system and you finally get something that works, what do? Copy, paste, 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 paste. And then you go in and modify each one a little bit so it maybe has different starting conditions or different things happen, because that way you can see what difference it'll make if you change these things. So that's why a lot of them seem to be similar. But then they evolve differently. So they don't all just look like us, but they function a lot like us. So there's lots of those around. Now back to the anthropic principle. That's interesting, that this universe may have been made just for us. There's another, a paradox called the Fermi paradox. The Fermi paradox was done by Enrico Fermi, a very famous physicist, and over lunch one day, just chatting with his contemporaries and his friends, they were talking about, well, how long would it be before some other intelligent life form in the universe would evolve and go into outer space and eventually get to us here. And when Fermi did the math, and he did it in his head pretty much, he's a smart guy, he did the math and he said, well, where are they? They should be here. Because if you start with, we're not in the oldest part of the universe. There's other parts of the universe that are 1 billion years older than us, which means they've had 1 billion years more to evolve than we do. Well, where do you think we're going to be in 1 billion years from now? Hard to imagine, right? Hard to imagine. So he said, well, even if it was in part of that old part of the universe, and in 1 billion years, even if it couldn't ever get close to light speed, even at just normal old speeds, it could colonize this, then this, then this. It could work its way across, galaxies and so on. It should be here by now. Matter of fact, it should have been here a long time ago. There's been that much time. So it was called the Fermi paradox. And a lot of people said, oh, I can solve that paradox. And so far, there hasn't been any solutions that were really very good to the Fermi paradox, because it turns out it's a really strong probability, no matter how you look at it, that they would be here. There would be civilization on inhabitable things all over. And we'd know. You see, they'd be sending out little signals, and we'd get little beep, beep, beeps, on our radar systems and things. We would be aware of it. But we don't get any of that. Well, there is a solution to the Fermi paradox, if you understand virtual reality, and that is that we're alone. It's just about us. See, it ties right in with the anthropic principle. It's here for us. This virtual reality was made specifically to create avatars so that we could make choices, and here we are. And the idea then is, oh, what a waste. We're just this one little tiny star with this one little planet around it, and there's trillions of these things. What a waste, all those trillions of trillions. Certainly something else would be inhabited there. But you see, all of that is just lights in the sky until you look at it with a big telescope. And then it's something. You see, that's the way virtual reality works. You only get a data stream of what it is you're looking at, and only while you're looking at it. So you put a big telescope out there, and you'll see all these suns and all these stars, and then you switch the telescope someplace else, that's gone. It doesn't stay there. It's only computed to put in the data stream of the guy looking through the telescope. But once he sees it, and he maps it, and he takes a picture of it, then whoever else looks there, they'll see the same thing. It's in this reality. So it's not a big waste. All the rest of the universe, just a light in the sky when somebody looks. And when it's daytime like this, nobody's looking. Those things don't have to be put in anybody's data stream. So what does it cost the larger conscious system to maintain this whole universe just for us? Almost nothing. Almost nothing. There's almost no resources required. When somebody looks, it shows them what it is they're capable of seeing. When Galileo looked with his little telescope, it showed him a few points of light. Each point of light's a bit. To put a lot of bits out there, for points of light. It's hardly any information at all. So it wouldn't be a big waste of resources. It could be that there's nothing there in that entire universe but us. Now, I don't know that that's the way it is. I'm just saying that is a logical solution to the Fermi paradox. It seems unrealistic to us, because why should we be so unique? Why wouldn't other life forms in this universe grow up? Well, it could be that the larger conscious system only needs so many seats in this trainer. This is a virtual reality entropy reduction trainer for individuated units of consciousness, and it only needs so many seats. Got 7.5 billion seats right here. That's a lot of seats. Does it need, 1 million times that? Maybe not. If that's all the seats it needs, then all the rest of this is just the rule set. See, that's the rule set. If you look out with a telescope, what does the rule set say that you're going to have out there, right, from this evolution? Well, that's what you see. Now, the rule set might, since it's a probabilistic reality, there might be 1,000 different things that could be out in that part of space when you look. Well, there's a probability distribution for all the possibilities. So here's the 1,000 possibilities, and here's some probability distribution. Well, the guy looks in the telescope, they take a random draw out of that probability distribution, that's what he sees. See? So what he sees isn't necessarily what's out there. There's nothing out there. What he sees is a draw from the random probability distribution of the possibilities. That's what he sees. And once he sees it and maps it and take a picture, anybody else will see the same thing. And when somebody looks just in the next spot right next to it, they'll have to see something that's compatible with that. that there's no conflict between the two. So every time you make a measurement, you're closing the constraints a little bit on the next measurement. And as long as the system has enough flexibility, enough novelty that you never run out of choices, it just keeps on chugging. But you have to have a real good rule set to do that. Did I over-answer your question?
Thank you very much, Tom, for being here. I can resist a small comment on the Fermi principle, Fermi paradox. I think Enrico Fermi was also said, as regard the same thing, if we are the only one in the universe, it's a massive, big waste of space.
Yes.
And I think Gene Roddenberry, a famous creator of Star Trek, gave a crack at this by introducing in his sci-fi series Star Trek something called prime directive, which states that, well, species that are much more evolved than others, they basically don't interfere with progress of others because, well, why would humans spend much time interacting with bacteria? This is this kind of question. None of us, I believe, spend much time thinking about bacteria because basically there's not much to learn from them. My question is related to the state of being. You said, and I couldn't agree more with that obviously our doing depends on the state of being. And I personally, starting my journey with improving and evolving, and particularly being aware of my evolution, I still spend a lot of time feeding instant gratification monkey, like having my morning coffee and doing all those little things that make me happy. However, I'd like to ask you, you being on that journey for much longer, how can you see in retrospect your journey when you compare yourself 30 or 40 years ago and now, how your sense of being evolved? Perhaps could you share with us some milestones along the way, how that comparison looks like for you?
Yeah, I'd say that if I look back at me at 20-something, hardly recognize the guy. Been a huge change. Yeah, it's a very big change. But it's a subtle change, and you do see it more clearly looking back. You don't notice it when you're in the middle of it. Matter of fact, you often get impatient. I did. Nothing's happening. You know, you have this feel, you know, I'm trying, but nothing's really happening. It's going so slow. You know, I'm never going to get there. But that's not the case. Change comes, and the more it comes, the faster it comes. It's slowest in the beginning. But yes, huge changes. The person I am now and the person I was then, you know, I guess I can see the similarities in some ways, but it's really very different. Growing up just changes you. You're just literally not the same person anymore. It's not that you're the same person but added a new twist. You're just not that person anymore. You're different. And all of your growth toward growing up, toward becoming love, lowering entropy, all of that's like that. Every time you get rid of a fear, you're a different person. You see the world differently. Your reality changes. Your relationships change. Everything is different. There's very little that's the same anymore. So it is a massive change, but it's slow. And when you're in the middle of it and you're trying to look forward and back and say, gee, that wasn't, you know, nothing's going on. But 20 years later, you'll look back and it's like, wow, what a trip. You know, it's really been huge. So it just takes time.
As a source of encouragement, can you recognize at all some sort of milestones that you look back like, wow, well, that was definitely a point of time. Again, that's for impatient people like myself to look up for something.
Well, yeah, probably. You know, I went through I have a thing on YouTube that was called, I think it's 15 aha moments or something like that I put there. There were some of the aha moments that came to me as I progressed through. They're not in any particular order, although I started at the beginning and tried to think of them, but then I thought of a few that are out of order, but they're sort of in the right order of how they came. I guess one of the first ones was realizing that I needed to let go of previous beliefs and just be open. That was probably a big one. That I thought I knew how the world worked. I thought I knew real from not real. I thought I understood, the boundaries and breadth and depth of reality, and to realize that I didn't. That it was something more, and I didn't know how much more. I didn't know whether it's just a little bump on the side of what I knew, or whether what I knew was just a little bump on the side of what I didn't know. Turned out it was more the latter than the former. But it takes that first realization that there is something more to learn, and that you don't really know or don't have a real good grasp of what that is, but that you'll work on it. Okay. That's a little frustrating because you see this big thing that's potential and you don't really know how to access it or get something out of it. So that was a big one. I guess the next big one was the idea that if it's not your truth, if it's not your experience, it's not your truth. Because as I tried to explain things to other people, it didn't work. It wasn't their experience, so it couldn't be their truth. The explanation wasn't going to take, so I kind of changed that. Somewhere in that mix, I started seeing auras. Just walked down the street one day, and there they were. And I started to play with them. What does it mean? What has an aura? What doesn't? What's the significance? What's the information? It's like somebody speaking a new language I didn't know how to decode. So I spent some time just playing with that and trying to understand it and how it worked. That let me know, I learned an important lesson from that, which was it's all mental. Physical space means nothing. It's not important. I could look at a photograph of somebody on the other side of the world and I could see their aura just as well if I looked at their body. Space had nothing to do with it. And then I realized that I didn't need to photograph. All I needed was to know that that other person existed, and I could do the same thing. So the photograph wasn't important, the body wasn't important. What was important was my intent of what I needed to do, and that I put my mind in the right space where my intent was powerful enough to do it. That's what was important. So that was a big one, because up in that time I thought, in order to be attached to a person, no person, no aura, So then I realized it's just not like that. It's all consciousness. It's all mental. It's not physical. It doesn't have anything to do with it. That's when I started to realize that there was no such thing as going out of body. You weren't in your body to start with. You see? Nobody's in their body. The body's just ones and zeros on a hard drive in a non-physical computer. You say that, people think you're crazy. But that's what it was. So it was those kinds of things that came along. So some of it came out of my evidential stuff that made, okay, I can do these tricks. I can remote view. I can see numbers that are written on a blackboard, that I shouldn't be able to see, that I could come up with headlines in advance. I knew that that sort of thing worked because I did it, but I had no idea how, why, or anything. So I just tried to solve that problem for the next 30 years. Tried to work on the problem. And the way you solve problems is you have to be able to just experiment. It's like any other science. You got to be able to create a situation and get a result. You got to be able to recreate that situation except change just one variable and see how the result changes. Recreate it again except change a different variable, see how the result changes. So that's why it takes 35 years. That's a lot of painstaking work to do science, to find out how what you do changes something on the other end. And slowly it all kind of fell together within this, I kind of had all these data points, probably had 1,000 data points. And it started out, I didn't know how to connect any of them. I knew that this was a fact, and this was a fact, and this, and all this stuff. So I knew they all had to be connected. Reality would connect every one of them with an overarching concept. And I just kept working on it until I'd get a few connected, but these were incompatible with those. Connect a few over here, but these weren't at all talking to those. until I got virtual reality, consciousness system, probability-based reality frame, and then click, 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 all the data points all lit up at once. And that then was when I decided I'd write a book about consciousness, which then turned out to be a book that tells them how to do physics. You see, so one thing leads to the next, to the next. So don't be impatient. Just keep working at it with the idea that it's a life journey, and maybe 35 years from now, you will really know what you're doing.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Tom, for coming to Australia. It's an absolute privilege just to be in the room with you, so thank you very much for that. I love your theory so much, and the joining together of science and physical and non-physical. And the more I sort of intuitively felt the truth within that, I became slightly depressed. Because I don't really like video games, not at all, in fact. And I started looking at the trees and seeing them as zeros and ones, and I started losing a little bit of its spark. And I think I've overcome that to some degree, and I think you've talked a little bit about it today in being words that we use to describe something. But I was just wondering how you might talk to us about centering ourselves in this reality, knowing that it is a virtual reality, and how by design we connect with nature and animals as well.
Okay. Centering ourselves in this reality is why we're here. This is the important reality. You can learn to experience other reality frames, but that should never get to the point that it takes away from your experience in this reality frame. You're here for a purpose, and that's to have experience, make choices, and learn from those choices. Though you can also learn from choices you make in other realities, this is your main classroom. So sometimes people, when they first start down this path, they feel like, oh, this is the dumb old, low, bottom of the barrel reality. I want to go to the higher realms. Well, that's mostly nonsense. They're going to the different realms where the choices are not nearly so full of learning as they are here. So you want to be grounded here in this reality. Another thing that people kind of end up being depressed about is that, oh, it's just a virtual reality, like it's not quite up to snuff. It's not real. It's just a virtual reality. So it doesn't matter what I do. It's just a game. But this is probably the most important thing that you could possibly do as consciousness. It's come to this reality and learn the most core information from the experience you get here. So it's not that this is just a virtual reality. This virtual reality is as much real as any reality gets. Consciousness is the only thing that's fundamental. Everything else is a virtual reality. When your avatar dies here, you end up in another virtual reality. When you go out of body, you're in another virtual reality. It's not like this is the cheap reality and you'll get to the real stuff later. It's not like that. This is as real as it gets. When you're part of an information system, information is fundamentally real. Okay, so first of all, this is not the fake reality that we're just in here to have fun in a game. It's the most important game that you'll ever have. It's the growing up game, becoming more game. The game to become love, and it's absolutely important to you. If your life is not full of joy, it's because you haven't yet taken this game seriously. You see, and if your life is full of misery and pain, it's because you're not learning, you're not progressing in the game. because that's the result you get when you don't take this seriously, is you get pain, you get struggle, you do not have a good time. So what could be more important than that? You see, this is really the whole thing. This is what you're here. The going out of body and exploring, that can be educational, particularly for the left brain folks who want to get their own experience in it being real, and that's a good thing to do. But once you know that it's real, it's not that big a deal to do those things. Here's where the action is. And where is the action here? It's in relationship. That's the key thing. It's about people, because that's where your ego's drawn out. That's where your fear's drawn out, is in those relationships. So it can't get any more real or any more significant or any more fundamental than just being here, engaged in this virtual reality. This is the fast track, not the slow track. I know a lot of systems have this reality as the thick base reality. It's like, this is a dumb class, right? This is where all the dumb people go. You know, they start here and then you progressively get higher and higher and better. That's not the case. This is a great learning lab, a great place to grow up, and one of the best places. I've been to a lot of other virtual realities, and this is very good. There's some that are a lot more negative than this one. You know, people think it couldn't get any worse here. It could get a lot worse here. We actually are doing pretty well. As bad as it might seem, we're actually doing pretty well here, and we have an opportunity to do even better in the near future. So, yeah, I can understand you know, I got the bigger picture, and the next thing I got was a depression. You know, I hear that a lot, where suddenly this reality seems like it isn't so real anymore, that you don't really have a lot of investment here, that it's going through the motions. And somehow it doesn't seem quite as important as it used to. But that's just not true. That's all kind of an ego attachment to the way it was. This is just a different way of looking at it. But I can't exaggerate the fundamental significance of being in this virtual reality. So it's a great place to be. And once you learn a little bit about how it works and start to grow, it's a fun place to be. It's a challenging place. It's an exciting place. It's a place you can enjoy growing up. You know, things are always tough until you start to get good at them. You start playing the piano, all you can make is noise. You learn a little thing like, you know, Mary Had a Little Lamb or something, then you feel just a little better about it. But when you get to the point that you can play music, it's a joy. Now it's not work, it's fun, and it gives back a lot. You know, you put a lot of work in it, but it gives a lot back, gives more back than what you put in it. Well, that's the way this reality is. At the beginning, it's a lot of work. It's got a lot of pain involved in it, but once you get to where you are with the game, it's a joy. It puts a lot more back than what you put into it. So do take it seriously. Don't think of it as just some video game. You know, doesn't matter what I do. It does matter what you do. Every choice you make, every tiny little choice, and the big choices, they all make a difference. So don't think of, well, I go through my day and I got all these little piddly choices that don't make any difference. And who cares about that? They all do make a difference. If you get those right, you're more likely to get the big ones right. So, yeah, it's hard to overemphasize the fundamental significance of being here. It really is a great place to learn once you start learning and stop struggling. So let the struggle go. Don't worry about the metaphors. Just make the best decisions you can make from day to day. Depression will go away. Yes.
I just have a quick question in regards to choice and free will. Do you believe the invisible universe influences our evolution to love? And also, what's the alternative to that evolution reaching the state of love or higher consciousness in regards to love?
Okay, tell me your first one again.
That was in regards to free will and choice. Do you believe the invisible universe influences that? Do you think there's other entities that are with us that are influencing the choices and the free will that we have the choice to
Yes.
use?
Yes, I do, but the key word there is influence. They do not usurp your free will. So you can interact with other entities. Some of them may have bodies here. Again, we're all communicating telepathically with each other all the time. Some of them may not. They may come from just a non-physical. You still can communicate with them telepathically. All consciousness is netted. You can use your intent to shut out some communications or to open to other communications. Particularly if you are in a position of influence where you get to influence a lot of other people, then you become an interesting, or what do we call it, a person of interest, right? That's the term. You become a person of interest to beings that are non-physical, don't have bodies here. And, well, and you do of people who do have bodies here too. Once you become a person of interest, you attract a lot of attention. A lot of people are thinking about you because you've become a person of interest. And when that happens, you get bombarded by lots of things. And if you're in a position where you can influence lots of people, then you're the person that they want to influence because you can influence lots of other people. So if you happen to be high up in the political infrastructure someplace and there's a lot of things you can affect, well, you're going to get entities both in this reality frame and outside of this reality frame that would like to nudge you to make those decisions in a way that they would like. And you'll get these nudges sort of as an intuitive nudge. They may be, nudges toward chaos. They could be nudges toward caring. You'll probably get both. Remember the old metaphor of the little angel sits on one shoulder and the devil sits on the other shoulder and they whisper in your ears right back out of the Middle Ages? Well, it's sort of like that. You have entities of all sorts trying to get your attention. You have to be aware of that and let that go. Yes, the thoughts will come into your mind and you can think about them and say, no, discard, discard, discard. Oh, good idea. So you have free will. No entity is ever going to force you to make any kind of a decision. They can try to talk you into a decision. This would really be a good thing if you did this. Everybody would love you if you did this. Those are the ones you have to be really skeptical about. Somebody's trying to lead you. The first thing you do is balk. Your own free will is what you're exercising. So yes, we do get those sorts of things. And a lot of it is for our own good. A lot of it is very good. The larger consciousness system has a vested interest in you succeeding in your growth. You see, as we grow up, we lower our entropy. We're a part of it. Its entropy gets lowered as ours gets lowered. So we're its strategy for evolution. Here we are down here in this trainer. We are helping the whole system evolve. So the system wants us to succeed. That system will be one of those little voices on your shoulder. Sometimes, depending on what the voice says, you can't tell whether that's an angel or a devil, right? Sometimes it could be either one. So you have to use your own free will. But the larger conscious system will sometimes provide you with a nudge or an opening or give you a paranormal experience just to open your mind, just to open your sense of the possibilities. We call that synchronicity, where something just happens just at the time you need it, and it makes a big difference in your life. Those kinds of synchronicities happen to people who are open to them people who are not open to them, who would just discard it, they don't have, then they don't get that. It doesn't happen to those. Those people who are very open, their whole life becomes a series of synchronicities.
No, I
One,
heard that this morning in regards to synchronicity. I opened my email and I saw this and I thought, oh, I'll go to this. So that's
Yeah.
what I'm here today.
just happened to open your email right at the right time.
I broke my foot
Yeah.
when I got to come here.
Yeah. So the system will help you as much as you allow it and as much as you learn from the help. So if you actually get it and act on it and whatever, then the system will help you again and again. So we get a lot of help. So that's one of the things. The others would be the angel and the devil trying to move you this way and that way. Now, most people don't get a lot of that because most people aren't too open to it. Most of us are not movers and shakers in our culture, so we're not persons of interest, but we're all persons of interest to the larger consciousness system and to other people. And the ideas that you think actually affect other people, even though you haven't said them. We affect each other psychically, consciousness to consciousness, as well as physically. We communicate psychically as well as by voice or by body language. You can have, and we'll do this tomorrow, you can have a conversation with somebody. Let's say there's this individual that you really would like to have a heart-to-heart with, and we're going to work with this tomorrow. But if you actually tried to do that physical body to physical body, it probably wouldn't go well because there's like issues between you. And if you tried that talk, it would end flaring up or would go some other place. But you really would like to have a heart-to-heart talk. It may be a talk with a parent, maybe a parent that's deceased, but you're still having issues relative to that parent. Or maybe it's with a teenager, and you just can't sit down and tell them what you think because that would be counterproductive in the long run. But you like that heart-to-heart. There's ways of doing that. You can communicate with people and connect with them, and they will hear you as their own intuition. And if they don't like what you're saying, they'll discard it. So if what you're trying to do is manipulate them, they'll discard it, or they'll be annoyed by it. And at a level beneath their intellect, they'll have some idea, who was that talking to me? They'll get it. But if you're careful and you talk to them out of love, it's always about them, not about you, not what you want them to do, but helping them make their own decision in their own way. Or you're just giving them, I love you, peace, hugs, that kind of positive stuff. They'll get it. Not only will they get it, they will also know where that came from at a deeper level. So we can communicate with people non-verbally, non-body language, and it's very meaningful communication if we do it right. Now, if we try to use that to manipulate people, make your boss give you a raise because you keep working on him with your intent. Give me a raise, give me a raise. I'm the one you want to put in that new position. It might raise your probability a little bit, or it may make your boss irritated with you because you seem to keep nagging him. He's got this idea of you as a nag, and he doesn't know why he feels that way about you, but he does, you see. So you need to always make it from the giving side, not from the taking side. But yes, we have beings that we call guides, but guide is just another metaphor. A guide is just your own personal interface to the larger consciousness system. And yes, you can have conversations with your guides, you can ask questions, you can, it can be like a friend of yours, and it works that way. But again, the guide is a metaphor to help you focus your intent on gathering information or ideas. Now, whether you're gathering these out of yourself, it's helping you talk to yourself, whether you're gathering these from a guide, from the larger consciousness system, from your higher self or whatever, it's irrelevant, doesn't make any difference. Don't worry about that. If it's useful and it helps you, use it. If it's not useful and not helpful, let it go. So that's the thing. you'll only absorb stuff. You can only process information if you're ready to process it. So yes, there's lots of help, lots of connections that we make. And we do that all the time. We just don't know it. Or we give it a metaphor of vibes. I got really bad vibes about that guy. You know, or I really connected with that girl because, I don't know, we just really liked her. Don't know anything about her, but I liked her. See, that's what we're processing beyond the physical. That's why we get those kinds of feelings about people. And usually they're true. If you follow up on them, you'll find that most of the time, those intuitions are helpful. Beware though, don't rely on your guides too much. That's giving up your free will to somebody else. If you rely too much on your guides, it's like, should I go to the beach today or not? You start expecting your guide to make all your decisions for you. You know, I'm sorry, I can't go. I have to consult, my horoscope to find out whether or not I should go or not. You see, now you're giving up your free will. And if you are in a position of giving up your free will to somebody else who you figure is smarter and bigger and brighter than you, or you just give up your free will, what'll happen is that they'll tell you something that will hurt. They'll tell you, go, take a long walk off a short pier. They'll tell you to do things and it'll blow up in your face. It won't work. And the lesson is think for yourself, right? Don't let anybody make your decisions for you. So the guide is just an input, just another being that you can connect with that can be helpful. And it doesn't matter where that is, whether that's inside your own head or someplace else, the larger conscious system, some other individuated unit of consciousness, doesn't matter. It just doesn't work. It does work. So use that. If you don't have a guide and would like one, just ask for one. Say, hey, larger conscious system, I need a guide. And then you should say why you need the guide and what you think you'd like to get out of it. And what are kinds of what's the issues you'd like to deal with there? What your needs and wants and desires are with it. If you do all that and your needs and wants and desires are not self-centered, help me win the lottery. That's what I want. I need a guide that knows how to win the lottery. Well, you're not going to get much traction on that. But if help me grow up, help me learn the things I need to learn. I need somebody to talk to. You'll get a guide. And then all you have to do is start the conversation. Hey, guide, are you out there? And you'll get something back. And when you do, just don't say, did I make that up? Or was that real? Don't get caught in is that real trap. Work with it. Find out, is that useful? You won't know right away. You may talk with them for a year before you really know whether it's useful or not. It's all right. Next 35 years, you'll figure that out. Just work with it. It'll surprise you. The big mistake people make in dealing with these outside entities is that they immediately want to judge if they're real and their value, like on day 1. You can't do that. If on day 20 you say, this isn't going anywhere good, well, just have an intent to disconnect. And that's it. It's like hanging up the phone. That's done. Have an intent to connect to something that is more what you want, and that will happen too. So don't jump to any conclusions or quick decisions. Eventually you do have to judge it, its value, but not immediately. Answer your question? Yeah.
Tom, with regard to changing data streams, I heard somewhere, one of your things I think might have been an illusion on that, but you said about things we have to unlearn, it's like a natural state to change data streams, but if you unlearn the things that we are sort of bad habits we picked up, we can change it a lot easier. Any tips for that? I'm sort of at the stage now, I want to get some evidence. So, like some evidence, like eventually things like, validate some experiences in how the body
Okay,
works.
we're gonna talk a lot about that tomorrow, but I can say a few things about it. You're right. It's mostly about unlearning. It's not about new techniques. You can go on the internet and Google lucid dreaming or out of body or something, and you'll get 100 different techniques. Those are all just tools. They're not recipes. If a particular technique resonates with you, that's the one you should use, so you can try them all. It's not that this technique really works and these don't. It's that this technique really works for some people, and so does this technique really work for some people, and all of these techniques don't work for some people. So it's a way of helping you focus your intent, get out of the way of your own experience. The key things are, don't bring fear to it, be open and accept whatever happens. If what happens is, that you start vibrating or shaking and electric, charges seem like they're going off through your body and you hear loud noises and all that, don't get worried about it. Don't get upset. Just be it, experience it. Say, all right, I'm a flag waving in the wind. Let it go, Be with it. Become one with the flag. Just, accept it. So as long as you do that and you don't have any expectations, most people have expectations. If they want to go out of body or do these things, they have this sense of what it's going to be like. Oh, I'm going to float up out of my body, and I'll turn around, I'm going to look down and see my body lying there. And then I'll be able to fly off through the roof, because they read that in the book. So they think that's the way it has to happen. It doesn't have to happen like that at all. Have your own experience. Don't try to have somebody else's experience. So just be open. No expectations whatsoever. Okay? And then you'll be lying there and you'll say, well, am I out of body or not? I don't know. Well, do something. If you know somebody would like you to heal them, go heal them. Go work on something. Go get some data from a database. But you'll have to figure all that out ahead of time, because if you're just trying to think it up while you're in that state, you're probably not in that state. Once you're in that state, that's not the time to get analytical thinking about what you're going to do until after you're a lot more experienced with it.
So you just have your intent before you.
Yeah, so before you start it, if I'm going to go see these things, I'm going to collect this kind of data, I'm going to make these kind of connections, well, just start doing it. All right, what is that data? Take the first thing that comes to your mind. In other words, work with it, experiment with it. If you don't have any expectations, you won't be disappointed. It's only if you have expectations that you end up disappointed that you're not doing it right and you're not being successful. Have an intent to do it. If you feel like you need help, have an intent to get some help to do it. But be clear about what you want and what you don't want. Okay, you may get, there's always unintended consequences. So you want to minimize the unintended consequences by being clear with your intents and making your intents specific. We'll get into a lot more of that tomorrow. But yeah, there's a lot of ways that we kind of sneak up on it. We have to sneak up on it because otherwise our ego will jump in and take over our experience. That's the thing. Ego, the fear, the beliefs jump in there, and then after that it's lost. Or your intellect starts judging and doing analysis right off the bat, and then that messes it up. So if you can just let go and be, and then have some things that you want to try to do, then just try doing them. You don't have to look back and see your body first. Just do it. See what happens. Experiment. Don't do it just once. Oh, I did it once, it didn't work. That's like, I played the piano once, but I couldn't do it. It doesn't work like that. You really, you have to work at it. Be consistent. Have a light attitude. If you get this heavy attitude, I really want to do this, that will keep it from happening. Okay.
Hey, Tom.
Yes.
Hi. As I understand it, we don't have a brain in here,
Mm-hmm.
and yet there seems to be a localized voice in your head. Could you talk on that, where that's
You mean when you're communicating with somebody else?
Just if you're thinking or talking to yourself, sort of thing.
Well, we tend to think in terms of language, right? If we interpret our data in terms of our experiences. Our experiences are all in terms of metaphors. Our metaphors are all described by language. We tend to think in terms of language. So when you're thinking about things, you hear them. You can hear them just like there's a voice in your head. That's just your thinking process interpreted in terms of language. If your thoughts weren't in terms of language, you wouldn't know what it was you were thinking. You see, you have to think in terms of things that you can process. So yes, you'll have a voice in your head that you're thinking. You may have a voice inside your head that's somebody else over here thinking about you, or a thought they want to give you. You may have a voice in your head because the larger conscious system has a message it'd like to get to you, or an opportunity it would like to give to you. You know, which do you pick? Door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3? You know, that sort of thing. You can get those kinds of messages too. See what you do with it. So, yeah, voice is a normal thing. Now, we often don't hear a voice like ears. We just hear, we hear the language. We hear the thoughts. You'll think something. But that's why you hear it. You hear everything in terms of language, because that's where your metaphors come from. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, and that process that's going on in consciousness as opposed to going on in your brain.
Yes, the brain is just a virtual brain. The brain doesn't process anything. The brain doesn't remember anything. The brain has no memory. All it is ones and zeros on a hard drive. Your brain doesn't have any more memory than a Word document. Word documents is ones and zeros on a hard drive somewhere. That's what your virtual brain is. It's a virtual body with a virtual brain. Okay? But that brain, just like this body, represents the evolved constraints of the rule set. That's why if I get hit in the head with a big pipe, and I can't think straight anymore, and I slur my speech, it's because now, because of the physical damage, the rule set says, oh, a brain that has a big crease in it like that could result in these 10 things with these different probabilities. Random draw, that's what you've got. Okay, now your conscious has to deal with that as a set of constraints. Your consciousness isn't damaged. It's just like your elf. Your elf falls off a cliff. When your elf falls off a cliff, he loses half of his hit points. He's weaker now. He's damaged, right? And you have to play the damaged elf. You're now playing an elf that only has half the hit points, which means you can't go up against the big guys anymore because you'll lose. So you have to do other things. You see? So that's the same way. So we get a hit in the head, it damages our brain, or somebody puts an electrode in there and zaps you, and it energizes some particular part of the brain. Well, that's a rule set thing. So somebody sparks this part of my brain, and my hand goes up in the air. So like when you cross your knees and they hit it with a little hammer, and a leg shoots up in the air. That's just rule set stuff. Okay. So if they give you a lobotomy, then that's rule set stuff. You no longer have those cross connects between, hemispheres, and you can't do things you used to do. You have different attitudes about things because you can't support certain things in consciousness. Or there may be a part of your brain that's the empathy part, and they go in and cut that empathy part, and you can't really care about anybody else. You have very little empathy for other people. Well, that's because your physical body now doesn't support that anymore. But if the consciousness has the capacity for empathy, and if it keeps working at it, it'll build that right back. It'll put it back, you see. Or it'll switch the entropy function to some other part of your brain. It'll manage to make your body work to suit the consciousness. But then that has to do with probability and the rule set. Okay, how probable is it that it can make some other part of your brain serve that function? Well, there may be, 5 to 1. Only 20% of the people who try that, it works. Well, then there's other possibilities, and you'll get one of those possibilities, and that's what'll happen. So you see, that's how that works. So no, the brain doesn't function any more than the body does, other than sets constraints according to the rule set about what the consciousness can do with the avatar. So that's how that works. So if you get dementia, your consciousness doesn't have dementia. Your avatar is no longer able to think in certain ways or recall thoughts in certain ways. But all your memories in consciousness, all your processing, all your analytical ability, that's all in consciousness. This is just ones and zeros on a hard drive, you see. But it's important ones and zeros on a hard drive. It's your avatar, and you're restricted by what it can do.
Hi, Tom. I was just wondering, there appears to be a type of connection between illness and nightmares. And I was just wondering if you could comment on that. I haven't had a nightmare in many years, had a couple of bad dreams, but I noticed that when I was sick or when my children are sick, they tend to mostly have nightmares around times of fevers, flus, growing pains, I guess, whatever you want, different types of illnesses and nightmares. Is there something about being sick where the fear comes out? Or I was just wondering if you could...
Yeah, sure. When you are under stress, and when you're sick, you're stressed. When you're under stress, when your psyche is in the lions, tigers, and bears, oh no! When you're in that kind of a stress mode of things are going wrong. I don't feel good. I'm sick. Maybe I'm going to die. When is this going to get over with? I'm going to miss days at work. Oh no, it was the big connection with the customer. I'm going to lose sales. You have all this stuff going on about being sick, being unhealthy, can't do things you're responsible to do, can't take care of the people you need to take care of, and all of that's very stressful to not only to your consciousness, but to your body. It's very stressful. Well, when you're in that stress and fear mode, when am I going to get over this? That tends to make your dreams similar. They're full of stress. They're full of, oh no, and that oh no then comes out in some kind of, awful way in your dreams. So that's just when you're very stressed, your dreams tend to be bad. And if you're really, really very stressed, they tend to be nightmares. It has to do with fear levels, and it has to do with stress levels. High fear levels and high stress levels together create nightmares. So that's probably why you have a correlation between those two, is when you're sick, you're probably also stressed. They go together often. And nightmares tend to occur to people who are fearful. If you have fears, then you tend to have nightmares. Yeah, it works in the out of body. You go out of body and you have fears, you run into nightmares out there. You run into problems. So it's good to get rid of your fears first before you go traveling around, because otherwise you end up facing your fears. Your fears manifest themselves. Here, we manifest our fears. We have fear, we tend to manifest it. We're worried and really worry about something, we tend to make that happen. Because that's our intent. The negative intent helps create the negative probability. And that takes a long time though. You can put an awful lot of fear into something and it never actually manifests. It's getting more and more likely, but it never gets to the point where it manifests. When you're in the out of body, you have any kind of little teeny fear like that, and there it is, right in front of you. Deal with it. So if you have a lot of fear, it's a big monster. If you just have a little bit of fear, it's just a little tiny monster. Squish him. Easy. But if it's a great big monster, you see, it's a problem. So if you have little bits of fear, not a problem. You can get by with that. But if you have a lot of fear, it's really not a good idea to get into those reality frames where that fear will manifest very quickly, because you will find you'll see this thing and it'll scare you, but it's really you. It's really your fear that's what is about to bite you.
You're up.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Tom. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
I just want to go back to the voices. I'll put out a situation and I'd like you to comment on it. There was a situation where I was standing at an elevator after having dinner at some friend's home. And I heard two words say, go down. And at that point, it was somewhat undecided whether I should go down the elevator or stay up and stay longer with the company that had invited me. I went with the voice that I heard, and I went down. As it turned out later, that pretty much saved my life. To me, that voice, and I wanted to make sense of it because it's happened a few times. Not many, but probably this many. To me, it was a voice that either my guide gave me, not really totally knowing who my guide is, but sort of, or it was a voice that I felt that the universe gave me. The universe being, I feel I'm made up, I'm connected with everything here.
Right.
All the energy around me is part of me and I'm part of that. So something out there in the bigger world gave me a message at a critical point. And I just want you to comment on that, or if you
Happens
had similar
all the
experiences.
time. Happens all the time to lots of people. It's probably happened 100 times to me. I've gotten so that if I hear the word duck, I do this right away because it's likely to save your life. So, yes, and I would just say that that's the larger consciousness system trying to help you out because you're in a process that's working. You're learning, you're growing, you're in here, you're engaged, and that means it's good for you to stay here because you're making progress. So that kind of a situation, and the system has evidently learned that you well pay attention. So because you well pay attention, they take the effort to give you the advice. I hear that sort of thing all the time. For sometimes inconsequential things. It's not always about saving your life. Sometimes it's just to make your life more convenient. You'll get to.
Sorry, I'll just interject. When once I didn't follow that voice, once I didn't follow that voice, I really, really paid for it, and I'm still paying for it.
Yes.
So it has really taught me that, and the voice, there was only one word at that time, and it said no, really loud, like no. And I heard it, and I knew what it meant, and I went and did what I went against it anyways.
Yeah.
And,
Yes, I've had that experience many times as well. Yes, it does teach you, doesn't it? You learn after a while. Some people will say they don't even know that they have intuition. You know, what intuition? I don't have any intuition. That's the left-brainers who live out of their logical process. They have little knowledge of their intuition, and if they got something in intuition, they wouldn't trust it. They'd probably pass it off right away. They don't get to hear so many voices like we do because they're not open to it. But it is pretty common. Thousands and thousands of people have had those same experiences. I've had lots of them. And like I say, sometimes it's trivial. Sometimes you'll be, just going someplace and you'll hear turn left. So you'll turn left and you miss this huge traffic jam where 10 cars were together, and if you'd gone straight, you'd have been there for 4 hours waiting to get out of the jam because there was no way out once you passed that last place where you could turn. And I have also learned, like you, just to, do it. If it sounds important, and you get that turn left kind of voice to it, no, that sort of thing, then do it. It's probably a good thing. Now, if you get to the point where you're always, you're expecting somebody to tell you what to do, then you may get the wrong advice. But as long as you're making your own decisions, but then sometimes you get some help, that's good. And some of you will even go into training classes. The training class will be to learn to trust your tuition, and the system will work with you. And they'll just tell you silly little things, just to see if you'll do it. Like, pick up this pencil with your right hand and, tap the eraser, something like that. And you'll get that, and you'll say, why would I? And you go ahead and you do it. And it's like they say, good, thank you. And then something else, but it's just a training to get your intuition so you actually can hear it, because otherwise it's just kind of, what'd you say? You're not really tuned into it, and then you pass it off. So I've been in training courses when I said a couple, when I did yes after I was told no a couple of times, and I get run through the ringer about do this, do that, sort of like playing Mother May I. Everybody stand on their right foot, and you just do those things until you get to where you get it, and you hear it, and you can do it, and then the kind of class is over. Now they won't bother you unless it's really important, but first you kind of have to get trained to be sensitive to it. So, yes, that would be my comment, that you and a million other people have had that same experience. And eventually, you learn to pay attention to it. And when you don't, you regret it. Yeah, I've had any number of occasions like that where I figured it saved my life, where I wasn't paying attention to things I should have been. Yes.
How do we reconcile the paradox between love and compassion and cooperation on one hand, and violence and food chain on the other?
How do we reconcile it? Well, some people would say, and I would disagree with them, that sounds like my voice is breaking up, right? You think I'm growing up? I'm going to talk in a deeper voice after this. Some people have this idea that the two are complementary, that you can't have the love and the cooperation unless you have an equal amount of dysfunction, that this world is somehow balanced with function against dysfunction. That's nonsense. You don't have to have dysfunction. It would be nice if it was all functional and there was no dysfunction, and that's possible, and eventually we'll get there. Eventually. But the reason that you have dysfunction is that you have free will. You're allowed to make your own decision, and that can be a bad decision as well as a good decision. So if you go for the power, or for the greed, or for the control, then those are bad decisions, and that kind of marches you down one path. And if you go for the love and the caring and cooperation, that marches you along a different path. So we end up with entities who are evolving in both directions. Actually, de-evolving and evolving. And there's some power that you can get down on the negative side, particularly if you're a big fish in a little pond. This happens a lot of places, particularly coastal Africa, all around the coast of Africa. There are people there who will, make your child sick or dead if you don't pay them money, using their intent. Like I say, you can give somebody a headache, you can take a headache away. It's consciousness, it's intent, it's focus. The system doesn't say, well, you have free will, but only to do the things I want you to do. That's not free will. So the system, it works positively or negatively. So that's, how do you reconcile them? You don't.
The system has, through the food chain, has violence built into its core.
The food chain, that's different. So if we're now talking about that, okay, you're a tiger, you need to kill things to survive. There's no decrement for that. You're a human being. You need to kill things to survive because you live out in the woods or on the prairie someplace, and that's the only way that you can live. There's no decrement for that either. That's the nature of our evolution. That's how evolution develops. The strong tend to dominate the weak. Okay, that's the way it is. So the tigers, eat the sheep. The sheep just eat grass. No fault on any of that. That's natural. But let's say now you're a human being and you have the choice whether to kill something and eat it or do something else that's just as healthy, feeds you and your family just as well, and you don't have to kill anything. But you like the taste of meat, so you kill it anyway because it tastes good. Well, now you've got a moral dilemma there. You see, now you're taking a life of a conscious being for your own pleasure. So that's now a moral issue, as opposed to taking a life of a critter to sustain your own life. That's just the natural way of this evolution took place here. Everything here uses something else. Even the plants, survive on the dead, decaying remains of other plants or of animals or whatever. So everything recycles. So yes, there is a food chain, and a perfectly natural food chain. And we can be part of that natural food chain, and that's fine. So there's lines to draw. So, if you're a vegetarian, there's a couple of reasons for being a vegetarian. One is an ethics reason, a moral reason. You don't want to kill things for your pleasure. Okay. There's probably other reasons too. Meat is one of the most polluted food sources we have because big agribusiness puts them full of chemicals and growth hormones and all kinds of other stuff in order to get more money, in order to get a bigger animal to market quicker. They get paid by the pound. So we have that to deal with. So you can have kind of a health choice there and a moral choice there. But everybody is processing that kind of information wherever they are at the present time. So the fact that you eat meat, do I think, oh no, that's a sin? No, not at all. You're where you are, making the choices and the decisions you need to make for where you are right now. That may not be your moral choice. That may be somebody else's moral choice. You see? So we're all growing up. We all make some bad decisions. We make some good decisions. Hopefully we learn. So there's another thing about being a vegetarian. If it's moral reasons only, not polluted food reasons, not health reasons, then it's perfectly all right to eat meat if you are a scavenger, right? Roadkill. You can eat all the roadkill you want because that's already dead. You see, you're a scavenger. So you may not want to buy a hamburger because now you're part of the problem that's making demand for dead animals to make hamburgers. But if the person that's gone out to dinner with you ordered a hamburger and they just don't feel hungry and they give you theirs, now it's like roadkill. Somebody else already killed that hamburger. You see? You're just a vulture waiting for something to die. And then you're helping the ecosystem by cleaning up that dead carcass.
Decreasing.
It's different. So see, the moral aspects of that change.
But are you allowed to enjoy it?
Oh, sure you're allowed to enjoy it. You can just enjoy it all you want, as long as you didn't become part of the cause for it to be there on your plate. When you put in the order, you're part of the cause that they order beef from a slaughterhouse someplace. But if it's not your cause, then you are a scavenger. You're eating like roadkill. It's already, somebody else killed it, and you're just going to enjoy the heck out of it. That's fine. See, not a problem. So let's say your company has a Christmas party every year. And every year at your company Christmas party, they put in, 20 pounds of shrimp, on ice. They have this, they have that, and these other things. And that's it. When the shrimp's gone, it's gone. Nobody brings out more. It's just there, and here's the layout. And when it's gone, it's over with. All right, now if you want to partake of that shrimp, you can partake of that shrimp. You're a scavenger. The shrimp's already been bought. Then nobody asked you whether you wanted shrimp or not. If they did, you would have said, no, I'm a vegetarian, I don't eat shrimp. But they didn't. They put it out there for everybody to eat. Enjoy yourself. You see? You're a scavenger. You didn't cause a single extra shrimp to be killed because of your choice. So there's a moral thing. So if you want to, that's why I said it's kind of funny, you know, but if you want to be a scavenger, then that's not a problem. But now if you go out with somebody and say, hey, order 2 hamburgers because I'd like you to give me one, you know, that's not right. You're no longer a scavenger. Now you're a co-conspirator. And that doesn't work. It just has to be when, of the natural course of things, something ends up dead on the side of the road, you're welcome to it and you can enjoy it as much as you like. So you're not causing that. So see, there's a middle ground in there. But you have to be careful that your wife or your girlfriend doesn't buy an extra because she knows that you'd like to eat it. You see, you have to make it clear that no, don't do that. But just purchase what you want, and then if you don't want it later, I'll have it. You see, I have a son that's like that. He's a vegetarian, and he's a terrific scavenger. He can find meat everywhere because he sets himself up into those kinds of situations. So he probably eats meat a third of the time. He never buys it. He never purchases it. He never asks for it. He never leads anybody else to give it to him. But when offered, he's quick to accept. He's a vegetarian. So it depends on why you're a vegetarian. If you still don't want to eat meat because it's full of chemicals, then that doesn't, being a scavenger doesn't help you out there at all. Then you just say no. The other thing that happens, if you don't eat meat regularly, your stomach will cease to have produced the enzymes it takes to digest it. And then you'll find that you eat meat and it just doesn't agree with you. And then you'll find that probably red meat disagrees with you a lot more than, say, chicken or fish. So eventually you just say no, even when you could scavenge, because you just don't feel like you want that. And that's okay too.
How would you?
Oh.
Tomorrow's lunch will be mostly vegetarian.
If you want to comment on a comment, you can kind of butt in front.
The idea is still confused. All the evidence is against this vegetarianism. We wouldn't be here if people didn't eat meat.
We wouldn't be here?
Wouldn't be here because all evidence is suggesting that evolution as we won't happen without meat. How all of a sudden now meat is bad or not more?
I would say that's probably not true. I suspect that it's the meat industry that told us that we needed meat.
Throughout the history, anthropologists are saying there is not a single group of humans who didn't eat meat ever.
Yeah.
Well, as far as
Yeah.
I know. And there's another point. What if this universe was just for us made? If this universe was made just for us, so everything is for us, for instance. Everything.
Well, it's made for all conscious beings. You see, the cows are conscious too, so are the rabbits, so are the bumblebees. There's a lot of things that are conscious, and they all are doing the same thing we're doing. They're all making decisions and trying to make better decisions. Dogs, the cats, the horses, the cows, they're in that same, the sheep that become moral, we're all on that same path. We all have different decision spaces. People have big decision spaces. A bumblebee has a little tiny decision space, not much. But I would say that people probably grew up eating a little bit of meat, not much, because the human being is one of the slowest, blindest, deafest critters on the planet. Everything else runs faster, sees better at night, smells better than, can scent much better than we can. As far as our senses go, we're pretty stupid in the animal kingdom. What we've got is this consciousness, this ability to compute, this ability to make traps, fish hooks and things like that. We have technology. But finding meat to eat was very problematical for the first what, 50,000 years when the only way we could kill something if we could catch it and hit it with a rock.
There was nothing else.
No, there was lots of plants, lots of other things to eat.
Zero meat.
Yeah, lots of plants, lots of other food, lots of fruit, lots of things available for, after all, we came out of the trees, if Darwin is correct. We came out of the trees. There we ate mostly fruit, about 70% fruit and about 30% vegetation. That was our diet. That's what we were used to. So now we learned to stand up and our hair fell off. We're out there. We're mainly going to eat fruit and vegetation to begin with because that's what we're used to. That's what we can digest. That's what our teeth are good for. We don't have those big meat-ripping teeth. So they're only that big, though. They're not good at it. Yeah, they're not very good at it. They're not good at it like a tiger's teeth. They're good at it, or a cat's of any sort. So we're kind of built for the as omnivores, but catching meat and eating it is very problematical for somebody that has our sense capability. Very difficult to do. Now eventually we got bows and arrows and guns and things. Now meat has become a lot more available because we don't have to be so clever to get it. We can kill an animal, 200 feet. So that was different. At that time, we probably ate a lot more meat. But meat still has a big handicap for our ancestors. There's no refrigeration. See, they couldn't put it in the freezer. So they killed a piece of meat. They would eat from that meat for a few days until it started to rot. And they were done with it, you see. So it only feeds you for a short time. You find an acre full of blueberry bushes and you've got something to eat for a long time. And if you're clever, you can spread out what you eat that'll take you all the way around the year just on vegetation. So I suspect that the vegetarian was the primary way of life until we got weapons. Because actually catching a rabbit with your bare hands is tough. It's really, really hard.
Actually, a very strong piece of evidence, if I may, for our vegetarian diet is simply our length of our digestive system. If you compare it with cats or tiger that eat mostly meat, tiger's digestive system is very, very short because meat takes very short time to digest. Otherwise, our digestive system is very long, which indicates clearly that we are mostly designed or evolved to digest plant-based diet.
And a cow's digestion system is even longer than ours. So ours is like 3 times longer than a cat, and a cow's is like 2 or 3 times longer than ours. We're somewhere in between. So we're designed to eat both. But I think meat was probably not much in our diet until we got to the point that we had weapons and were clever enough to catch them. Now, fish are probably the exception. Fish were probably the first meat because all you have to do is pile up rocks. The tide comes in, with them the fish, the tide goes out, you've trapped some fish. So some tidal pool like that was observed and said, oh, isn't that neat? Look at all the fish that we now can catch because as the water goes away, it's easy to catch them. And they could maybe make some tidal pools by piling up rocks. So my guess is that the fishing was the first thing that we were able to catch with our bare hands without any weapons. So that was probably the first meat. And fish was probably part of the diet early on. But anyway, we're omnivores. We can do both. We do, we eat a lot more meat than we need as far as our need for protein. We don't need to eat a lot of meat, but it's become the diet. You look at the menu, and all the menu is laid out by the meat. It dominates. So certainly today, we eat a lot of it.
In relation to the voices that you were commenting before, that's been happening to me lately, and because I didn't follow my intuition, it's like I'm in the training wheels, and I go to bed, and then a voice told me, just go to the bathroom, put some cream on your hands, and I have to go and do that. And it sounds silly, but I said, okay, maybe it's to get out my laziness and get used to that voice. So, I enjoy that little part because it's fun. How to just grab that pen, okay, and then lay it down. And I think it's someone joking with me, you know, it's someone
Yes.
that,
It's just a training course. And as long as you do those things to where you get a sense of knowing that your intuition is there,
yeah.
that it's working, that you get it, and that you will do it as long as it's nothing that's you really don't want to do.
Yeah.
You know, if it tells you to do something really stupid, you say, nah, I don't think so.
Yeah.
You're still in charge.
Yeah.
And it may tell you to do something really stupid just to see if you've got that point, that you're still in charge. So sometimes it may tell you that, and at that time say, no, I don't think so, and here's why I don't think so. So if you want me to do things, they have to make sense or at least be benign.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then, if it's benign, it doesn't hurt you to do it.
Yeah.
And you'll be learning, you'll be exercising that intuition muscle, if you will, growing it, making it stronger, and that's a good thing to do.
So, yes, if my intuition, if I feel that it's not gonna give me a good outcome, I don't do it.
Right.
So I just follow things that are all neutral or with a positive outcome, just for me to train me to follow that intuition and let go the rational part of me and say why and
Right.
why should I do this, that sounds silly, and so
Right.
just to let go.
Partly you're letting go of control.
Yeah, letting
That's
go of
part of
control.
that's part of the exercise as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found that after doing that for a while, it eventually just goes away
Okay.
because you learn it.
Mhm.
Once you learn the lesson, they don't have to keep teaching it to you. So once you learn it, then it's gone. The silly things.
Mhm.
You know, you walk up to a vegetable and cheese platter and you reach down for this little chunk of cheese and they say, no, not that one. The one next to it.
Yeah.
Okay, you know, you pick up the one next to it. Really? You know, is that important?
Yeah.
But it's just nonsense stuff as a training course.
Yeah, but it's very good that you said that because it gives me comfort to say, okay, well, it looks like maybe
Yeah.
you're like a guide now, you know, it's a feedback system. You are acting as a vehicle for the feedback system to say, yes, it's working. So yes, stay
Yes.
there in that part. So my question was as well related that before with the gentleman talking about, you were talking about the rule set. And it came to me to ask you, because if you fall, then suddenly your rule set changes. Because then you don't have an arm and things change. But then we have the intuition or the intention. So is intention more powerful than the rule set? Because with the intention, you can change your own rule set. When you are sick, you can, with your part, you
No.
can send.
It's not that one's more powerful than the other. They're just two different things that
Yeah.
work in two different ways. The rule set tells you what's possible,
Yeah.
what you can do. You know, that's the possibilities.
Mhm.
Now, the intent modifies the probability
Yeah.
within the possibilities.
Okay.
Okay? So if I say, what I really am going to work on is flapping my arms real hard and flying, it's not going to work no matter how hard I work on that because the rule set says no. Okay? Here's an example of that. You feel a lump somewhere down here, right? And you go, uh-oh, what's that? That's not supposed to be there. All right? Now you can work on that with your intent. And right now, there's a lot of possibilities. It could just be something swollen, could be a little swollen lymph gland, it could be, you know, anything. It's not necessarily serious. You can use your intent to work on that because there's lots of possibilities. If there's lots of possibilities, there's lots of uncertainty. If there's lots of uncertainty, you can modify what that is with your intent more easily. So now you take your lump and you say, oh, well, I've worked on it for a month. Nothing happened. It just keeps getting bigger. I'm going to the doctor. So now you go to the doctor and they look at it and they say, oh, that's cancer. That's such and such a stage 4, and they give you this real awful thing. So you go to another doctor. They tell you the same thing. So you go to another doctor. Now you have 3 doctors that have all told you that this is a cancer, it's at stage 4, and you've got 3 months to live.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, the probability that you can turn that around and make it a benign thing, go away, it's just a mass of fiber or something. Now that probability is getting smaller because the uncertainty's gone way down. Okay? It can still be changed, but it takes a whole lot more effort to change it. Now you have to change something that's let's say it's 100 to 1, that's cancer, and you have to move that down to it's 1 in 1, just to give you a 50-50 probability, and then even less than that. So you got a lot of work to do. Whereas before, you didn't have that. It wasn't that hard. So that's the way it works. Your intent can modify things within the natural uncertainty of that thing. No more. You see. Can I say that another way? People use their intents to modify the average value of random numbers. So they take a random number from 0 to 1, the average should be 0.5. But if you run out 1,000 random numbers, take their average value, it'll be something like 0.49999 or 0.50001. Okay? But there's some variation there. There's a little variation because it could be maybe a decimal point more or less. It could be, 0.500001 or 0.5001. Either one of those might be acceptable. So you see there's a little variation. So now people with an intent those random numbers get made before anybody looks at them. They're all done. They're all sitting there on a piece of paper, but nobody has checked to see what the average is. They can use their intent to slide that average to be a little greater than 1 or a little less than 1. But they can't move it by much. So they might move it in 1 decimal place, because that's about all the room there was for fluctuation because of the number of random numbers that they took. Well, but they can do that. So they can make it come out the 0.49999 as opposed to the 5, that's on the other side. So if they have 10 of these random numbers generated in piles, they can make each pile come out just a little bit to the positive. You see, well, that's like flipping a coin 10 times and getting ahead every time. That's a huge, it's a huge event in probability, way outside what you could guess. But you've only made little tiny changes. You're limited by the uncertainty that's natural to the problem. So when you got a little lump, there's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot more room to work with it. Once you've got all those biopsies, there's a lot less room. Also, everybody's intent weighs in. So the doctor says, oh no, that's cancer. You've got 10 people in your family, the people that you work with, they're all going, oh, whoa, that's awful, I'm so sorry. And you got all this negative attitude going about that being cancer. That makes it harder for you to actually turn that around. On the other hand, if you had a whole bunch of people who thought, she'll get over it, she's going to beat this somehow, with positive attitudes, or even if you're not going to beat it, you're going to learn something, it'll be a good lesson, you'll go on to the next life and do better because of this. And if it was all positive, now your probability of it going away, and it does sometimes. See, sometimes stage 4 cancer, you got 2 months to live, disappears just like that.
Yeah.
So there's still wiggle room. It's just not as much wiggle room. So that's how the intent and the rule set interact with each other. The rule set just says, these are the things that can or can't happen in this situation because of the rule set. But there's some uncertainty in that. And that uncertainty, you can manipulate the probability within that uncertainty of how it comes out. So the more uncertainty there is, the easier it is to manipulate it. That's why people can freeze ice. And the way the crystals of the ice come out will be pretty if they think pretty thoughts, it'll be ugly if they think ugly thoughts. Well, just like no 2 snowflakes are the same, the way ice crystallizes could be 1 in a zillion ways. And because it could come out in so many ways, there's so much uncertainty about how a particular crystal is going to crystallize that your intent can affect that very easily. You see? So, there's a relationship, but they're 2 different things altogether. Intent works within the rule set.
Yeah, sometimes I struggle with intent because I can see things, let's say the future, that are not gonna happen. And I don't know if I have to say something or not say anything, go with it. Sometimes if I struggle in that area
Yeah.
quite a lot.
You should let your intuition be your guide to that and not try to figure it out with your head. You can't figure out things with your intellect when you don't have any information. The intellect doesn't do a bad job if you have a lot of information. Mostly on things important, you don't have much information. So your intellect just isn't any good, it's just guessing. And then it'll wad you all up because it'll give you 3 good reasons that you should say something and another 3 good reasons why you shouldn't. And then you just get confused. Better to just use your intuition with that. And feel what you should do. And if you get this sense and the voice in your head says, tell them, go tell them, then you should probably go tell them. If it says, just walk away, leave that, then you probably should walk away and leave that. It's the same with healing. There are some people who are ill who ask for your help in healing, who really you shouldn't heal. It's part of their experience. They need that experience. You just need to leave it alone. There's other people who don't need that experience. They just happen to breathe when somebody over there sneezed and the wind just brought that bacteria over to them or those viruses and they just got it. Rule set stuff, not dysfunctional consciousness stuff. And the rule set stuff you can heal real easily. The difference is that when you heal one that really, their illness is part of their process, the healing kind of pushes back. You get pushback from it. And see, in the future, you don't get pushback. You either tell them or you don't. It's kind of clear. So just pay attention to your intuition.
I had a situation when I had my youngest daughter, and because I didn't go to the doctors, I just followed my intuition. So I just knew that it was a girl, then the name came to me, and I knew there was going to be a problem. I felt that. And for all that time, all those months, I was working my mind that when the problem comes, I will be able to deal with it. I was going to have it at home by myself as well, and that's what I've done with quite a few of them.
Yes.
Just to follow the intuition. And the problem came, and it was the cord around the neck, and I was able to solve it as she was coming in. I solved it. So it worked in that moment. But for example, I had a lump in my breast, and I felt that it was going to be cancer, and it became cancer. So my question is, and I found out it has been a blessing for me. I have learned and grown so much from it. So I'm grateful for it in my life because I chose to make that decision, to make something out of it. It's not what happens, it's not what you do with it. So my question would be, did I create that from myself because I made that choice, or was some things are above us that we cannot choose, and other things we can choose?
Well, it could be either. You could have made that choice. It could have been something that was a growing thing for you that you needed to do, needed to experience,
I think
and
so.
it could have. You could make that choice. That is one of the ways. You create it because you're going to learn from it.
Yeah.
But that's not always the way it works. Sometimes it's just luck. See, every time you make a measurement, you have a random draw from a probability distribution of the possibilities. That's how reality works. So it could just be that you drew out the lump in the breast as cancer card out of that probability distribution. Then it doesn't have anything to do with your lessons, in which case it's probably easy to heal. Where it has to do with your lessons, you have to deal with it.
Yeah, I think
It's
that's
not
what
easy to
happened in
heal.
my business. Yeah.
And you can force that issue.
Yeah.
You can force the issue. You know, I had times where I would do a healing. Somebody would ask, somebody's even desperate, and they ask, and so you heal. You get pushback. But they have special extenuating circumstances like young children that they don't want to leave parentless or something. So you ignore the pushback and you heal them anyway. You can do that. But what I found is that even though you can heal that illness, they'll turn around and get another or do something else. If that's on their path, they'll find a way to actualize that will take them where they're going, make them learn that lesson.
Yeah.
So the healing really just puts it off and doesn't fix it. So there's really no point to pushing it. Yeah, I had one guy that I worked on, he had cancer, and he had little children. He had been drinking, drove his car carelessly, and ran over a bicyclist and killed him, a student. He felt very bad about that. He carried that with him for 20 or 30 years. Finally, it ended up as cancer, his guilt for that, and not being able to successfully process that guilt, holding around. So I got rid of it for him. And within 4 or 5 months of being clear of the cancer, he got a rare disease. Like, 1 in a million, kind of a rare disease. And the doctor who was tending to him, just out of carelessness, just like he did with his bicycle, gave him an overdose of morphine and killed him. So he picked another way to go, very symmetric. He died in the same process that he had taken a life. So, you see, so it doesn't really pay to get in there and push where you shouldn't push. It's better just to let it be and let it follow its own natural course. So I suspect whether you made it or not, it's not really the point, but you learn from it. But a lot of us do have physical problems that are a result of our choices, of our guilts, of our fear of other things. And they're there for us to learn. And again, it doesn't matter that whether it kills you or not. What matters is whether or not you learn the lesson or not. Because you take that lesson learned with you. The next reincarnation you have, you come in with that knowledge done. You've like leveled up because you learned your lesson, you see. And now you carry that with you. That's much more important to your overall progress than living another 5 years. So death is not the big deal that we make it. It's just another thing that happens to us, on our way to evolving to become love. We get over it quickly.
Right, so just make sure you've got the green light on.
Thanks, Tom. This might be my misunderstanding, but I'm just wondering if there's any conflict or contradiction between, you mentioned earlier your 6 quantum experiments that you were hoping to prove successful in verifying like we live in a virtual reality. Is that in conflict with your PSI uncertainty principle?
No. The psi uncertainty principle basically is talking about the same thing I am when I talk about that you can only modify things within a certain range of uncertainty. If there's no uncertainty, you can't modify it. If this indeed is a probability of 1 that this happens, you can use your intent just all you want and you're not going to change that event. It has no uncertainty. The psi uncertainty principle basically says you can only change things within the uncertainty that exists. If there's no uncertainty, you can't do it. So let's say it depends, it's very situational dependent. Here would be an example. You spend a lot of time meditating, you're very advanced, whatever, and you levitate rocks. Okay, here's a rock and you levitate it up and it goes up and you can let it go down. And you've learned how to do that. You've practiced at it for decades and you levitate rocks. All right, well, you go out and you tell everybody, hey, everybody, I can levitate rocks. And a couple of your neighbors come by and you levitate a rock for them and they go, wow, that's really neat. And then the film crew shows up. There's 60 Minutes and they're showing up with, a bunch of cameras and network wide. And they say, okay, we want to see you levitate this rock. And rock won't go anywhere. See, that's the psi uncertainty principle. As long as it's just you and a few people know about it, you can levitate as many rocks as you want. Once it becomes a widely known, recorded fact, now you are breaking the rules in a big way. You're kind of letting the cat out of the bag. You're disrupting the rule set here. You can kind of cheat on the rule set. You can hack the system in private, but
Would that be the case if you were successful with your
no,
quantum
no,
experiments?
no. My quantum mechanics experiments aren't hacking the system at all. They are just experiments, just like the double slit. If they do this experiment and they measure everything, this is measurement, they'll get a result that could only occur because this is a virtual reality and consciousness in the computer. That's the only way that they could get this result. So it's not that I'm doing that. It's not my intent that it works that way. It works that way because that's the way reality works. That's the way the rule set works. It's perfectly within the rule set. The rule set doesn't levitate rocks. You're breaking the rules there. And the psi uncertainty says that if as long as there's plausible deniability, then you're okay. But if a bunch of cameras and it's network news, is the plausible deniability now is that the networks were in on it. It was a scam that they participated in, and that there was a little wire, it wasn't really a rock, it was a piece of styrofoam, looked like a rock and had a fan blowing it up. So there's plausible deniability if they were in cahoots. But if they have this reputation as the truth busters, that would never, film a cheap trick, then you don't have much plausible deniability. And if you don't, then the system won't let the rock go anywhere, because now you're going to create trouble in your environment, in your culture. You're going to break a rule. And when you break a rule, all kinds of crap hits the fan. Lots of things now are a problem, you see.
Using the same principle, if I may, if you say have that, sorry to interrupt, but using the same principle, if you perform that experiment, you have a guy who levitates rocks in front of, say, two guys, or make it with one guy with a phone, a camera,
Mm-hmm.
and the guy records it without intention of showing it to anyone. But power of the internet, and this guy doesn't know what's going to happen. But then the video goes viral anyway because the account was hacked.
Right.
How does that? So does the consciousness system knows the future? That's my question.
Well, it has the future probability, yes, but that's probably not a problem, because some guy that has a rock floating up in the air on his cell phone movie, you can make pigs fly in movies. I've seen them fly in movies. They talk, animals talk. All kinds of things happen on film. So if it's just some guy that says, "Oh, look, I took a movie of this guy with his flying rock," everybody goes, "Yeah, right."
So in a sense, you recognize that, say, consciousness system knows that the network has bigger credibility.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it knows that. It knows that there is a larger. It knows that there's a larger credibility there. Therefore, that makes a difference. It can judge. It can judge the outcome. It looks at the probability of entropy change as a function of what's going on, and it can play it ahead. And if it looks like it's going nowhere good, then it doesn't allow that to happen. Something you can do in your own time isn't necessarily allowed. What happened, and the reason is, it's not really part of the rule set. The psi uncertainty is more like company policy than it is part of the rule set. The rule set is just the way it is. Everything follows this rule set. It's the way the virtual reality is made. This is company policy, and that's because there's some places where it's become commonly known and accepted that intent modifies future probability. And those are the places where you have to pay somebody money every month so that your family stays healthy. That's like if Al Capone, was a Swami, you see, there'd be trouble. He could levitate the money in the bank to all come out and go to him. So where you have people who misuse it, abuse it routinely, you don't want that kind of knowledge to be about. See, it's better that most of the people have no idea that intent modifies future probability. or we would all be trying to use that to manipulate everybody else, because that's where we are. So I stand up here and talk about it, and why doesn't that violate science certainty? Because the people who hear me say that, who know it's impossible, will just go, those people are nuts. It won't be a problem. And because it's not something you can just do on a whim, it's something you have to practice and work at over a long time, and people who think it's nuts aren't going to invest that sort of time in it. So it's kind of a safe secret, even though I've got 480, YouTube videos, it's pretty safe. So that's the way we grow up. You see, when you get a bigger picture, these things become available and known to you, and they're a great secret that is openly talked about. The people who understand it and get it can use it. The people who don't aren't affected by it.
We'll keep your secret. How about we go to the casino a little bit later on? Blackjack's good.
Yeah, you can do that, and the system will tolerate a little bit of that, but then the system will get even. It's not a good idea.
So if we didn't rise to a point where we're going to wipe ourselves out, would the system do a reboot?
If we do what?
Would it do a reboot? Like, say we're going to nuke each other and
Oh, yeah.
well, then the whole experiment is a bit of a waste. Would they just stop it there? So right after this, we'll
Yes,
and away we go?
they could do that. Sure, it's a digital system. They could reboot and start over at any point they wanted to start.
Yeah.
Let's say that build up to that big calamity, that big disaster, was 5 or 10 years in the making. They could restart 20 years before that, see if they couldn't get an opportunity to do better. But they're not going to come in and force us to change decisions. We have to make better decisions.
Yeah.
And they may even leave some of that in our memory so that we could maybe help us make better decisions. So yeah, the system can do that sort of thing.
Yeah, this sort of is a big waste of resources to go 13.5 billion years. I mean, it's not much for them, but, and then go, oh, they stuffed up there, oh, we'll just do it again.
Yeah, it could, but it would probably rather not. It'd work real hard to prevent that, but if it had to, it's got 7.5 billion seats here, right, full now. It's got to put them someplace. They all want to get back in the game. They could go to other systems, but then those would have to expand a lot. They could start over someplace else. Who knows? They could populate a whole new virtual reality that they got cooking in the background. It's hard to say. The system has lots of choices because it's a digital system. Digital systems are flexible. They've got lots of ways. There's always 100 ways to solve any problem in a digital system. Lots of ways that they could move in that case. But yeah, nothing is really such a immense deal in the sense that death doesn't matter that much. You just go on and have another life. But even if we nuke each other and have that disaster, part of it would just stay. I mean, that would be part of what we did. We'd have to get over it. Every human being wouldn't be killed. Every duck and every bird wouldn't be killed. We'd just have to start over and figure it out again, right? So that would continue. It's not like the plug would be pulled on that. Unlikely, unless everything was killed. Every plant, every animal, every human, everything was dead. Then there would be no point. Now you can just reboot it someplace, but as long as there was something that could regain, then that's still an ongoing experiment. So it would continue to go, but you'd still have a lot of seats to fill if there was only 0.1% that survived. So if you had all those seats to fill, you'd want to have another system for them so they didn't have to wait out until this one regenerated.
How do we know that hasn't already happened?
Oh, you don't?
Ice ages and stuff
Yeah,
like that?
you don't know that it hasn't already happened. And you don't know whether we're one of those new sets that started up or whether we're part of the old one that's still trying to recover. But see, it doesn't matter. You don't know, but it really doesn't matter. Okay, the boss is saying that we're near the end. And I have one thing for you before I go, though. I'm going to give you homework. Yeah, great, right? Just what you need, something else to do. homework for tomorrow. Okay, we're going to explore ways that you can test this reality. We're going to explore tomorrow ways that you can actually have your own personal experience of a larger reality. Not that I plan to make each of you a wizard or a wizardess or whatever, a witch maybe. I'm not sure, wizardini. We're not going to make you wizards. We're just going to give you ideas and techniques and understanding that you can then take back with you so you can become wizards and wizardinis on your own time. Okay, now, I would like you to think this evening and write down someone you'd really like to have a heart-to-heart talk with. Okay, that's the first thing. So just think of somebody you'd really like to have a heart-to-heart with. Okay, so there'll be no issues and no erupting or interrupting. This is all going to be, consciousness to consciousness. All right, also, I'd like the first name and initial of two individuals. First name and initial, like Susie Q. Okay. First name and initial of two individuals that you know who need physical healing. Okay, some sort of physical problem. The first of those two, you should know what their medical problem is. So it's somebody that you know, somebody in your family or some close associate of yours at work, that you know what their physical problem is, and write that down, because some of them I'm going to pick and put up on a board, and we're going to, as a group, try to heal them. And then we want to know what their problem is, because we're going to try to diagnose too, and see whether we get our diagnosis right. So that'll be a few. But the other one, the second one, you don't want to know what their illness is. You just want to know that their name is Susie Q and that they have a physical problem of some sort. And you can get your mother or your father or your sister or somebody to suggest somebody that they know. And if you know the same name, so if they said Susie Q, you'd go, oh, I know Susie, and I know what Susie has, then tell them not to give you the name. Tell them it's Mrs. X. That'll work. Okay? Doesn't matter, just as long as you know somebody who knows. That's all it takes. So two different people, one that you know what their illness is, and one that you don't. And we're going to go over techniques for healing, for remote viewing. We're going to do a little practice. I'm going to tell you a lot of things that matter and are important, a lot of things that don't matter and aren't important, so that you can practice this. And the good news is that if you do practice it seriously for 3 or 4 months, you probably get reasonably good at it. It's not that hard. It's an easy thing to do. But it'll take you years before you get really good at it, which means you're having like 80, 90% success rates. But you can have like a 60, 70% success rate in just a couple of months. It's not hard. Okay.
Sorry, Tom, did you say physical illness only, or could it be mental illness as well?
I'd like to start with physical illness, because we're trying to do diagnosis, and mental illness is a lot harder. So it'd even be better if the illness, if you have like lots of people that you could pick from, pick people that if you looked at them on a scope where you were going to see their physical body, the illness would kind of stand out. Tumors are like that. They kind of stand out on a scan. The flu doesn't stand out. The whole system is kind of gray if it's a systemic disease. So if you can pick standout diseases, that'll make it easier for us to do diagnosis. But pick whoever you can. Yes?
Quite often the physical illness is related to emotional.
That's fine.
mental.
That's fine. You can connect the two. Yeah, as long as that would show up in a diagnosis. Okay, so we're not going to be able to do a group for everybody because we're going to have a whole lot of people. But we'll pick just randomly out some of them that we can put up on the board that we can all work with so we can see. Then we're going to say what it was. You don't have to tell anybody what you got. Bring a little piece of paper like a lot of you have so you can make little sketches and things. Would be a good idea. Pencil and a piece of paper. Right on, we're going to do some remote viewing. You may want to draw some pictures. So tomorrow is all going to be fun and games. And I think you'll be surprised at the outcome. So that's what we have. It's just a little bit of homework. Somebody to have a heart-to-heart talk with, because we will do that tomorrow. Everybody will have their heart-to-heart with that person. And the person doesn't have to be alive in a body. They could be a deceased person, or they could be somebody here in a body. Just anybody that you would feel that there's something really serious to be gained in having that close talk with them.
If they're deceased, could it be that they're now in another body?
No doubt they are. It'll work just the same in any case. Won't matter. They could be great-great-great-grandfather who's been dead for 100 years, and that would be fine.
We wouldn't probably want to have a heart-to-heart because we wouldn't know them.
No, you wouldn't know them well enough to have a heart-to-heart, probably. But time is not the issue. Time isn't the issue.
Can you ask questions of the half?
Yes, yes, you can ask questions if you like. But remember, you'll get a lot more connection with them if what you're doing is giving and make it about them as opposed to you're manipulating, making it about you. So it's not a matter of, oh, now's my chance to tell my teenager that, you know, they need to do this and they need to do that. That's not the heart-to-heart. It's something you do in a giving way. And it may just be an I love you kind of conversation. Or it may be issues that you have. You know, like a sister or a parent or somebody that left you scarred, and you really need to connect with them and resolve issues. That would be a very good thing. If you've got old issues, old scars from old relationships, which typically turn out to be parents or children, then, have those. Have that heart-to-heart. Okay, that's it then. Until tomorrow.